because I'm dumb. There we go.
We're good now?
Yeah, no, now we'll be good.
Take 3. What's up, crew?
We've said good morning to so many people so many times. Rustog gets a belt today. Congratulations, Rustog.
It's the second time.
2 days in a row.
We have the audio fixed now.
There we go.
Oh, we're good now. We're good.
We're
Believe it or
good.
not, we said hi to all of you guys.
Every single person who's
Yeah.
in here, we said hello and good morning.
Casey Tucker, I don't think we said hi to you. What's up? Coach Molly.
What are you hoping the media holds Scott Perry's feet to the fire on, Mars?
Yeah, what would you like to know?
What's up, Coach?
Adam Bell, what's up?
Hey. Wow, this
Troy?
is a good deep cut from Adam.
Shout out, yeah. Hey, Adam listens to the show.
Facts. What's up, Drew Down?
What's up, Drew? Lazy.
Zabo's here. Press conference is like right now. Like when we start, the presser starts. We might have to vamp for a little bit, but that's fine. What's up, Jason?
Yeah, what's up, Jay? Dirk, what's up?
All right, here we go. 5 seconds of the legal.
It's time now to go beyond the headlines. And for the next 2 hours, go where every sports fan wants to go. Behind the scenes and into the practice facilities, locker rooms, coaches' offices, and press boxes to get the info before anyone else. This is the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Oh, good morning. Hello. A happy Wednesday to you, April 23rd. Jesse Tapia in for James Ham, at least for now. James is down at Golden One Center because Kings' new GM, Scott Perry, is being introduced today. He is having a press conference today. We will carry that press conference for you today.
Yes, we will. Live.
Right here on 1320 AM. It's on your radio dial, YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN 1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. You can watch the show there. Subscribe to the ESPN 13 channel. Hit that little notification bell. You'll get notified when we go live, which we do every day at about 9:55 a.m. Actually, 9:57 is our goal.
Yeah.
If I'm just in the interest of transparency.
We're overachievers, then maybe we'll be at 9:55.
Yeah, every once in a while something will happen. I think the day after the Kings lost in the play and we went live at like 9:50.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Let's go. We're fired.
We know
up.
what it is today.
We're ready. So everybody watching there, everybody in the chatty house, hello, good morning, salute. We tried to say good morning to each of you individually. It just took me a while to figure out how to make the microphones work because Joe Brazil is at the home office once again, so I have to run the board. And I would have forgotten to take the board live. We were almost not even on the air.
Yeah, I looked at the little big TV. Like, it says, "Hey, you're not live."
You said, "Brother, figure it out."
Yeah.
The one thing I got when I first started in radio, and again, Scott Perry's press conference is going to begin here shortly. As soon as it starts, we will bring that to you live right here on ESPN 1320. So when I first started in radio, I was just doing like running live events. So when you run a live event, running a Raider game or an NFL game or an A's game or whatever, you're just listening for an out cue and you hit the commercial.
Yeah,
that is basically your job. It is, you push one button for the most part.
Pretty much.
And I got a day of training where it was like I was sitting there while the person was working and not getting like full blown training. My next shift, they were like, "You're up, bud." Like, oh, okay.
I throw you into the fire.
They did. And if you've never seen a board before, it's a radio board, especially kind of newer ones. It's very intimidating. There's a lot of buttons. There's a lot of sliders. There's so much going on.
Yeah, I first started with the old 1970s type board.
Oh God, with the loud buttons.
Yeah.
Oh God. So there's a ton of buttons. It's very intimidating when you first start. Once you learn what the buttons do, it becomes a lot easier. But it's very intimidating. And the assistant PD at the time at the radio station I was at, he goes, "Hey, come here." So I go into his office and he goes, "Hey, man." A guy with a bunch of tattoos, a curly Q mustache, great guy. And he goes, "Hey, your job today is to keep the station on air. Forget anything else. Forget the buttons. He goes, if you mess something up, just make sure the station stays on air. That's your only job." And I took that with me, and it really did help. Like, okay, as long as the station's on air, everything else is fixable. That's fine. And I've taken that with me through the various producing and hosting jobs that I've done. And we weren't on air today.
Yeah.
I almost botched the very first lesson I learned in radio.
That's pretty much all it is. Just be on air. After that, figure it all out.
It's unbelievable how much of this job comes down to like, was the station on air? All right.
Yeah, it's all good
Great.
after that.
Cool, man.
We're waiting for
Go ahead.
I'll say we're waiting for Scott Perry. What do you think the vibes are like today? New GM, press conference.
I believe, given the generally optimistic nature of
Chatty House, like, how do you guys feel?
yeah, how's the vibe with Kings fans? I guess is that what you're asking, or you
Pretty
meant
much,
did you mean
yeah.
down at the presser?
No, I don't care how the media feels. Chatty House and stuff like that. Because like season didn't end great. Everyone was all pissed off. But it's like,
Is this exciting? Yeah,
yeah,
is
like
the
is this
introduction
exciting?
of Scott Perry
Yeah,
exciting?
like how do you guys feel about this?
I think it's exciting because
He-
anytime to me, can I tell you where I'm at?
Yeah.
Anytime there's a new GM, there's like a little bit of hope that like, okay, this time it'll be different.
Mhm.
No matter how many times you tell yourself it's not.
Yeah.
It's the 49ers were mostly bad for most of my life. But Dennis Erickson comes in. All right, hey, this is going to be different. Dennis Erickson's going to be that dude. Wrong. Okay, I was like 10. Get off my back.
Yeah.
Mike Nolan comes in. It's like, all right, Mike Nolan, he's going to be that dude. Oh, Mike Singletary. Mike Singletary can coach, baby. Here we go. Nope, he's not it.
Oh, we'll raise your Mike Singletary with Adam Gase.
Right. It just, you get so excited. And I think Kings fans, we've all been through this.
Yeah.
With GMs and coaches. So I think there's always like a hit. There's optimism that, okay, this one will be different.
Yeah.
Even as the pessimism starts to kind of push its way in.
Look at that. Russ Dog says, let's go. Vibes are high. PW916, meh. Same with Wheezy says, meh. Tristanic says, yeah, cautiously optimistic. It's pretty much like the same vibe. Yeah, I feel like it's like
optimism is where I'm at.
Yeah.
And I don't know exactly what I'm hoping to learn from Scott Perry today.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think he's not going to get into his first presser and burn it down.
He's probably not going to say much where it's like, oh yeah, we have this and that. Like it's going to be probably your regular GM press conference.
I'm fascinated to know where he stands on Zach LaVine. Because his previous quote on Zach LaVine, I didn't think was wrong.
You think that's getting brought up today?
Yeah, it has to. If it doesn't get brought up and James was there and not here and doesn't ask that question,
I'm curious because
I'm going to have a major problem. It has to. Bro, your new GM is on camera on a podcast recently going, yeah, Zach LaVine can score, but he's like a third option. He's not a winning player. And now your GM is on the team and he's your best player.
I'm with you. I just wonder if that's going to get asked.
To ask. That would be insane if they don't ask.
I'm excited.
Hey, here he comes. Scott Perry, everybody.
Everyone gets it.
Sitting down.
Good morning, everybody. I am so excited to be back here in Sacramento, California. It is a joy, a blessing for me. I'm honored that Vivek has bestowed this opportunity on me to lead this franchise moving forward, because the goal here is to build a sustainable winner. I want to thank Vivek for that. I also want to recognize my lovely wife sitting in the front, Kimberly Perry. We're going on 39 years of marriage. I'm going to try to keep it together for you here when I talk about that. But like the young people say, she's been my ride and die the whole time. We met at a basketball camp back when we were 13 years old. So our life has been about basketball. And she's been every step of the way with me on this basketball journey. And we're so excited to be here and be a part of this community. And we want to make Sacramento Kings Nation very proud. So with that being said, I'm here, ready to get to work. I'm going to open it up to questions from you guys.
Hey, Scott. James Ham, ESPN 1320.
I remember you, James. Exactly.
Nice to see you.
Exactly.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you, too.
Like, I think you've got a lot of orders of business here that you've got to take care of, but the first one is going to be the coaching situation. Mm-hmm. Do you have any idea what you're going to do with the coaching situation, whether it's Doug or you're going to open up to a full-fledged coaching search? Mm-hmm.
Well, you're looking at a guy who's a veteran of so many coaching searches, I can't even count them right now. But what I can tell you is I've spent time with Doug Christie already. I first met Doug Christie when he was a player at Toronto. So I admired him as a player, his career. I've watched him this year from afar. in terms of his ability to have a presence on the court. I think he's made a connection with players. We've had a few conversations up to this point. He was one of the first people I met with yesterday when I got into town. So I've only been here a little longer than 24 hours. With that said, my phone has incessantly rang for interest in this job. So I'm going to have a few more conversations in and around about this job. And hopefully I can come to some sort of resolution within the next week or so in terms of having a decision or announcement to inform everybody of.
Just want to know.
I get your name, sir.
Sorry, yeah, Tony O'Ray Harvey. Please call me Tony.
Call you
NBC
Tony?
Sports News, yes.
Tony.
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 You
Okay,
got it. Right on. So you're not naming Doug as your head coach right now. That's what you're basically saying. You want to open up your option. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
My next question was the departure of Monty McNair was, so urgent after the game last week. I just want to know when the discussions between you and the brass, Vivek, whatever, to take up this position, because everything just happened so fast.
Well, here's what I can tell you. 8 years ago, I had a 3-month interview here with the Sacramento Kings. And from that point forward, that 3 months allowed me and Vivek to establish a relationship that was built on respect and understanding. We learned each other's work styles, values, all the things that are important. And we maintained a relationship when I left for the New York Knicks. And we kept in contact throughout. So once the decision was made by the Kings organization to move forward and make a change with that position, things can come together quickly then, because both sides know one another. You know what you're getting. They know what they're getting with me. They're getting a proven leader, someone who's done this job before at a high level. And then I also understand and know the environment of the Sacramento Kings. And we have a shared vision. And again, that shared vision and mandate is to build a platform that's going to offer sustainable success in winning for this organization that this community richly deserves.
Hey, Scott. Brendan Nunez, Sacramento Sports.
Okay.
Nice to meet you. Mm-hmm. Obviously, a lot of talent on this roster, but what do you make of how they fit as a cohesive group? And do you have an idea yet of an ideal identity that you would have for this team?
Great question. Look, I'm just learning this roster. Again, I've watched them from afar. There's some talent here. There's an obvious need. I think everybody in this room probably would agree to it, that there's not a true point guard on the roster. Also, as I assess it from afar, I think we need to add more length and athleticism to this group to enhance some of the talent that's here. So that's from that standpoint, that's kind of what I'm looking at doing right now. And the second part of your question was the identity. Any successful pro sports organization, or any company for that matter, has to have an identity. And that's one thing that I don't see here yet, but that's what I'm all about, is establishing an identity. What does it mean to be a Sacramento Kings player? To play here, we're going to require toughness. We want a defensive orientation. We got to play extremely hard, and we got to play together on the offensive end. Share the game is what I like to say. We got to be professional. We got to be disciplined, and we got to have accountability. And so if you fit that profile, you'll see guys wearing that Kings jersey. If not, then we'll figure out how to get guys in here that do. And a line that you may hear me say, and you may have heard this before, I am looking for volunteers to that, not hostages.
Hi, Scott. Tristy Rodriguez, NBC Sports, California, over here.
Okay.
Welcome back to Sacramento. One of the biggest issues that this roster's had is, I think you just mentioned it, the length, the athleticism. Keegan Murray was just here a few days ago talking about how he doesn't really like to guard the 5 on a nightly basis. How do you, I guess, just plan to address that to help Keegan out a little bit?
Look, first of all, the one thing I want all the players here to do, I want to buy each player a mirror, because at first we're going to look at ourselves. And that starts with me each and every day. And so there's going to be an accountability first and foremost, that am I doing everything as an individual to make this team successful? And then whoever we have in here to coach, it's going to be their job, and I'm going to be behind the scenes helping to make sure that we maximize what they can do on the court. So Keegan is still a young player. I'm very confident in what he can be. I've spoken to him like I've spoken to all the players already, because that was one of the most important things for me to do that. And I think he'll be just fine, but he knows he's got to come in here and work, earn everything he gets. And the teams that I've been a part of, and I spent a long time with the Detroit Pistons, as you well know, and that team was built on accountability, was built on toughness, was built on defense, and was built on a team-first attitude. So when players come in this building, and when staff come in this building, starting with me, when I get out of my car and they get out of their cars, we're leaving our personal agendas and egos inside those cars. When you come inside, it's about the collective.
You're listening to Scott Perry's introductory press conference as the GM of the Sacramento Kings here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Welcome back.
Thank you so much.
This season has been a roller coaster season for the organization. A lot has happened with coaching, players, et cetera, et cetera. I think the sentiment out of player exit interviews was the sense of wanting consistency within the organization. What consistency can you bring to the organization, and what is your message to the players that have said that and the fan base that's looking forward as well?
Absolutely. Look, again, to be successful, you have to have that consistency and stability. If people that know me and know me well and know my experiences know that I'm all about stability. Even in the short time that I was here in Sacramento 8 years ago, it was almost 8 years ago to the day, ironically. In that short of time, we were starting to formulate some of that stability in terms of the people we were able to draft and what we were able to do in free agency, starting to set that culture. So I'm extremely confident in not only my abilities, but the people that we're going to have around us helping that. We all are going to be rowing the same direction in the boat. We can't have silos. We can't have individual agendas. Like I said, it's all about the collective, and it's about being the Kings. I don't want any of the credit. I want all of the people around me to get the credit. I'm going to lead that. That's what, to me, great leadership is being a servant leader, and that I'm going to provide that here. And you guys will find this in me. I'm going to be heavily engaged in a lot of things around here to help make this organization, this team, one that can be proud, everybody can be proud of, and not only here, but Kings fans globally. Because when we come to work every day, I want people coming in to work with a positive, winning mindset every single day. That's what it's all about.
Hi, Scott. Jason Anderson with the Sacramento Bee. Nice to see you.
Good to see you, Jason.
Yeah, welcome back.
Thank you.
To the question about, consistency and stability, there's, dysfunction's been kind of a dirty word around here. And I just wonder, with your history of relationships and your connections around the league, like, how do you begin to overcome that? And what is the way forward in terms of creating a unified vision and direction?
Great question. Look, I've been around, as you mentioned, this league a long time. And one of the things that made me feel great when this all unfolded and it was announced that I was coming here, I heard from so many players that I have worked with in the NBA during my 25-year past. I mean, I heard from all the guys from the 04 Pistons championship team. Hear from a lot of the guys from the Knicks that I work with, guys from Orlando that I work with, even players that I coached in college. I heard from just about every agent in the business. So glad to have you back involved in being here, because we got tired of seeing you on television on ESPN. You know, you fit better on this side. But so I am very comfortable and confident that it's the people that end up making the situation. And I'm going to lead that charge to make sure that we have the necessary credibility that we can be at the table to attract good talent here to the Sacramento Kings organization. We're going to be very prudent and opportunistic in how we build out this roster, whether it be through the draft, free agency, or trades.
Hey, Scott. Jeremiah Solomson here, Sports Radio Service. Welcome back to Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
I know you just got here, obviously, but when you look at this roster from afar, I'm sure you've been, keeping up with it. Do you see more of tweaks you want to make, or do you see kind of a large overhaul coming for you?
I guess, I just mentioned there, I'm going to be opportunistic and prudent in doing this. I'm learning all the players just like they're getting to learn me. And I'm going to spend a lot of time with a number of them this summer and just make sure that we're equally aligned about where we're headed, because I'm going to be steadfast in my resolve and getting to where we need to get. And again, I want to make sure that they're in tune and in line and that they want to be on board with that. So that's what I would tell you right now. There's some good talent here. I've had a excellent reception from all the players thus far. I've talked to every single one of them, and they all seem very positive and ready to go. They like the community here. Obviously, I'm sure there was frustration that the season ended the way it did, but I'd be disappointed if they weren't frustrated. That's part of it.
Hey, Scott. Deuce Mason.
Hey, Deuce. How you doing? Good to see you.
What motivated you to take this job? Why this challenge at this time of your career?
That's been my life. I've loved taking on challenges, and if you followed my career, a lot of the organizations that I worked with when we first came in, they were struggling or non-playoff teams, whatever you want to call them. But then by the time we left, the organizations were better. I enjoyed that. I enjoy challenges. I don't run from problems, I run to them. And I think that's a necessary quality that you got to have when you come in to build a situation like this. And I embrace it. And I think there's a lot of good people here within the organization. I think there's a lot of good people in this community. I understand a frustrated fan base. I faced that going into New York City, quite frankly, when I got there, and enjoyed every minute of that and being part of that turnaround there. So that's why I'm so confident in it. And again, my experience, my know-how, confidence in it, that we can do it. I've been there, done that. Feel really good about having the chance to do that here.
Hey, Scott, right over here.
Okay, all right.
Welcome to Sacramento.
Okay, all right.
Again.
Okay, exactly.
And congrats.
Hey, I'm going to be here longer than 3 months this time. I can't say that, okay? Exactly.
We got that on the record.
You got that on the record. Okay, all right, good.
Congratulations, too, on 39 years of marriage. Incredible.
Thank you very much.
So
you should congratulate her more than me. Exactly.
Congratulations.
Exactly.
Putting up with him for 39
Yeah,
years.
Exactly.
So my question to you, you said earlier, you used this word sustainability.
Mm-hmm.
As you are, well, oh yeah, I didn't even introduce myself. I'm Kevin John from ABC 10.
Okay, all right, okay.
Okay.
We got that out the way. All right, go ahead.
one of the things that you said earlier, like I said, was sustainability. You are well aware that this franchise has not been able to sustain success over the last 16, 17 years, with the exception of 2023. And it has been a long road to get back to that area. With Deuce's last question, you had talked about you being confident that you can do that. So my question is to you is, what gives you the confidence that you can right the ship, and also to a fan base that is desperate for winning, one of the greatest loyal fan bases in the NBA? What can you say to them to reassure them that we are on the right track and you are confident you can get this job done?
A few things. One, in my conversations with Vivek, it's clear what the mandate was. He wants me to come in here and lead this charge, bring my expertise to this building, to this organization, to build that sustainable platform. And he has pledged his support and his resources to be able to do that. Okay, that's number one. Number two, when you've been around as long as I have been around, things can change. So I understand, like you said, the frustration of the fan base because you haven't won that much in the past, what you said, 16, 17 years. But with the right energy, with the right focus, with the right perseverance, I've seen things turn around. I've been a part of it. Back when I was in Detroit, now obviously the Bad Boys were good in the late 80s, and it was a great team. And then they went through a little bit of law. It might not have been as long as the one here in Sacramento. But we rolled up our sleeves. We didn't pay attention to the noise that you can't build a sustainable winner in a small market team, cold city like Detroit. We rolled up our sleeves. We ended up going to 6 straight conference finals and won a world championship while we were there. So anything is possible and anything is doable. And I am the eternal optimist, positive person. I know this league. I've been at it a long time. And I just feel really comfortable. It's a good time, a good place to make that, to start on that ascension and build that sustainability. So will there be bumps along the road to get there? I'm sure. That's life. That's adversity. But like I said earlier, we're not going to run away from the problems. We're going to run to them.
So Scott, Sean Cunningham. Yeah. Just when you look at, you mentioned people thrilled to have you back and out of the analyst booth. There's obviously, fans of
the podcast where I do. Don't forget that.
Oh, I'm not.
Don't forget my podcast people at the Hoop Genius. Exactly, that worked.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that one, because there was a clip obviously that might haunt you as you come over here.
I knew when you come.
Yeah. Talking about Zach.
Look, anything I say, I'm not worried about it haunting me. But go ahead.
For sure. No,
exactly.
Just to that point, like, does that create an awkward moment? I mean, obviously you're always such a straight shooter, and I just now hear Zach LaVine is on your roster, and imagine you've had a chance to speak with him.
Absolutely, I've had a chance to speak with Zach. I knew Zach a little bit well before I took this job. When he was a young player at UCLA when he was coming out, I obviously scouted him and watched him a lot. Terrific talent, athletic, nearly a career 40% three-point shooter. And he and I, like I said, we had a good conversation. It's my job now to help put pieces around him and others to enhance his ability to start winning. And that is what you're getting at with the comment that I made, because it was a reflection on him not having won as much. It's nothing personal with me. And the great thing, what I enjoy with my relationship with all players, and that's why so many of them reached out to me, because they know, okay, I might not always agree with him, but he's going to shoot me straight. And they know that I'm going to provide radical candor surrounded by radical love. They know it's coming from a good place.
Hi, Scott. Michelle Dapper with KCRA back here.
Hey,
welcome
Michelle.
back to Sacramento.
Thank you so much.
You mentioned that you have talked to the players, and during the exit interviews with the players, several of them expressed their need, want, concerns with the front office. Just curious if you could share maybe some of the things that you've maybe reassured the players on how you plan to turn this around and move forward?
A number of them obviously are familiar with my journey and my path, so I think that breeds some confidence. But in the conversations, just like we're having here right now, it's very clear what my vision is and what I'm about, what I stand for. The reception has been great from those guys, and I think they're ready to get on board. You know, players, sometimes a misconception is that players don't want real, true accountability, but they really do. The key is you've got to be consistent with it. It can't be accountability in October, none in November, trying to get it back in December. And so that, again, is going to fall on me, coaching staff, and our entire staff, that how we go about our business on a daily basis. We can talk about a lot of things right now, but we got to live them every single day. And that's ultimately what's going to be the key determinant in terms of our success moving forward.
Hey, Scott, good to see you, brother.
Good to see you, Chris Haynes. He was a guest on our Hoop Genius podcast one
I
time.
wasn't
Exactly.
I wasn't on that episode with you
with BJ and Mo Mootsie, my guys. Exactly.
Those my dudes. I wasn't on that episode with Zach though.
Exactly. You gonna clear yourself from that? Exactly.
Scott, I wanted to ask. You talked about ownership and the directive. I want to ask, what is there a number one focus that ownership wanted you to kind of come and clean up and fix up, right? Is there one thing in particular? And number two, want to ask about your front office staff. Do you have a timeline on when you plan to finalize that?
First, like I said, the number one thing from ownership, Chris, again, and I said it earlier, it is to build this sustainable platform for sustainability of winning and success. That is the most important thing, and Vivek's pledged support to help me see that vision through. That is first and foremost. Secondly, to your question about the staff, right now, I have no updates on that. I'm in the process right now as people who are in this room right now, a number of them King employees. I'm meeting with every single person in the basketball operations department. And that's probably going to take me almost a couple weeks. But I'm doing that. I want to learn their stories, learn about them, and see who really fits us moving forward, who may have concerns with us moving forward. But that's, to me, that's the most prudent thing to do. That's the most respectful thing to do. Again, I've been around the league a long time, and I want to make sure that, my vision is clear about what I want to get done here, and we'll see. So it will be a slow evolving process, I think, in terms of staff additions, subtractions, but ready for that as well too. And just rest assured, any additions will be high level, capable people with character. Character is very important.
Hi, Scott. Matt George, ABC 10, right here.
Okay. Hey,
Good to
Matt.
see
How you doing?
My question has to do with timelines specifically. Last season there was a bit of like a planned playoff mandate kind of on the organization and the position that they were in. Has it been expressed to you from Vivek, from ownership, about any kind of expectation of winning right away or giving you the time necessary to fix this?
The expectation is to build a sustainable winner, and do the things necessary to create an environment that will breed that. And that's the only mandate. And so I'm going to do what's best, what I see is best for that. Obviously, I'm someone who's wired to win. So again, we'll see what unfolds over the next coming months. But I'm going to do my very best to enhance what's here right now and see where it takes us.
You're listening to Scott Perry's introductory press conference as the GM of the Kings right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento
Sports Afternoon Show. With this gentleman over here to my left, Kyle Draper.
Oh, okay. All right. Again, what's going on?
When you have so many decisions to make, coaching decision, many roster decisions, you talked about identity. When you have so many decisions to make and each one affects the other decisions, how do you know where to start? And when it comes to making those decisions, do you expect to have full autonomy going forward?
I asked my wife. No, seriously. Look, again, as a veteran of this thing, I have my North Star vision, if you will. And so I come in with that in mind. So I start putting things together with that, ultimate goal in line. So, and like anything else, when you have detailed plans, every now and then there's a hiccup, a change. Somebody may come into you and say that they don't want to be here any longer, whatever the case may be. But I'm always conscious of, and it's a great question, of one decision leading to maybe a multitude of other decisions. So when I do make one, I always try to think about what consequences they may present.
Hi, Scott. Mark Dembski, KPK, Sacramento's News Radio. In regards to the head coaching position, is there a timeline? Also, do you plan on meeting with maybe other candidates face to face? And what exactly are you looking for in the head coaching position?
Well, I'm asking the back part first. What I'm looking for in the coaching position is someone to carry through a number of things I've talked about here. Someone who is going to be committed to having a tough-minded, defensive-oriented, team that shares the basketball, a team that's disciplined, professional, accountable. So we've got to be aligned there. The coach has got to be aligned with that goal. And so, again, I'm going to take a few days here. I've got a lot of calls to answer. And then I'll figure it out from there. Again, you're looking at someone who probably has met the majority of guys who would be interested in this job. if so in terms of, so I have a lot of institutional knowledge when it comes to what's out there in the coaching market. So again, I will inform you guys as soon as I come to that final decision, whether I'm, hopefully it'll be in a week or so.
Hi, Scott. Michelle again, over here in the back. Just curious.
Oh, okay.
Right
all right.
With all this, just how closely are you going to be working with Vivek with all of these decisions? Has he given you full control to say, I'm going to hire the coach, I'm going to add these players to the roster, or do you plan to work with him?
Look, obviously Vivek owns the team, and I've worked with Vivek before, and I enjoy a very healthy and positive relationship with him. But make no mistake, he has empowered me to lead this team and make critical decisions. Now, will I talk to him often about different things in this team? Absolutely. It only makes sense. There's a saying that will be prevalent throughout my tenure here and within our office. I want diversity of thought, but with unity of purpose. And that's what we're going to be led by. And so that starts with my relationship with Vivek. What's that? Okay.
All right, that's Scott Perry's intro presser. The entire sales staff is standing around our windows staring at us to make sure that we're paying bills. And actually, that was it. The press conference is over. I was going to tell everybody on the radio, if you want to hear more, watch on YouTube where we're also carrying the presser. Alas, the press conference is now over. There's a ton to dig into. I have a massive page of notes here. We're going to dive into all that. We're going to give away $500. We got to talk some NFL draft. Tons coming up on the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Jesse Tapia in for James Ham. I'm Kyle Matz. We're back in a second here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
All right, that was a long press conference, but it was entertaining.
That was a lot.
Yeah, I've got thoughts.
I want to shout out real quick, just while we're here. I want to shout out KCRA3's Michelle Dapper for that last question.
Yeah.
Because when I believe it was Kevin Gleason asked about if he had full autonomy, because there's a 2-part question. When he asked about full autonomy, he just kind of like sidestepped it. And then Michelle Dapper stepped in and like re-emphasized that portion of it. So that's really good. I want to talk about that. We got coaching stuff. Lots to get into. Okay. Yeah, it's big time from Sean Cunningham. I get why he couldn't be more direct with it, but I kind of wish he had been. It was kind of funny watching the chat here. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to not be optimistic at this point. Like, unless you're just going to be one of those people who's like, until they do something right, I'm not going to believe in them. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I don't know if I'm buying all the platitudes. Like that just kind of, or I don't know if that's the right word. I might be misusing that word, but I don't know. It felt like too many. It felt like he overdid it. It didn't seem organic to me. This is a bar. This is a good line. Hey, good morning. Oh. Where'd my there it is. No, they did not, or yes, they did ask about this. We'll talk about what he said. Yeah. I don't know if his idioms, sayings. I don't know.
Seems like a cool guy.
Yeah. I see why everybody likes him. Like you see in that 35-minute press conference why he's so well liked around the league. Yeah. Well, if we're taking stuff like this, he also emphasized winning, so that means everybody's out. Is Platitudes right? Platitudes might be right. All right, yeah, Platitudes is right. Shout out. He definitely talks. He did not answer all the questions. But also, I think part of it, and this is what we'll talk about, part of it is that he like just started.
Yeah.
I expect him to, I'm going to say sidestep, but not have answers for some of these questions. Because like, hey, what are you going to do? He's not going to be like, oh, we got to get DeMar DeRozan out of here.
Yeah.
Like he's not going to say anything like that. Man, hey, that Zach LaVine guy.
What I said in the pod, yeah,
done.
he's out.
Okay. So I don't expect him to have answers yet. Yeah, I think this might be kind of his superpower, especially with Vivek, where like if Vivek is kind of iffy on something and maybe doesn't want Scott to do it, maybe Perry can talk him into it. He definitely has the vibe that he drives like a.
All right, what car do you guys think Scott Perry drives, Scott?
Oof.
I'll use my credential for the first time next time and ask him that.
Yes. I believe he drives a 1978 Chevy Impala.
Lizzie says Audi. Rob Nacho says
Audi, he might.
Cadillac. We got a Buick from Cap.
Might have a Caddy. Hey, given how popular the Honda Civic is, this isn't a bad guess. Toyota Corolla, Honda Civic.
He's a Camry guy. It's gas efficient.
All right, we're coming back.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
And no James Ham today. Jesse Toppy in. James was down at Scott Perry's press conference, his introductory press conference, as the GM of the Sacramento Kings. Tons to get into. And I want to say this up top. I think there were a lot of questions in there that he didn't answer.
Mm-hmm.
And he, at knee-jerk reaction just on the surface, is sidestepping some of these questions, but I don't think he's sidestepping it because he doesn't. I think he's not answering questions because there's answer. Like he genuinely doesn't know the answer to some of these things yet.
Yeah, he just got here.
Where he just got here, he's getting asked like, "Hey, who's the coach going to be?" And again, none of these are the wrong question, they're the right questions. But I don't blame him for being like, "Don't know yet. Got some people I got to talk to. Hopefully, we'll have an answer in the next week."
Yeah, like that's just gonna happen though. I mean, doesn't mean anything, but I think he won the press conference.
He definitely did.
Yeah.
If you're grading the Scott Perry, what grade do you give the presser? 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Grading Scott Perry's intro presser. A big NFL draft guy. We've been grading stuff for weeks. We'll be grading stuff all the rest of this week.
Yeah, Kyle just can't stop grading stuff right now.
I need to grade
He's
stuff.
addicted.
I need to grade
Yeah.
something. You B- right now. Figure it out.
Damn, okay. Hey, a B- back then. Hey, Ma, I got a B-.
No, I'm joking. Yeah, dude, he did, I think, everything right today.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I saw some people talking about cautious optimism. I saw some people saying none of this means anything. I need to see him work this offseason. I totally agree. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But the information we have right now, TCSC on the line, hang in there. Based on the information we have right now on April 23rd, he gets an A for today.
Yeah, it was fine. It was fine. He said length and athleticism. That was a hit.
That was it. That's all. Honestly, that was all I needed.
Yeah. Said the team needs a true point guard. I agree as well. Another hit. Like, yeah, he said the things he did say, like actually talked about. Like, he said the right things.
Yeah, and I think what you want to do as a GM, because going in, we said, hey, what's the vibe here? And I'm seeing A, I see a B+ for grades for Scott Perry today. But we asked what the vibe, and it seems like it's kind of meh right now. Like, like, yeah, I don't really know. And your job as the GM in that first press conference is to, hey, provide optimism. At least give the air that you know what you're doing. Give people reason to believe that you're going to do the right things. And he said, I have a vision. I need to take steps to secure that vision. I have an identity I think the team needs to have. I don't know which players on this team are going to be said. You need to be a volunteer to this vision, not a hostage.
Yeah.
I liked that line. And he said he's going to meet with players throughout the summer and see who's going to be a volunteer and who would be a hostage in that. And if you're not going to be a volunteer, then they're going to figure something else out. He said all of the right things in that respect. And so the stuff that he sidestepped or didn't have an answer for, I don't mind, because I genuinely don't think like, hey, what's your first move? Like, don't know. I got to figure that out.
Yeah, when are you going to trade DeMar DeRozan?
Right. You can't just ask him that. So yeah. I thought for the most part, he did a really nice job today.
The buzzword for him, I feel like, was sustainable winner. To me, my brain goes to a rebuild. Like, I don't see what you have here now. Like, I don't see how that's a sustainable winner. Maybe you can get into a plan or anything like that. Maybe make a couple moves,
but that's not winning.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
The way they're talking about winning.
Yeah, then you might have to break this up a little bit. Not completely tear down the tank, but more so Like build your
I-
assets and kind of do it the right way again.
I want to put a pin in that because I think that's the right direction to go with what is his job now. But I want to get out to the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. TC is on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. What's going on, TC?
Hey, what's up, Carl? Jesse, what's up, man?
What's up, TC?
Man. Hey, y'all got me?
Yes, sir.
Barely.
Clear? All right, look, so check it out. Hey, first of all, before we get started, hey, Carl, that whole little situation yesterday, bro, it's all good, bro. It's good. I feel some type of way about Purdy and Kyle, and I stand on that.
That's
You
okay.
said what you said, bro. We all good, bro.
No
You
doubt,
feel
bro.
me? I just want to
Appreciate you.
get that out the way.
Appreciate you.
On top, we good.
Yes, sir.
First and foremost, so look, I give Scott Perry an A+ in my opinion. I heard what I need to hear. The question that everybody wants to hear, the whole is Vivek running it? No, he's not. The only mandate around here is winning. And I'm going to put a winning organization around that, and I need everybody to be aligned. Also, what stood out to me is when he said, I already talked to all the players. I even got players that I either coached before or drafted already reaching out to me. I maybe Kevin Durant or whoever, but players are already reaching out. He has a vision, bro. Already seen it. I heard enough. Scott Perry got an A+, and he going to get to work. He can't let all of his tools out in this press conference. He just going to let his work speak. I'm excited.
Awesome. Thanks, TC. I think that's kind of the general consensus.
It's a flag.
Oh, what'd he say?
I think he said you can't let all those jewels out at the press conference.
I thought he said dudes.
Oh, I thought he said jewels. What did you say, TC? What did you say?
Hey, you know what? Inconclusive flag
Yeah.
stands. Yeah, man. I think I agree with TC for the most part there. The question I have
real quick, we can say I thought he said jewels. You think he said dudes, and then JD said he thinks he said tools. So who knows?
But tools is also a flag. You also can't drop that. No, but man, I like again the work will have to speak for itself.
Yeah.
This press conference is not going to matter if they're 40-42 again next year.
Yeah.
Good.
Vivek is the new boogeyman word too with the Sacramento Kings.
1000%.
Whether right or wrong, or whether he's like so involved or not, Vivek is the new boogeyman word. I feel like.
Yeah, so Kevin Gleason, formerly of the Rise Guys here on ESPN 1320, asked a question about does he have autonomy? And Scott Perry didn't really address that part of the question because he talked about his vision for the team and this and that. And then Michelle Dapper from KCRA jumped in and said, "Okay, well, are you able to make these decisions?
Yeah.
Is Vivek going to be involved in your decision making?" And he said, obviously Vivek owns the team, but we have a good relationship and we'll talk a lot, but these are my decisions to make.
Yeah, and I guess my next question too is like, there's clearly a lack of distrust with the fans and Vivek and like the media now. I feel like it's the questions they were asking in the press conference and all that. How long do you think it's going to take for Scott Perry to shake that? Would say, yeah, Scott Perry is making his moves now. Because like Vivek, I feel like that's going to be like a little side story where it's like, how much is Vivek involved and yada yada yada. Because now it was a topic, of course, at this press conference.
I think it's to me it's less about is Vivek involved and more did he hire the right guy?
Yeah.
Because I agree with Kenny on this. A lot of what the Kings were doing was Monty McNair up until probably the Zach LaVine thing. I think the Zach LaVine thing was De'Aaron Fox going to the organization and saying, I want out of here. And the organization deciding, okay, it's best if we do this now. And Vivek going, no, we're doing this now. And I want Zach LaVine. Forget rebuilding because you're not going to be here. I want to make it to the playoffs this year. Go get Zach LaVine.
Yeah.
That's where I think. So I don't think Vivek is going to be involved off the rip.
No, yeah, I don't think he is either. But I'm wondering where he's out of sight, out of mind, I guess.
If they win,
I got you.
That's it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because even if it's not him making the moves, even if he goes to I don't know Cancun for the next 3 years,
running routes on the beach.
He's running routes on the beach. He's vibing in Cancun, and it's Scott Perry up here doing everything, and he's just messing up, and the Kings aren't winning in the rebuild. They're either rebuilding or they're not, or they're stuck, and they're just a 35-40 win team for the next 3 years. If Vivek had nothing to do with it, it's still gonna be like, bro, you hired the wrong guy. So until he's always going to get some portion of the blame, but I'm not on. I don't think what's happening right now is Scott Perry's leaving his presser and he's going to Vivek's office and going, okay, coach, what do we do?
Yeah.
I don't think it's that. I really don't.
It seems like the way Scott Perry talked, like it's going to be, I mean, he said things like shared vision. Like it seems like he's going to be able to run it himself.
Now the small red flag that went up for me just on the Vivek front was when he got asked, when did you kind of start having these discussions with the Kings? Because the timeline was very strange. And he was like, well, I had a 3-month interview 8 years ago, and I've been in contact with Vivek since. Damian was right. They called the one guy they know, Vivek and Vlade. Called the one guy that they just had on speed dial who and he wasn't fired by the Knicks. His contract dissolved with the Knicks after the 22-23 season.
Mm-hmm.
And so he did his Hoop Genius podcast, I guess, which you plugged a bunch of times. But
so like and subscribe, please.
Also, the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show available wherever you get your podcast.
Yeah, like and subscribe to that as well.
While you're subscribed to Hoop Genius. No, but it was it felt very much like they didn't bring him in because they particularly liked his vision for the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
They brought him in because I'm sure they love his vibe and wanted him around again. That makes sense. They trust him as a basketball mind.
Yeah.
With his connections around the league. Like, okay, cool. That's the reason they brought him in. But there was not any kind of like interview process here. I think they knew the minute Monty was done, they knew Scott Perry was their target.
Is that sort of
I don't think that's bad necessarily.
Yeah, it's not necessarily bad, but can you turn that into a good thing in a sense? With all the dysfunction here, you kind of just bring in the one guy where it's like, all right, like everyone, like they trust him, so maybe they just kind of give him the ball and like he can run with it finally.
Maybe. Like that might be it.
Because it seems like Scott Perry, like from obviously outside looking in, he seems pretty respected. James has talked about him or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, everyone seems to
And
like
I think
him. And
that's
all
right.
That. Yeah. Like it seems like the league seems to like him and all that. So maybe you finally just got a basketball guy that they trust finally. And I get the whole thing too, where it's just like you just hired the guy you're comfortable with, but maybe this time like that's just what they need to.
Sure. Somebody that they trust to make the right moves so they can get out of the way.
Like Vivek trusts him, so maybe he's like, all right, Scott's here, do your thing.
I want to talk about that specifically. What does this look like? You said they may not be able to tear it all the way down, so how do they build it up? We'll dive into that. He got asked about his Zach LaVine comments.
Shout out Sean Cunningham.
We'll talk about that, and we might sprinkle in some NFL draft today with our draft show tomorrow.
Potentially, who knows? You guys stick around to find out.
Tap in to find out. We'll also in the next hour give away your chance to win $500. We'll have a keyword for you. We had a winner yesterday. We had a winner Monday. And the winner today could be you. Listen for the keyword coming up in the next hour. That's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madsen. James Ham out on assignment today. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Clear. Yep. Aren't the Kings not hosting the All-Star game because of a lack of 5-star hotels?
That's what they say, yeah. Just don't have the facilities. Shout out Jackie. And shout out Promotions. Michigan, I don't know, man. I told Kenny and D'Lo yesterday, I just show up. I'm not even happy to be there. I show up every Sunday just to see them. Maybe he asked me who I want the Dolphins to draft.
13?
Yeah. Draft a lineman. Draft an offensive lineman for once. I reached the point with them where it's just like, whatever.
You know what I don't understand?
What?
We'll talk about the draft at the breaks. You know what I don't understand is people who go to the draft.
I don't get, well, like what if the draft was like at Levi or whatever? Like you wouldn't pull up with you don't have to cover. You wouldn't pull up with the boys. Like maybe, no?
Not even a little bit.
Little drinks before, maybe feeling good. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, we can do that.
Draft
We
vibes.
can do that at home.
You're
We can
right.
go to-
I'm
we
just
can go to
yeah.
a bar. We can go to Cache Creek and go to the Elevate Lounge.
That's true.
and hang
On
out there,
Thursday,
which is what
with
we're
the
doing.
insiders.
In fact, you know what? James and I are doing that. And we'd love for everybody to go.
At 4 o'clock.
4 to 5 p.m., we're having a show where we're talking about the draft.
Facts.
And then after that, we're going the YOLO room, by the way, if you want to come hang out, like just come vibe with us. And then at the end of that show at 5 o'clock, we're going to the Elevate Lounge and we're going to drink drinks and eat food and
Have a
watch
good
the draft.
time and watch people get drafted. Watch people's lives get changed.
That just sounds way more fun than going to Green Bay.
Yeah.
We're there with the homies. We're there standing up. All right, we're waiting an hour. All right, here's pick 11. Here we go. All right, Walter Nolan.
I'll tell you this.
Woo!
Me and the homies are never going to Green Bay.
Facts.
We're never going to the Midwest.
I will go to Green Bay. I will go to Green Bay to go to Lambeau Field for a game.
That's fair. Yeah.
That'll go
That's
to Green
fine.
Bay.
Yes.
I'm
That's
not going to Green Bay to watch Roger Goodell say names.
Yeah. I feel like you only go to Green Bay to go to a Packers game.
Facts.
Like it's not like, oh, we're going to Green Bay to go party this weekend. No.
And nobody's trying to. Nobody's rocking with Green Bay.
Sorry, Green Bay, but
I'm not anti. Look, I'm not anti-city. I'm sure the town of Green Bay or city of Green Bay is great. I don't want to go party the same way. I'm from Brentwood. I love my little town.
Yeah.
There's a reason I live right on the border of it now. I would judge the person who's like, God, I just got to get to Brentwood, California. No, you don't. You don't have to go to Brentwood.
Shout out Modesto, California, though.
Love Modesto. Rainbow Fields, let's go.
Hey, shout out.
How many tournaments did you play at Rainbow Fields?
I played fall ball there a couple times.
Okay. I bet I played 10 tournaments at Rainbow.
Yeah, I was more big about Pasio, but that's where I played. Shout out, Mark. Shout out. Hey, John Poles, don't do that. No, it's not like Bakersfield. Bakersfield's much worse.
I've spent entirely too much time in Bakersfield. One of my friends from college was from there. And man, the first time I went, it was like a fever dream, dude.
I've never stepped foot in Bakersfield.
We just shot, we went to this billiards hall that we shot pool, and no matter what beer you order, you're getting Coors Light.
Oh, so you've spent time in
I've been
Bakersfield.
out. I've gone to what's the Buck Owens place called?
I don't know, bro. If it's in Bakersfield, I have no clue.
It's I forget. Crystal Palace, I guess what it's called. Crystal Palace, is that it?
It's a soccer team.
Where's
I
the
know
Baco?
that.
Where are my Baco heads at?
Yeah, who's our Bakersfield insider?
The person who raises their hand as a Bakersfield insider is getting blocked.
Yeah.
It is the Crystal Palace. Shout out.
All right, Ivan, you're our Bakersfield insider, I believe.
I already came up with the name though. So yeah, I went there a couple of times, and after the second time I was driving home, I'm on this weird 3.5 hour, 4 hour drive home. I was like, I don't ever want to go.
This was a mistake.
What a weird place. Why did I smoke cigarettes? I just smoked a cigarette in my life. Are those red? Yeah.
Just this place has changed.
Yeah. I've got on cowboy hat.
Yeah.
Wearing ostrich boots.
This doesn't fit
Who
me.
am I?
Yeah, Ivan says he loves Bakersfield, so that's our insider.
All right. See you, Ivan.
Yeah. Go take a walk. Go take a lap.
All right. Second hour. Lock in, everyone.
Game faces.
Number 2 of the ESPN 1320 Insiders. Get ready for the most up-to-date sports news and talk with the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Hour number 2. That's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We got NBA playoffs happening tonight. How do the Kings and Scott Perry, their new GM, get back to the NBA playoffs? We'll talk about that shortly. But I have been putting in multiple lineups a night on Underdog Daily Fantasy.
How we been doing?
Horrible. I have no feel for any of these series or any of these games. It seems easy enough. You pick higher or lower on at least 2 player stats, and you can win up to 1,000 times your money, right? It seems super easy. And if you want to sign up now, promo code Kyle M, KYLEM at the Underdog app. So I have one of 2 things I can do. I can just take a week off or 2 weeks off and try and kind of get an idea of what's happening in each series. The problem is I don't want to do that because of the extender promo that Underdog has going on right now, where you get a 40% profit boost token for a game 1. Game 2, you get 50% profit boost token. For game 3, 60%. If there's a game 7, you get a 100% profit boost token. So if your lineup is going to win you $100, you play that token. Your lineup now wins you $200, right? So I can't not play. And I feel like at some point I'm gonna get a feel for these series, and I think I do. And here's the lineup I'm rocking with tonight. Let me get the app open. Stand by.
You miss all the shots you don't take, too, by the way.
Do you want my Warriors Rockets lineup or my other lineup?
Let's start with Warriors Rockets. Let's see what
All
you're
right,
comfortable with.
Warriors Rockets. Gary Payton II, I'm going higher than 6.5 points. Fred VanVleet, I'm going higher than 2.5 3-pointers made. He was 2 for 13 in game 1. He's going to knock down some threes. And I think Gary Payton II is going to get a lot of those like easy rolls to the basket because I think the Rockets are going to really try and get the ball out of Steph's hands. They're going to double him a lot. They like that little pick and roll with Steph and GP2. Like he's going to have higher than 6.5 points. Amen Thompson's going to be better. Like he goes higher than 13.5 points. I also think Alperen Şengün, the Warriors just don't have an answer for him. I'm going higher than 20.5.
Sounds right.
So that's where I'm at with the Warriors Rockets game. My other lineup features 3 from Orlando and Boston and 1 from Miami and Cleveland.
Yeah, you got a lot of magic out there.
Jonathan Isaac higher than 4.5 points. He's going to play like 18 minutes.
Jonathan Isaac is the ultimate.
Can I get a 3?
Maybe.
Can I get a 3 and a bucket? That's all I need. Cole Anthony higher than 4.5 points because Cole Anthony is one of those guys that can just get hot and make 6 threes in a game.
Sounds right.
And then Paolo Banchero going higher than 26.5 points, partly because I think the Celtics strategy in the series is like, yeah, you get yours. Franz isn't. Nobody else is going to score 20. And Paolo, yeah, you're going to have 40.
That's basically what they did with Joel Embiid. He's
Yep.
going to get 40. We'll stop Tobias Harris then.
Yep. So I think that's what they're going to do. I think Paolo Banchero goes higher than 26.5 points. And then the other game, I got Miami and Cleveland. I'm going Andrew Wiggins higher than 17.5 points. Shout out to my guy Wiggs.
Yeah, why not? Wiggins is the ultimate. Maybe he'll go for 30 today.
He might go for 30. He might go for 6.
Yeah, who knows?
It's exhilarating thanks to Underdog Daily Fantasy.
I don't hate that. Like Isaac and Anthony feel like safe plays.
Yeah, it's just and maybe those numbers are low because they're tricking me.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, I need a 3 and a bucket from Jonathan Isaac, or a couple of buckets and an one. Okay, Cole Anthony's liable to get hot. He might be their only offensive option if Paolo Banchero's not going.
Yeah.
So
I mean, Franz Wagner disappeared in the second half.
Franz
So
Wagner,
someone's
that's
got
a
those
thumbs
buckets.
down for me. I'm out.
You're out
for now in this series.
Okay.
In this series, as
That's
part of my
fair.
Underdog lineup, I'm in on Franz. I'm out on him for my Underdog lineup. Download the Underdog app and sign up with promo code KYLEM, KYLEM, to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. That's promo code KYLEM, KYLEM. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/extend.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. Okay, Scott Perry and the Kings.
What you got?
You mentioned that sustainable winner. He said building a sustainable winner multiple times. And I'm interested to see, and this is sort of loops the Vivek aspect of this back into the conversation. There are years to go here for Scott Perry.
Mm.
If the goal is simply, hey, just make the playoffs next year, which is not a sustainable winner, that's a short-term Band-Aid for a much bigger problem. So I'm going to operate on the assumption that there's not some edict from Vivek Ranadive. It's like, you need to make the playoffs next year.
That's how it kind of felt. Like, it didn't come off as if, like, yeah, we're going to try to make the playoffs this year. We're going to try to win. Like, it was always like, well, he said we're going to win, but, like, they're going to try to build sustainable win. To me, that's, you're going to just kind of build something where it's like, this is going to last more than a few years.
Right. Like, there might be a couple of moves this offseason to make them worse in the immediate, but give them a better runway to being good in 2 years.
Yeah, because like I said, this current roster, whether it be Zach LaVine or whoever, like, this is going to last you maybe a year, if that.
It's not it.
Yeah.
And I'm the thing I'm most interested to see with Scott Perry, and I think one of his biggest challenges is, okay, what do you do with DeMar DeRozan? Like that's a Hall of Famer. You're probably not going to get a player as effective as him in terms of putting the ball in the basket. And honestly, at his age, I don't know how many teams are going to be shelling out like big time draft capital for him. I'm just interested to see what happens there.
You're getting DeMar DeRozan to a contender, I think. You're going to get maybe a
Yeah.
late first, a pick swap, something like that. I
Yeah.
don't even know pick swap or whatever, but you'll get like a late first. You're not going to get too much for DeMar DeRozan. Maybe you're going to have to match salary, so get maybe a couple decent role players and all that, but it's not going to be anything crazy.
If you get a rotation player, a project kind of young player, and a pick, cool. But again, we can discuss the minutia of that. The other challenge is, I think, you have to figure out what are you doing with Domantas Sabonis, who has 3 years left.
Yeah, he's like 43, 46, and then 49.9 the last year.
It's a sizable deal. Are you building around him, or are you getting him out of here? And if you're getting him out of here, what does that return look like? I think you have to figure out what you're doing with Zach LaVine, who also has an inflated contract with a player option next year for $50 million. It's a lot of money. That might be hard to trade. So it's like these big pieces that we look at and go, yeah, you know what? You might have to break some of these up, because I think you're right. I think there's a ceiling that kind of caps this team at kind of like play-in team. Maybe they sneak into the first round, but this team is
not going anywhere.
This is not a sustainable winner, right?
Yeah.
This is not with the 20.
You have no franchise players on this roster right now at all. You have no number one and number two.
I think I agree.
Yeah.
I think I agree. So this is not a team like the 22-23 team. We looked and went, wow, okay, this is a team that's on the rise. There's an ascending program here. You got to fix this thing. You got to fix this thing. You got to add this. But hey, okay, you're moving the right direction. They're going to take these steps, and they're not in that place now. So figuring out let's say you have to keep Zach LaVine and not DeMar DeRozan, but Domantas Sabonis. It's the onus is now on him to figure out, all right, is this can you have a sustainable winner with these guys? Or are you just kind of playing out their contracts and trying to gain assets in the meantime until they're expiring that you can get rid of for something real?
I get that, but is that just running it back essentially if you're just trading DeMar?
Yes, but I don't know that they have a choice. That's the thing is you asked about when do you start, you asked something about when he starts making moves. And it's like, I'm not necessarily gonna drag him if they have a quote unquote slow offseason. He mentioned needing a point guard. Okay, maybe they bring in a point guard. He mentioned needing length and athleticism. Maybe they draft somebody in the second round and they're a 6'9" defensive wing with upside as a shooter. So I don't know. I'm guessing. I don't think that if it's LaVine and Sabonis are the two guys with Keegan Murray, that's kind of the core moving forward. I'm not going to necessarily blame him for that.
Yeah.
I don't know that he'll have a choice.
I don't think Domantas Sabonis trade value is as low as we think. Like he's got the 2 All-NBAs the last couple seasons. Like he leads the league in rebounds. He's decent, not decent. He's more than good with assists and all that.
Yeah.
Like he's what is he this season?
The question for me is less like his trade value being low. The question for me is, does he have more value on your team versus like what you'd be getting? I don't know. I guess maybe this is saying his trade value is low. I don't know that the value you're getting would be worth it because he's a good player. You don't want to just like give away a good player, right?
Would 2 firsts be enough for you?
Maybe depending on the team. Like I have no interest in firsts that belong to Oklahoma City, for example.
Okay, well, how about this? We thrown around this Bleacher Report deal. Don't even know if whatever. Me and Kenny were talking about it the last few days. Recently, would you do Nick Claxton, insert Nets role player, and 2 first rounders?
Depends on the role player. If it's like Noah Clowney, sure, maybe.
But it's a Nick Claxton.
I'd have to really dive. I'd really have to dive into that.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe. And this is again what I think and what Scott Perry thinks are might be different, but that's the decisions. Those are the decisions that Scott Perry's going to have to make.
Yeah, like Mark Robertson in the chat real quick says Sabonis gets you a top 10 in this draft. I don't think that.
He might. I don't know. But the larger point being, if that's what Scott Perry decides, or if Domas goes, I don't want to be here anymore. Like, that's where I hope that he has the runway, whether it's Domantas Sabonis or Zach LaVine or Keegan Murray or Malik Monk or DeMar DeRozan or whoever on the roster, if they decide they have to move on from that player, my hope is that the return is one that benefits the Kings long term. And is not Domas wants out. Okay, what can we get to help this
Let's get
year?
the next Zach LaVine for him.
Right. That's
gotcha.
more what I think I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
Is everything he's doing this year, whatever he decides to do, to me, has to be with 2020.
It has to be with the next 3 years in mind.
2027, 28, and 29
Yeah.
in mind. It can't
No, I agree
just
with that.
be about
1000%. Yeah, I'm not just
figuring
trying to
it out this year.
I'm not just trying to trade Domas for the sake of get him off this team.
No.
Like, obviously you're looking for a good return, but like I said, I don't think he's got low value or anything like that. Like, I think you could get a decent return for Domantas Sabonis.
The other thing is, we're talking about like the positive aspects of this. The other thing that really jumps out to me is he got asked about, like, are you making tweaks or do you foresee an overhaul to the roster? I really appreciate that he did not give an answer. He said, "Don't know. I got to talk to these dudes. I got to figure out what we're working with here. I've obviously watched the roster, but I don't know any of these guys."
Yeah.
Because I think that's a really, really important aspect of this offseason. If he talks to Zach LaVine and goes, "Wow, you know what? I had the wrong perception of him. I think he could be a one. And man, you know what? In talking to Domas, I think if we can work these two guys together, and if we get a point guard who can really, okay, cool. All right, cool. That's great." But I also don't think that he can. I wouldn't want him to go into the offseason with this idea of, like, I have to tear it down, or I have to keep this all together. I think going in with a blank slate is the right thing. And my hope is, again, circling this back to Vivek, my hope is that Vivek just lets him do that and just gets out of the way and doesn't go, you know what? Hey, we can't afford to have like a 30-win team this year. So if you could not do that move.
Yeah, if Scott's trying to do something in the Vicks, like, we're gonna hit the play into the playoffs this year, like, that's gonna be an issue. Or like I said, like we talked about earlier, I think that's why it's a good thing he brought in Scott Perry.
Yeah,
you had someone you trust at least, so hopefully he does step back a little bit, because this guy can do the job. At least I think he can.
He has to be given the runway to let this thing take a couple of years, because I think it's going to. And as long as he's given that runway, I said, based on today, he said all the right things, most of the right things.
Won the press conference.
So I feel good about it moving forward. James Ham is in the building. He was also at Golden One Center, but now he's in our building. He's in the studio now. He will jump in, get his takeaways from the press conference, and continue talking about what Scott Perry can do to help the Kings moving forward. Jesse Tapia is here. James Ham's here. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, and it is Sacramento Sports Leader. Hi, James.
What's up, Hammer?
What's up, everybody? Hello.
Vibes at the presser, James?
Yeah. Packed house. I thought that was interesting.
Sounded like it. Lasted like it was.
Yeah, it just kept going and going and going. Yeah. I don't know. Interesting. I like Scott. You know, he has like a calming vibe to him.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah, I just think it's interesting, like how much media in Sacramento there is now versus like any other time that I've covered this team.
Yeah.
So like there were lean years where like, me and Jason Anderson, or
it's me and three of my closest friends,
me and Sean, or me and no one, were the only ones at every practice. And it's just weird to have almost all of the local television stations step up where they haven't been in the past. You know, like 13, it's been like the last 6 years or so that they really started to invest in sports coverage. You know, but like most of these stations didn't.
Yeah.
You know, even having Sean at Fox, like the difference in Fox now versus, the years of like Jim Crandall and Mark Dembski is just totally different. And like they're there all the time where they weren't before.
And we got the name drop too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good dude.
A good question. Was Vivek there?
Should we save this for the air or no?
Oh, sure. 1 minute. Hell yeah, I'll save that. Why not, Russell?
I think I have an answer for the Vivek stuff too, and we'll get to that.
I'm forgetting to do something, and I can't remember what it is, and it's bothering the S out of me.
With the show?
It's bothering the real heck out of me. I don't know. I don't know if it's an appointment that I have today.
Dentist, doctor.
No.
Vet.
No. There's nothing on my calendar. We had the press conference.
Yep. Draft stuff. Draft's
Draft is
coming
tomorrow.
up. No Niners Wire, Candlestick Chronicles. You got to email someone, guest.
I have a podcast to record tonight.
You got a meeting with the bosses today.
I don't know, man.
That's the worst too, because you did forget something though.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
What?
Is it that?
Was it?
No.
Was it that? Okay.
It was
what?
What are we forgetting?
I was trying
Do
to.
we know?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm
You
forgetting.
clicked on Soren, so I thought maybe we
It
didn't do the
wasn't-
keyword yet
is
or
it
something.
that?
Maybe it's that. I
Yeah.
know, but the thing is, no. I actually, the reason I started going, am I forgetting something? Is because I went. We have to do the keyword here.
Oh.
Okay. So yeah, it's something else then.
Maybe it's just the coffee and my anxiety is just super high for no reason.
Well, yeah, you pulled up today with your Crocs and not your shoes as well.
That's facts. I forgot my shoes.
Yeah.
Today.
Oh,
I wore my
no.
driving Crocs.
Maybe it's that. It's just not having your shoes. It's just
that
kind of
legitimately might be it because my Crocs aren't in sport mode right now, so they're just kind of hanging off my heels. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, dude. So normally, and what James Ham is now here. He was at Scott Perry's presser, and we'll talk more about the press conference after we give you a chance to win $500, and after I tell my story about forgetting my shoes. So I was getting all my stuff ready this morning, and when I'm going in and out of my garage, I'll just have my Crocs on because they're easy to put on and off, and I usually just drive with them because they're very comfortable. Salute to Crocs.
True.
And I wouldn't wear them to the club, but I will wear them out and about. I have no problem with it. And like, who am I trying to impress?
I might wear them to the club.
Let's go. Come on, man. So I had them on, and I'm running around and going in and out of the house and stuff. And usually I grab my pair of shoes and I just throw them in my car. So when I get to work, I put my shoes on. I was just far enough away from home to turn around when I realized I did not grab shoes. So we're just rocking with the Crocs today. And maybe that's what it is. Maybe I'm just thrown off. Because I feel very informal right now.
This could be a good thing too, where it's just like, damn, this is comfortable as hell doing the show this way. Maybe I'm just gonna rock the Crocs going forward.
That might just be the move. I might just have to have show Crocs.
Yeah.
Well, you know that like I wear my Hey Dudes everywhere. Like that, I
Yeah.
wear those shoes like almost.
But those
every
look
day.
like shoes.
They look well, sort of.
They're not. I mean, brother.
I haven't worn socks.
We're talking.
Kyle looks like he just got done doing a shift at Kaiser.
We're talking Crocs, baby.
I think it's awesome.
Anyways, Scott Perry's presser.
Yeah.
Jesse and I both said he won the presser. Your thoughts?
I think, when I met Scott 8 years ago, there was just there's a calmness to him. And there's like, it's like his accent, like Southern draw, like he just kind of draws you in.
Yeah.
And I think that's what everyone felt today. There's just like a calming influence to him that, I just think that the Kings need. Whatever it is that, again, I think Monty and Wes had a lot of success here. and a lot of failures at the end of the day. And Scott Perry will have the same. He'll have some successes. He'll have some failures. That's the way the NBA works. Like everyone, like you're not going to hit a home run at every swing. We can look at, Oklahoma City Thunder and Sam Presti, how many guys they've drafted in the first round that are no longer either in the league or in their system. Like it's like 10 because they had so many draft picks. So not everybody is perfect and not everything works out 100%. But I think what the Kings have been, what they really needed at this moment was just a real NBA adult in the room.
Yeah.
That can get everything in the building going the right way. And that's something that, like, if you were to ask me, can you pinpoint one issue? What is the sole problem with the Sacramento Kings? I could not. There are so many problems that I think, like, do they have some things that are going really well? Yeah. Like, I think that their training staff, their medical staff, like, they've done great work, right, to keep the players on the court. The Kings have one of the, again, for the third straight year, like one of the lowest games lost to injury in the league. But, there are so many issues that have to be addressed. And I feel like Scott is a guy who comes in with like a punch list and just starts taking care of things one by one. He's going to assess everything himself. He's going to have the right conversations. He's going to bring in one or two front office people to work with him that should be his hires. If that means that Phil Jabor or Paul Johnson stay on the staff, okay, that's fine. If Alvin Gentry's still here at the end of the day, they can be here, but it's because Scott Perry thinks that they're the right people to do the job. And so I'm kind of hoping that that's the direction that this team goes, and that, as much as, Vivek is this like sort of Wizard of Oz type character behind the scenes, I do think that he will at least initially empower Scott to make the moves he needs to make.
Yeah.
And I know that I feel that way because early in Vivek's reign, with whether it's Vlade or whether it was Monty and Wes or whether it was Pete D'Alessandro, early on, he always gives them a long leash. It's when things get sideways that he starts to interject more and more of himself.
And that's sort of what we were talking about when you got here. This, I believe that this is going to go sideways before it starts going up again.
Okay.
I don't think that they're going to magically turn into a 50-win team next year. And I think there's going to be some growing pains over the next couple of years before this thing really starts moving back in the right direction and the right tweaks have been made and the right contracts have been moved, etc.
Yeah.
And so my hope is, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they win 50 games next year. I don't know. But my hope is that if they win 38 next year, it's not like 5-alarm fire. Oh my God, everything is terrible inside the organization. I hope that there's some grace and some leeway to be like, okay, hang on. This might get a little uncomfortable, might get a little rocky, but hey, we've got a plan, we've got a vision. We're executing that vision. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's interesting. Like Adam Mick is that who it was in the chat here? Aaron Mick, my bad. He said zero patience. That's not always the case. Like there are times where Vivek has shown like really, really good patience. I mean, Monty and Wes got 5 years. Vlade Divac's got 5 years. So like a 5-year span in the NBA is actually, if you haven't started winning and turned everything around, that's actually kind of a long time.
Yeah, it feels too long almost.
Yeah, where he struggled is with the coaching thing. And it's almost like there's this thing in his head that he's on board with the front office and their vision, but he holds a coach accountable for what happens. And to me, like so many times that I've seen with this organization, like it doesn't matter if Red Auerbach walked through that door, he wouldn't be able to coach this team. Greg Popovich, Phil Jackson, they couldn't change what was happening here.
Was Vivek there?
No, and also Doug wasn't there either that I saw. Maybe he was in the back of the room, but I did not see him. I did see some of his coaches. I did see the training staff. I did see, Matina and most of like the front office and like even again, like the guys that are part of Monty and Wes's staff, they sat in the front row, like Alvin Gentry, Phil Jabor and Paul Johnson all sat in the front row.
Getting their interviews started. Nice.
Yeah. So I think like like look at the end of the day, we could say, hey, Vivek's not there. What do we need to read into that? And I think what we need to read into that is that Vivek is not going to talk about this. He's going to put somebody out there and say, this is the face of the franchise. You talk to him and you're not going to talk to me. And like, there are times where Vivek wouldn't do that, where he always had a nameplate on the table and,
Right.
you know, and kind of like opened it up for him to be part of the conversation. That's not who he is anymore. And it's because that's not what his people want, the people that are around him.
Mhm.
But also I think he's learned his lesson that, you know, oftentimes he just becomes a soundbite, and that's not something that is conducive to like productive, you know, sort of like growth.
What'd you think of his answer when he got asked about Zach LaVine and his comments on Zach LaVine? Because he didn't shy away. He didn't go like, "Oh, I didn't mean it." But I also felt like, I don't want to say dissatisfied with the answer, but he's more or less like, I'll stand on what I said about anybody. I'm not going to run from anything. Da 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 da. I'm going to be, what did he say? I'm going to radical candor or whatever.
Mhm.
And then said, we're going to bring in the right pieces to enhance Zach's talent. And I guess my question is, well, in your comments that you're not running from, you said he's a third option.
Yeah.
So you're going to bring in two players better than Zach LaVine? That's a big ask.
Okay, so like, where are you supposed to go from that though? Like, if you make comments about a player,
Mhm.
like, you can't really hide from it, right? And like, I talk about this all the time, that, you know, like, my responsibility, whether it's here on the radio or it's in writing or on a podcast, I walk in that locker room and have to have accountability for whatever I say.
Mhm.
And have I had players in the past that don't like things that I've said? Of course.
Mhm.
And are there times where like DeMarcus Cousins goes, "Hey, come here,"
Yeah.
and I'm like, "Yeah, what's up?"
Pause.
He's like, "Hey, I wasn't too happy about this or that," and it's like, "Okay, well, let's have a conversation."
Uh-huh.
Like, I have to be honest and forthright when I'm talking to people. And you know, you want to get angry about me writing about technical fouls, stop getting technical fouls. Just straight up. Like, if you don't want me to bring it up every time that you now are up to 15 technicals, then don't get another technical. You know?
So, right. But but what is, I guess, like, I don't necessarily have a problem with what Scott Perry said.
Well, no,
I don't think he said
agree.
the wrong thing. I think he addressed the comment probably the right way. But the question for me now is, okay, he has this vision. Zach LaVine is probably going to have to be part of it. And so in the GM's mind, their best player is a third option.
No, I get that. So, but my point is that he, number one, he has to own up for what he said about Zach LaVine. Number
And
two,
I think he did.
I don't think anyone believes that he was wrong. Well, I mean, Zach LaVine probably believes he's
Or
wrong.
disagrees a little bit.
Vivek probably disagrees a little bit, but
Sure.
at the same time, I think there are a lot of people out there that go, okay, what he said doesn't feel wrong. But he also has
Sure,
to take
you and I are.
accountability to us and to Zach LaVine for what he said. I thought he did an okay job of taking accountability, but at the end of the day, like, it is a tall task to go out and find two players that are better to make him a third option.
Mhm.
But I also think that you might already have one of them, because whether he's a first scoring option or first option, I still think Domantas Sabonis, we consider Domantas Sabonis the number 2 option on this team with De'Aaron Fox. We can't just all of a sudden say, well, Domantas Sabonis is no longer the number 2 option. So it's something that like, Scott is going to have to put his money where his mouth is.
Mhm.
Like, and that means he's going to have to go out and find somebody that's better than Zach LaVine for
Yep.
sure. But I mean, that's, like, you know, an honest assessment of the roster. That has to happen either way.
No doubt.
You know, I heard you on the way in. Like, you're right. Like, the trio of Zach LaVine, Domantas Sabonis, and Keegan Murray, that's not enough to win 50 games.
I don't think so.
But I also think that when we go back to what we thought of this team going into this season, we can't just say, okay, they made the De'Aaron Fox move and they didn't downgrade offensively, but they downgraded defensively with Zach LaVine. And now this team is no longer even remotely close to a 50-win team. I think there are ways in order that they can improve this roster quickly, that they can swap out players, whether it's, you know, again, DeMar DeRozan, or it's, you know, whoever's in the backcourt. Like, I think there are ways to improve the roster quickly. And again, like the one thing that he did say is length and athleticism.
Oh God, music to my ears.
Everyone was so happy when he said that in the chatty
smokes.
house.
Well, it's
This
just
was
like
for a celebration.
It's so clear that when you have a modern NBA team and you have a player with deficiencies, and every player has deficiencies. Like don't get this wrong. There is not a perfect player in the NBA. The closest thing we probably saw to a perfect player was Michael Jordan, and even Michael Jordan didn't hit the three very well. So my point is, like, if you have problems, it's why you go out and they always put a Steve Kerr next to or Robert Horry, or like who you know, they put guys around team players to space the floor and to make that person to hide their deficiencies.
Right.
I don't think if there's a failure for Monty and West, I think it's that specifically.
Yeah.
You had a very distinctive type of big man in Domantas Sabonis, and you never, ever found the second and third guy to put next to him. Keegan Murray is one. You found one of them. But there are a million guys in the NBA who are 6'7" to 6'9" and play defense and can play on the wing. And the fact that they couldn't get one of them.
How many times do we watch a game and we'll text each other if we're sitting next to each other at a game, and we'll go, how do they have that? How did they find that guy?
All of them.
How does every team has three dudes where we're like, man, Kings could use that guy.
Well, the NBA has like three of those on every team. It feels like,
except
at least
29 teams.
Yeah, 29 teams. Excuse me.
But it's 29 teams for 5 years.
Yeah,
that's the problem. You know, like there was a season where they walked into the year and the only player they had to play small forward was Bogdan Bogdanovic at 6'6". Like, you're just going to get run over. Like, everyone knows it. You cannot compete when everybody has this one ingredient that you don't have, and you have no way to mask it. And if anything, the players that you did bring in, whether it's, again, Zach LaVine, who his deficiencies are very specific on the defensive end, or it is Domantas Sabonis, where, again, you're talking about a 6'10" center with short arms. Like, it's so clear and easy to see the fix, and to not address it again and again and again is just a huge problem.
Yeah. I don't know, we talked about it earlier. How do we feel about Doug Christie's status as the head coach after this press conference?
Okay, I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
And James, I'm obviously interested to get your thoughts here. But it was funny watching the chatty house during the presser, because there would be three people like, oh, Doug's going to be the coach. And then three people like, well, Doug's out.
Yeah, he's done.
So I took his initial answer, because he talked about the coach a couple of times. His initial answer, he said he's going to have a few conversations and hopes to have a resolution in the next week. If you're doing a comprehensive coaching search where you're interviewing a bunch of guys and you're really like, hey, we got to nail down and make sure that we have the right guy, that to me is taking more than a week.
Yeah.
I super got the vibe that it's like Doug Christie's job to lose.
Do you think Scott Perry could have maybe been talking to someone before he took this job? Be like, hey, I might get this Kings job. Like, talking to a head coach, maybe, like, I want you to be the guy if I do get this job.
I think, like, look, Scott is one of those guys that knows a million people. And he's not lying when he said as soon as his name's being mentioned, he starts hearing from people. People are calling, asking about the coaching job. Like, whether that amounts to Doug being around or not. At this point, I don't know. Like, I don't want to say it speaks volumes that Doug Christie wasn't at the press conference today. Again, he could have been hiding in the back, but I'm not going to, like, it also makes it awkward.
Yeah.
Just like if Vivek was there, it makes it awkward that, not that he's there, but if he's there and he's not speaking. And so that's where you kind of have this weird, like, sort of unbalanced thing that we all feel. And to be honest, like, we got done with that, and I didn't know for sure whether Doug was going to be back or not, but I do know that a week is not a lot of time to say that you're going to have an announcement, and they might just be spacing this out a little bit. So when they do make the announcement, that, you know, if Doug is coming back, that, you know, they kind of have that little bit of breathing room to say, hey, look, it was his idea. You know, he had the conversation and he's comfortable moving forward with Doug.
And maybe he does have someone, maybe Jesse's right. Maybe he's talked to people and he's de facto done these interviews and wants to talk to Doug Christie first. And he goes, okay, it's Doug's job, but if he says something that I don't like, I've got all these other names to fall back on. Maybe that's the case. But when he said with the head coach, he's looking for someone who can execute his vision, that will have the team. He wants the team to be tough, defense first, and he wants them to share the ball offensively. That all just sounds like stuff that Doug was preaching.
Of course.
So along those lines, to me, it kind of seems like things are trending that direction. Just that's solely based on what Scott Perry said today.
That's what I think too. I think Doug's going to be the guy.
I do
And if he's not, then I think Scott Perry already knows who it is. Like there's
Yeah.
no interview process or whatever.
Or there will be, but it'll be like
Yeah.
An abbreviated.
it's performative. Is that
Yeah.
the word?
Yeah.
We all get what you're trying to say.
Thanks.
I'm with you.
What's the word I'm looking for?
No, it's-
Performative sounds right.
Matter of what's it when you do something, but it's
I think it's performative.
ceremonial.
Yeah. I think you're right.
I'll think of it.
I don't
performative.
know, dude. We just talk on the radio.
Words are difficult today. Yeah, words are difficult every day. It's a good thing I have this job. All right, we got to step aside. Before we do that, though, we're going to give away $500 or give you a chance to win $500 because D'Lo and KC are also going to give you a chance to win $500. I'm going to give you a keyword. You enter it at ESPN1320.com. You'll be entered once to win today's $500. You enter D'Lo and KC's keyword later on, you will be entered twice to win $500. We gave out $500 on Monday. We gave out $500 yesterday to Jalen H. in Sacramento. Congratulations to Jalen H. He is $500 richer. We love that for him, and we would love it for you. So enter this keyword right now. Go to ESPN1320.com. Today's keyword is key. Like 3 in the key.
Nice.
Key. K-E-Y. Key. Enter that at ESPN1320.com. You'll see the contest page. You can't miss it. The Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway is courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, home of the big guy Vince Bloom. Key. K-E-Y. That is your first keyword for your chance to win $500 today. Hell yeah.
Go make some money.
Go make some money.
Do this.
You just stick around for the handoff, I guess?
Yeah, I can hang out.
Okay. We got the handoff. Coming up next, talk more Kings. Scott Perry's intro presser. What do we think? We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, and it is Sacramento's Sports. Later.
Yeah, big shout out to Jackie from promotions.
Hell yeah.
Shout out, Jackie was holding it down.
Jackie's the
Is
goat.
that you making that squeaking noise?
Yeah, my bad.
No, it's
Sorry.
all good. I was like,
Sorry.
that's either Carl. We got a bat in one of the cabinets here. or
Yeah, it's
something.
my
mouse.
pen.
Yeah.
No, all good. I was just wondering.
That's my bad, dog.
Like you were talking and the squeaking was still happening. It's like there's got to be a bird in here or something.
Yeah. Super high pitch.
Oh, good.
That press conference went way longer.
No, yeah, we missed 2 breaks. Yeah, we were like, oh,
40-minute press
we'll
conference.
see. Maybe we'll break at 19 or whatever. It's like, nope, we'll break at 28. Nope, we'll just go to 39.
Yeah, I got done with. I had the video, and I'm like, holy cow, that's a long video.
Yeah.
So
Shout out Scott Perry, though. We talked.
he's a really good dude, and I hope
It's
that
a little bit
that's-
different from Monty McNair, too. I think
Yeah.
that's probably what people wanted to hear and see.
Well, Monty is very much like analytics driven, and
Mhm.
to be honest with you, I think one of the mistakes here that like they wanted to make sure that Monty was the face, right? But that's something that people miss. Like Wes Wilcox is a very personal person,
Yeah.
and like a very good talker. And I think by not ever having him, and it makes sense once a GM, once an assistant GM, but it also like it did not play to Monty's strengths at all.
Yeah.
Like
It
Monty's
just wasn't a good work dynamic, it seems.
I think they're okay work dynamic wise. I think with us though, like pushing Monty out there was like strategic for sure. It was to make sure that everyone knows that Monty is the guy who makes the final answer, right?
Yeah.
But then everyone knows that Wes has such a huge part of everything that's going on. I'm intrigued to see the other part of this is that, you know, we talked about like, hey, if Monty's still around, he's gonna need another Wes, right?
Yeah.
Well, now Scott Perry is like he's more Wes than he is Monty.
Well, just make the next Monty guy your assistant GM, and just all he does is analytics.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
or do you just hire an analytics department
Make him,
head?
yeah,
like what
president
they've
of
done in the
analytics, whatever you
past?
want to call him.
Yeah, and they've had that before.
I always wondered too if you maybe hired Wes and Monty backwards. Like if Wes was this personal guy who's going to talk to every team and agent, maybe he should have been the GM, and Monty, if he's going to kind of be behind the scenes and do analytics and draft stuff, maybe he's the assistant. But I don't know how much of a difference that would have made.
Yeah, and I would say like Kings fans 33. This is where people get it wrong. Like Monty is very, very engaging and actually funny, and like there is a lot to like about Monty McNair. but when he's in front of cameras, he's different. He's not super comfortable in that setting. And I know it comes across as like that's who he is as a person, like personality wise. But like everyone knows, like if you listen to the Kingsby podcast, we have a running gag that Brendan has not seen any movies, and we making fun of him. And it's always been a thing that me and Sean do, right?
Yeah.
We've had that same discussion with Monty and Wes standing there, where Monty sits there and clowns Wes about the fact that he's just like Brendan and never watched a single movie in his entire life. And then he makes him fun of him all the time because he doesn't know movie references. So like there's a lot more to Monty McNair than what he is able to show in a press conference.
He's just not a public speaker.
Yeah. No, it's not his forte. Just like, the same, you could say the same exact thing about Vlade.
Yeah.
Vlade actually off the record is super funny, super honest. You walk away just going, oh man, I just, he's such a good dude every time. But you put him in front of a crowd and he starts saying things that he thinks will come off as funny and end up
Had a
being
better deal 2 days ago.
Yeah, it ends up being a punchline. And even the better deal 2 days ago, like there's like it's not like a language barrier thing as much as it is him being too honest.
Yeah.
And then not explaining why he had a better deal 2 days ago. Because he did with the same exact team, but then DeMarcus Cousins people tanked that deal and they had to pull back a first round pick and make it a second round pick instead. So the better deal that he had was 2 first rounds and not a first and a second. But having Vlade try to explain that would not have helped either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is my favorite episode right here. CPR training.
Which one?
The CPR training on The Office.
When Dwight cuts the face off.
So at ease.
There we go.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham is here, jetted up from Golden One Center. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's Jesse Tapia, who's been hanging out all day, and it turns out it's just like an extended version of the handoff.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's fine. And now the handoff is actually here. Do you want to play the thing?
Yeah, hit the music.
It's time now for the handoff. Taking the handoff from James and Kyle today, here's Jesse Tapia.
You've been here all day.
There we go.
Jesse's here. What were we were talking about something at the break. What were you guys talking about at the break? It was Scott Perry.
Then the CPR got into
Yeah,
it.
CPR.
the
Great episode of The Office.
That was someone in the chat that brought up that.
I remember. Cache Creek tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
James and I are out at Cache Creek tomorrow, 4 o'clock. So we're doing our show. We'll have our show 10 a.m. to noon. And then we're going down to Cache Creek. And from 4 to 5, we'll be talking about the draft, with the draft starting at 5. So from 4 to 5, we'll be talking about the draft in the YOLO room at Cache Creek. It's a ballroom, conference room combo, small setting. You get to hang out. We'll talk draft for an hour on air.
Go hang out with Kyle and James.
And then we're going to the Elevate Lounge from 5 to 7:30 and probably longer. Drinking good drinks, eating good food, having a good time. There'll be the NFL draft will be on. But then after the draft, there should still be some NBA playoff games happening.
Yeah.
We're going to have a good time.
It's a bunch of sports. Like, what more could you want?
Come cut it up at Cache Creek with me and James tomorrow, beginning at 4 p.m. in the YOLO room. Then we'll move to the Elevate Lounge at 5. Can't wait. It's going to be a ton of fun.
I'll be here running the board for you guys, so I'll be missing it.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, shout out.
You're not going to drive up after?
I got to
Not
do
gonna
D'Lo
make
and
that
Casey
trip?
stuff after.
That's fine. Yeah, man. I just look, is Scott Perry going to solve all the Kings' problems with one press conference? No. But in terms of him saying the things he needed to say today, I don't really have any complaints, because I think a lot of it comes down to things that he still has to figure out.
Yeah, I feel a little bit better, I guess, if it's one way or the other coming out of his press conference. Like the whole sustainable winner thing makes me feel like it's going to be less of, all right, let's just go for it all this year, and more so let's try to actually have some actual decent success the next few years.
Yeah, and even if you look at the 3 months that Scott Perry was here during the summer of 2017, what he did is he had 3 first-round picks, early second-round pick, and Bogdan Bogdanovic all coming over from Europe all in one time, right? So he had 5 rookies, and then they added that to 4 rookies from the year before, and then he brought in like some of what should have been spectacular mentorship, and Vince Carter and Zebo and George Hill. They brought in George Hill to make sure that they had De'Aaron Fox have his own specific mentor. They brought in the rest, Zebo, to make sure that they weren't going to be so bad that they lost every game by 40 points. So anytime you needed a bucket, you'd feed Zebo. They brought Vince Carter in just to be like Vince Carter and to own the room at all times, right? But just if you pull back, you see the vision of like a first year of something that they're building.
Yeah.
And this is how you support young players the right way. This is how you build something. This is how, if we're going to develop talent, this is how we do it. Now, that first year was rough, which everyone expected to be rough. The second year, though, look at how much they improved, how much they grew. They won 39 games, and you had yourself on a different pathway with a lot of those young players now playing prominent roles. The problem is that when you change leadership midstream, that vision gets lost sometimes with the next group and the next year and the year after that. So it's really tough to lay out like a 3-year plan and then walk out the door 3 months later. And now it's everyone else is like, well, I don't know what happened to Scott's plan, but let's just scrap it and do what we're going to do. And that's where things went sideways. And so, like, again, you can look at that offseason and say, oh, he made so many mistakes at offseason. It's like, yeah, but there was a vision put in place, and that's something that sticks out. That not only was there an adult in the room, but that adult in the room had a very specific plan of how to grow these 9 or 10 young players and develop them into something better, 2-3 years down the road. And so you can still see like the outlines of what was supposed to happen that just didn't happen because he had to leave.
Do you think maybe he reverse engineers that kind of thing, where they have veterans here in the building that he likes and have been here for a while, and maybe now the focus over the next couple of years is going to be bringing in younger players to potentially be those franchise pillars that we talked about?
Which veterans are we keeping around then? Would he be?
That's where I'd assume a player like Domas is sticking around. I don't think Zach LaVine is probably going anywhere.
Okay, so question: if like
DeMar Ellis, Malik Monk,
so like so how are you rebuilding this thing then? Like it's just DeMar.
That's what's tough. Is to me they need, because he talked about getting players who enhance the talent they have, and I think getting length and athleticism in a point guard helps that for sure. But if you're maximizing what you're doing, you have to bring in a star. They need like a bona fide number 1 still. And that's that I don't know how he goes about that.
Well, that, and I think part of the problem is that, like, when you trade De'Aaron Fox, a frontline point guard, for a shooting guard, it's so much easier to find a shooting guard in the NBA than it is to find a point guard. And a point guard is usually how you start your build. It's not how you don't go out there and like, hey, if only we had a point. That's why you got to start looking at like bigger trades. How do you get maybe a young point guard that's underutilized? It also, like, some of the draft picks that Scott Perry's made over the last couple of years, when he was with the Knicks, like, he's a guy who drafted Emmanuel quickly and drafted him way earlier than everyone thought he would go. He was supposed to go in like the early to mid second round, but there were some murmurs, hey, this quickly kid is a stud. He drafted Quentin Grimes. He drafted Mitchell Robinson in the late first round. So it's like there are a lot of like breadcrumbs of, hey, look, this is what he looks his teams could look like. But also, like we talked about this a little bit before, like even look at the 2017 NBA draft. We are so used to Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox drafting 22-year-old dudes. But in that draft alone, he drafted 2 19-year-olds and then 2 veteran, college players in Justin Jackson and Frank Mason. But, Harry Giles was like a shot in the dark. And De'Aaron Fox was like a very much like, top 5 pick, but even a top 5 pick that was probably going to go 8 or 9 before he started the draft process. And so I think it's good that we see that he's not just set in one way, which is what I always felt like when we were talking about the draft this year. Well, if they do draft, there's only 3 players that
We-
Monty and West are going to look at.
Every 18 and 19-year-old just got ruled out.
Yeah, no chance.
Immediately.
Yeah, we're like, oh, we love Ron
Can't buy
Holland.
a beer. He's
well,
not playing
they're
for
not,
this team.
No chance. Yeah.
They're not going
Yeah.
after Ron Holland. Like,
No.
there's no way. We talked about Devin Carter, Dalton Connect, and there was I think Tristan Da Silva.
Yeah.
Like, there's
He's a
all of
popular
these
one, too.
guys that are like, and the only reason we look at them is because they're all sophomores or juniors or seniors
Yeah.
that are 22, 23 years
They're-
old, and
right,
that's all
they're-
they look for.
Yeah. Can that guy buy a beer? Was the number one criteria.
Yeah.
Which is
Monty's
you
little
just-
draft interview. Hey, if I give you this 20, can you go buy me some alcohol? No? All right, you're not gonna play
All
for
right,
this team.
goodbye.
Yeah.
Yeah, in 5 years they drafted one guy, I think, under 21, and that was Jemias
Jemias
Ramsey. That's it. That's crazy.
That one maybe scarred Monty, I guess.
Maybe. I don't know. I like I said, I hope whatever vision Scott Perry has involves going beyond, having the hard conversations, like you said, James,
Mhm.
making those hard moves, even if it may not be popular, might not be popular within the organization, might not be popular with the fan base, but at some point, if you have a vision and you're giving this guy the keys, he has to be able to execute that.
Yeah.
And I like I said, we'll see. Like the work is in the production is going to speak for itself, but I was encouraged today. I think.
Yeah.
I feel encouraged as of now. We'll see what the offseason looks like.
Yeah, we'll see. You start making moves, but did good on day one.
Yeah, I mean, are there splashier picks? Sure, but this is a guy with a long draft history. It's a guy who built a winner, with the Knicks, who built a winner with, Orlando. Like, there's good things that happened in the stops that he made before. Was
Mhm.
part of building a championship contender in Detroit,
Mhm.
and then also start thinking about like the ties that between him and other personnel out there. Like,
sure,
does this open the door for trades with the Knicks? Does it open the door for trades with, I don't know, New Orleans Pelicans, who Scott Perry and Joe Dumars work together in Detroit, are super close?
Mhm.
Yeah, it opens the door for all of these things, and that's where you're looking at a guy who has an ability to walk in the room, call anyone in the league, have a really good, honest conversation. Anyone will take Scott Perry's phone call, just like anyone will take Alvin Gentry's phone call. But
Mhm.
that's not always been the case here in Sacramento.
Sure. What do you guys got coming up on D'Lo and Casey?
Pretty much this. We're talking Scott Perry. We're talking playoffs. It's Wednesday, right? So James will be there.
3 o'clock?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. I was trying to see if there's anything that we didn't hit that we should have hit today. The giveaway key was our
we
keyword.
did the giveaway.
Magic and Celtics tonight.
Let's go Celtics.
You worried at all?
Yeah, no.
No, Jason
Tatum,
Tatum.
I hope your bruised wrist is feeling better tomorrow. That's all I'll say. I hope you feel better tomorrow if you don't play today because of your bone bruise.
Speaking of tomorrow, James Ham and I back tomorrow. I am back. James Ham and I back tomorrow at 10 a.m. right here on ESPN 1320. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. And we'll talk to you at 10 a.m. Until then, drink water. Be nice to people. Woo! Appreciate you, Chatty House. Good job today.
See you guys. Big shout out to Jimmer
See you tomorrow.
Fredette. Jimmer Fredette has retired from basketball.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Talk to me, baby. Come on, man. Come on, man. It's a new era. Hey.
What was the
We're changing the landscape.
Changing the landscape. Hey.
For the third time.
Well,
Changing the landscape.
well, they learned from they learned from the Kings.
Big announcement this week. Look at these new colors.
Big announcement. We actually made everything worse.
Big announcement. Oh boy, we'll be watching the Patriots game together on stream.
We welcome you in here. We having fun. We hope you having fun with us, man. We welcome you in here to the Wednesday, April 23rd edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
Shout out to Jesse Tapia.
I'm in God mode.
Hey. Need to get Jesse a drop besides this one.
Will you stop?
Nope, not this one. What is it? Jesse had one. Where is it?
What are you doing with him?
Yeah, where is it? Oh, this one.
What are you doing with him?
Oh no, I like that one. That might be his drop.
Well, we say, hey, yo, shout out Jesse Tapia, and
What are you doing with him?
we hit that.
He does a good job. He does that one. Oh, by the
No, he
way, I
does.
was listening back.
Oh no.
No, that rock was that rock was kind of that was on point.
Yeah, you're not playing again this season, but
That was kind of
you're gonna stay on the roster, pal.
I gotta work on it, but that was kind of on point.
We're giving him a 3-year deal. First 2 years guaranteed. Third year is gonna be a team option.
I think you gotta close your
Minimum.
eyes.
No.
I think you gotta close your eyes because
No.
I heard it on the podcast form, so obviously no visuals. Oh no. No, that was Lil Rock. That was Lil Rock there. The cadence was there. We talking about 6 weeks.
Now you
It was
sound like
there.
Barack Obama. What are you doing? Like, what is that?
No, look, I'm telling you. I told them Final Boss is done. We don't need to be here anymore. We've got 6 weeks. 6 weeks to make this happen, Jesse. I'm telling you right now. And we had one of the great heel turns in the history of wrestling.
It is like Obama trying to do Rock now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We started off good yesterday.
I hate what my life has become.
Oh no.
No, I genuinely do. Watching the press conference today, Scott Perry, and I get a text that says, I guarantee you, this is my life now. I've worked 20 years in this industry, in this market, to get texts that say, I guarantee you, Kenny's Scott Perry sounds just like Jerry Jones.
Well, it's a little raspy. Look, I've been in this game a long time, and I got a lot of texts from a lot of people. When I got that call, when they heard I was
right.
there.
He sounds like
when they heard I was there, I got a lot of texts from a lot of
Terrible.
people. I want to thank my wife. 37 years of marriage. Hey, I
No,
want to
this is
thank
Jerry
her.
before he lost it.
No, this is
This is Jerry when he was coherent.
This is Jerry Perry over here.
Hey, you know who really hates the Jerry impersonations? Stanley.
Oh,
Stanley
man.
called in one time, didn't even want to talk on the show. Like, hey, tell Kenny to chill out. Shout out Stanley.
Stanley, relax. Oh man. Hey. Well, look, there is such a thing as winning a press conference.
Well, and,
You won
and
the
we,
day.
we saw that today. Yeah, it is. It is real. Let's start with the most simplistic stuff because this isn't what Kings fans care about, and I get it. I understand, but let's acknowledge it's very cool to have a general manager with a personality. One that, doesn't have the communication skills of a plastic straw. One that is engaging. And look, you could say, oh man, he ain't say nothing. I'd ask, like, one, remember, general managers, coaches, they're never going to say anything. And once you really get good at it, we said it's all the time with Peyton Manning. There was maybe before today, I didn't think there was anyone better at saying stuff that appeased media, fans, all these, without actually saying anything. You're just using words. Scott Perry answered every question that was put in front of him. Hey, and shout out to Hammer and Sean and Tone and Jay and everyone who I feel like if you're a Kings fan and you had a question, it was probably asked. Now, the answer you got might not have been in depth as you were looking for, but I don't feel like he shied away from answering anything. He just might not have answered it as directly as you wanted him to.
Right.
But I thought listening to Scott Perry was terrific.
Look, I tweeted this out. I'll say it here. And I understand it's probably a little unfair to Monty McNair. There are different ways to go about being good at your job or being a good communicator or being a good negotiator. I understand that. There's no one set way. But I listened to Scott Perry for 5 minutes.
Yep.
And I could imagine him being on a phone call, being in the same room with a Rich Paul, with a Sam Presti, with Larry Frank, name whatever GM, and being able to execute a trade, a deal, getting something done. Like I said, talking to a Rich Paul or an Aaron Goodwin or a Bill Duffy and being able to get a free agent signed. Yeah. I envision that just by the way he speaks, the way he communicates, the way he engages. And you contrast that with Monty McNair, and once again, it's not fair, and I don't mean no disrespect, but can you imagine him negotiating a deal?
No, I can't.
Without just
We've
getting
been
worked.
led to believe that he might not have.
Without just getting worked. Like, I'm sorry that's how I felt, because like I said, Monty didn't do nothing wrong to nobody personally. He was fine every time I seen him and talked to him, but it just is what it is. That's the first thing that came to mind.
Our job is to evaluate how they do at their job. There are people who make their living off evaluating what we do for our job. Like it's just the name of the game. Yeah. And anytime we talk about a player, with few exceptions, anytime we talk about a coach, general manager, it's about their job. It's about how they're doing. I can't figure out if Monty McNair was bad at his job or not. I mean, maybe he had a short-term vision for this team, but not a long-term vision, which is a unique skill set. I mean, the great ones have the ability to have both. There are some people who are really great at short-term planning. There are some people that are really great at long-term planning. I feel like Monty might have been great at short-term planning. But once you got out of that short term, it got tough.
No, you were like, I just had a thought, because like you asked, like, if you wonder if Monty McNair was even good at, like, if he was good at a job or not, or whatever. But like, it's just kind of like, what even was his job when he was here? Not that he was doing nothing, but like, how much of it was just you were analytics and draft, and
it's a fair question.
Like, how less of you was it you were doing trades and all that?
Given the setup that we came to learn, I don't know. He was the front-facing general manager, though, and it took a few years before. It really wasn't until things started to turn a little bit where it was like, no, it's not Monty, it's Monty and Wes.
Yeah, and even then, though, I feel like he was supposed to be the closer.
Wes was, or Monty was.
Monty was. They felt like Monty was the final decision maker, because from everything that I could gather, and I could be wrong, but just talking to people, looking how things go, Wes would do all this willing and dealing. He was the talker. He was the one that communicated deal, but nothing got done unless Monty gave the okay.
Do we know who was the one telling people deals were done?
Probably Wes.
I think it was Wes. Yeah,
because Wes was out here making
Wes.
Yeah,
and Wes is the one who
kind of like piggyback on what Kenny was saying. I have to imagine if Wes is
Monty won't say 2 words, but Wes will say 2 million.
Yeah. And not to stall Wes out, because he shouldn't have been doing that. But Wes has worked with these people got a deal or the parameters of a deal done, yo, we got this done. It's good. It's good. Let's get it up to Monty and finish it off. And Monty, I don't know what he would do at that point.
Yeah,
Would he say no?
I don't
Would
know
he,
if it's that simple.
I
feel like you're putting a lot of blame on Monty.
I
mean,
every time
he deserves
every
some
time
of
I
it.
ask somebody, I said, who had the final say? Was it Vivek running thing? Was it what? They said, no, it was Monty. But Monty was letting these other people do whatever. But Monty had control. Monty had final say.
So yeah, but if you have a deal done, how's it? Hey, if you're Wes Wilcox and you're negotiating a deal, how does it get to Monty and not get complete? That's
what everybody asks. That's what everybody asks. And
if that is even remotely accurate, Vivek, Monty not being fired when the first time this happened is egregious.
Why not do like? Go ahead, Casey.
No, you're good.
No, I was just saying, like, how can you have these deals done and then like what? Like, how does it just fall through every time?
That's
why Sabonis alluded to it. Yeah,
people not being on the same page. There was three dynamics that weren't on the same page, in my opinion. Monty, Mike, and Wes.
Mm-hmm.
And if they weren't all in a line, or at least two of them, or one of them wasn't able to like, hey, fine, I'll let you guys do this, things would just die. And I'm not blaming that on any one person. If anything, it probably blamed on Vivek for creating that dynamic in the front office.
Absolutely.
But I believe that's how the reading tea leaves, that seems to be how the dynamic will go, because other things that we heard about it was Wes was the communicator.
Right.
So Wes, and once again, another flawed system by Vivek.
Yep.
But Wes would probably be the one that will go out searching for trades and deals and all this other stuff, while Monty looks at the analytics of the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
And if Wes is out, and like I said, I'm just looking around. If Wes is out there, hey, I just talked to Atlanta. We pretty much good. I got to talk to Monty before we do anything. But let me talk to him. I think we're good. Hey, Domas.
Who is Wes talking to in that situation?
He's talking to the other team or the agent or whatever. Hey, we're good. I gotta run it past Monty, but we're good. I agree with what we got on. Sees Domas on the way. Hey, Domas. Hey, we got something. We're cooking. Dog. I'm about to go up there. It's good. And they get to Monty, and I don't know if he vetoes it. I don't know if I don't like this aspect of it, and it just dies. It just dies. Because
there's a lot wrong with what you just laid.
There absolutely is a lot wrong.
I don't think it's crazy though.
It's almost all wrong. But I think that's how it played out.
Truly how this front office was functioning. It's no wonder we wound up in this position. We can't even remotely be surprised by this.
Haven't we all heard Wes was the communicator?
Absolutely.
So if he's the communicator without final say,
but I've never heard.
I'm piecing things together. To be fair,
okay.
I'm hearing Wes is the communicator.
Yep.
I'm hearing Monty always had final say.
I hear you. I think that scenario is a bit of a reach, but we know if it didn't happen exactly the way you just laid out, we all know it happened.
How is one
now
guy
how it exactly happened? We don't know.
Right.
But there there has to that scenario. That's as good as any.
I got a question too. If like both these guys,
and by good I mean awful,
working these deals, how is one guy leaving the room? Yeah, we got a deal, and the other one's not.
Well,
they're working.
Running his mouth.
They're not working together. They're working independent of each other. Wes is,
that's why I think Kenny's idea is not that crazy. Where Wes is going to work, and I got the deal for Monty,
and
like, nah.
And that just paints like how bad this is an ugly picture. And that's why having one guy sitting at the podium today talking about what he wants to do with this basketball team was a great thing to see. You'll hear from Scott Perry. We'll run some of these clips. I got our good buddy Matt George who talked to Leezy today.
Hey,
we have some clips from our friends at ABC 10 that we'll run here. We'll talk more. We want to hear from you, obviously, as well. What did you think about Scott Perry's press conference today? You can jump in the chatty house, as many of you have. Shout out to those who have been with us all morning. You can hit us on the phone lines as well, 916-909-1320. We're just getting started. We'll dive into the playoffs. We can't possibly put this draft conversation on hold any longer. We'll talk about the NFL draft at some point today as well. It's Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
If Vivek had just watched this one episode of these episodes after this one,
man,
like this all could have been avoided.
when Joe comes in and goes, sounds like you have two people doing one person's job. Just run that clip on loop.
Yeah, that's what I told them. You can learn a lot from The Office.
That's
You know
what
what I mean?
That's what Kenny's been saying
that's
for
what I'm
years.
saying.
Did you watch it yesterday? Or did you lie to our faces
No,
again?
you know what? I fell asleep.
Oh, yes, you did lie
I
to our
really did.
faces.
It was about
Now I know you're lying.
it was about 10 o'clock.
Oh, okay. You fell asleep at the time of a normal person.
Well, the game was over. I don't even think I watched all of Inside the NBA. And I just fell
I finally
asleep.
saw the Shaq going to the bathroom clip. That was pretty funny.
I've been going to sleep about 9:30, 10 o'clock now. I'm a big fan.
Well, you're an early riser now.
Now I am, yeah. Like I used to stay
Yeah.
up till about 11, maybe
Yeah.
12, but yeah, now.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good life.
Yeah, man. It's beautiful.
I fell asleep. Next thing I knew, it was 2 a.m. And I wasn't under the covers and it was cold. I was like, oh, all right. Well,
What were you downstairs?
no, I
Or
was
is
in
it-
the bed. Like
oh.
Jazz goes to sleep at 7 if you let her.
Well,
But
no, I don't like your tone. There's nothing wrong with that.
she
Who cares if there's an hour and a half of daylight left?
she was watching something, and I was like, I'll just watch it till she falls asleep and then do whatever I have to do. And I fell asleep right there.
You guys ever sleptwalk?
I don't think so.
No.
I have back at my parents' house one time. Fall asleep in my bedroom, woke up in the living room, trippy as hell.
Oh, man. I don't like that at
Ain't
all.
done that.
I don't like that at all. Rob Nacho, you're bothering with me with not being able to spell correctly. So
Damn, we got a
do
5-minute
that.
major for not spelling?
Yeah, do that and then get back
Oh
to me.
man. That's tough. That's tough.
You're bothering me. Some of the things you
That's
said,
big Ramsey energy right there.
Some of the things you said I didn't like, but the fact that you couldn't spell as well.
Mm.
And honestly, I tried to put you in a 5-minute timeout, but it went to the wrong one. Oh, well.
Oh no.
Which was ban?
That's what it said. It said banned in their comments.
Now I got to go to YouTube and look for
You
him.
have to. You don't have to.
Man.
Yeah, we got to. Like, he didn't do anything with lifetime ban. I mean, unless that's the route you want to go.
I mean, look, if you want to find them,
Say the word. Say the
fine.
word.
If you want to find them, fine. I'm not saying you have to. Whatever you decide, I'm with.
Rob Nacho gets you eventually.
Hey, R.I.P. Nacho. I hope you can.
If only
I
he
hope
could
you can be
spell.
like Unique and just make it back. We thought you were gone, but Nacho. We're gonna be looking out for you. It was 3 minutes, dog. Hopefully, we'll see you in 3 minutes.
Just opened up the computer, but I got to get lunch, so we'll be back on break after break.
Get to his life when you get to it.
Yeah, I got to get to lunch first.
Oh man. Damn shame what happened to Nacho.
Speaking of this, did you see Inside the NBA killed someone off and then said no, he's not dead. but he
Yeah.
is
That
dead,"
was
and
Chuck.
then-
didn't-
It was
Inside
Shaq.
the NBA
Yeah.
did it.
Yeah. Poor Ernie had to apologize. Thank God no one's paying
Come
attention
on,
to what we're
man.
doing. You know how many people we've accidentally
Oh, yeah,
killed
we've
off
got
on
a
our
whole
show?
cemetery.
Come on.
Oh no, they're alive and well. Whoops. Yes, it is, man. We appreciate you so much for being with us, whether you're on YouTube, Twitch, whether you're on Twitter, if you're listening on the Odyssey app, ESPN 1320 AM, 98.5 FM HD2. You know, there's a lot of Kings news here today, so we appreciate that you come to us for that. If you missed Scott Perry's introductory press conference earlier here on ESPN 1320, we've got a couple of high points here that we'd like to play for you. Big thanks to Matt George for getting this onto his Twitter account in a timely manner. Shout out to ABC 10 for all of the great stuff they do as well. This was the one that I think was, I don't know if it was the number one thing on everyone's mind, but it was definitely at the forefront, and it is the status of the head coaching position. Scott talked about that a couple of times today. Here he is talking about Doug Christie.
When you're looking at a guy who's a veteran of so many coaching searches, I can't even count them right now. But what I can tell you is I've spent time with Doug Christie already. I first met Doug Christie when he was a player at Toronto. So I admired him as a player, his career. I've watched him this year from afar in terms of his ability to have a presence on the court. I think he's made a connection with players. We've had a few conversations up to this point. He was one of the first people I met with yesterday when I got into town. So I've only been here a little longer than 24 hours. With that said, my phone has incessantly rang for interest in this job. So I'm going to have a few more conversations in and around about this job. And hopefully I can come to some sort of resolution within the next week or so in terms of having a decision or announcement to inform everybody of.
So that got a lot of people's attention in multiple different ways. I was listening to Kyle and James on the way in. James is going to join us. He's still here in the building. He's going to come hang out with us here in a little bit. But I heard, because I had the video up, but I wasn't watching the chatty house. I just had the video up. I was just essentially just listening to Scott. And I heard Kyle describing the reaction of the chatty house during that moment, where it was like, oh, it sounds like DC's around. Oh, Doug's out of here. And it was just a constant, source of one extreme or the other.
Yeah.
My feeling, correct me, or don't correct me because you don't know. Here's my thought on what Scott just said. There is not going to be an expansive coaching search. That is not what I heard in Scott Perry's remarks right there. I think Kyle used this phrase earlier. Maybe it's Doug's job to lose. I'll paraphrase it maybe a little bit. Say Doug's the leader in the clubhouse. I do believe that other people have called Scott Perry about this position, and I think a few of those people he's intrigued by. I think my impression of what Scott said was he's going to talk to a few people who he likes for this job, and if he sees any of them as a better fit than Doug Christie, then maybe that's the direction he goes. My feeling is he has Doug in the one spot, and he's going to talk to a couple of other people, and it's up to those people to take Doug out of that one spot. That's how I read it. I did not read it as if he's having an expansive coaching search. I read it as I actually, in a way, take him at his word. He has a couple of guys he wants to talk to, and he'll move forward from there.
Yeah, I see it the same way. The more he continued to talk too about basketball and his philosophy on team building, it seemed to coincide with what I believe you get from a Doug Christie. It seemed like it would be in line with how he approaches the game and how he approaches a locker room and leading a locker room and leading a roster. So I definitely think mentality-wise, Scott Perry, Doug Christie are good fits. But to your point, I do believe that he's gotten calls of people that he likes, people that he trusts, people that he believes are good basketball minds and good leaders of men. And he wants to give them the opportunity, like you said, to win that job, because it does feel like Doug is just a thought.
Yeah.
He is number one. He is there. He's in that spot, but he can be swayed from the right person with the right perspective. And he's going to give that opportunity to happen for a couple people. But I'm with you. I don't think this is a league-wide search.
Yeah, I don't.
Of the next coach. I don't think it's that.
I don't feel like we hear Avery Johnson is in Sacramento. The name I thought of. Like I don't think we hear Coach B is in Sacramento to meet with Scott. I don't think that happens.
Mm-hmm.
I think if Scott starts to lean in a certain direction, then we start hearing reports about, hey, Darvin Ham, so-and-so is a front runner. Well, would be him. And some of y'all was cold last night with the tweets. I got sent a couple of them. I was like, my first thought was I got to send these to Jason Jones. Poor Darvin Ham. The brother can't put his hands in his pockets at a basketball game anymore. But I think if perhaps Scott Perry is leaning in a certain direction, we start to hear stuff about, hey, it turns out, Coach A could be the guy to land the job in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't, and 4, 5, 6, 7 days start to pass, I think Doug Christie winds up being named the head coach. My gut still tells me I think Doug is the head coach.
I do too.
That's just what my gut tells me.
Yeah.
And my gut has been wrong so many times. My gut sometimes is just saying it's hungry and I'm not listening close enough.
Here, have a Snickers.
Pretty much. I think Doug's the coach, though.
I think so too. I was listening to Scott Perry, his press conference, and hearing him speak. And when I talk about him winning a press conference, maybe I'm coming from a different POV, because I came from the point where I came into that. There ain't nothing he can say that can make me feel any different.
Mm-hmm.
I already told you guys how I feel about this whole thing a week ago. I will continue to reiterate it. I don't care what nobody says. I don't care what the process is. None of that matters at this point. You done messed up too many times. You just have to win,
Mm-hmm.
period. So I came into that press conference with that mindset, and I heard Scott Perry speak for 5, 10, 15 minutes,
Mm-hmm.
and I was thoroughly impressed.
Mm-hmm.
And I understood after hearing him speak and expound on some things, why he's respected,
Mm-hmm.
why he has so many connections around the league, why he's a good general manager. He's a good talent evaluator, but he's also a good communicator, can speak to an agent, can speak to a player, can speak to coaches, can speak to owners and get them to see his vision, or at the very least, calm them down so he can execute his job. And I was listening to him and I was thinking about some of the other things that had gone on here in Sacramento. And a lot of people question the process maybe of how he got here the second time. And when that process started, he talked about that as well to a certain degree. But I kept thinking, I was like, man, Scott Perry is the right hire. He's always been the right hire. And he got away. And now you get an opportunity. This franchise has had so many players, coaches, executives get away, and you never get a chance to see them again. Michael Malone, Luka, Dame Lillard, Klay Thompson, all these other guys. Jeff Petrie's gone. Name the executive, name the coach, name all this other stuff who've gone on to be successful outside of Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
Tyrese Halliburton. And they never get another opportunity with that right person again.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the first time you're getting an opportunity with the right person again. Scott Perry, not to pull a D-Lo, but Scott Perry is the right person for this job. He is the fit. He's the guy.
No,
he checks
I hate
all
to
the
tell you this, pal. I lived that life before.
No,
it worked great for 12 months or so.
He's the guy. He's the guy. That is
you.
the guy that not only knows what he's doing, but the guy that this franchise needs, this owner needs. He's the one. And they had him here in the building before, and he did some good things. And James talks about what he did in his 3 months just being in the building. And they lost him because he got his dream job. He got him back. This is the guy. This is it. That's what, after listening to him speak, that's the resounding sentiment I had. He's the right guy for this job.
He said something that I'm looking to see. I don't know if I have that exact line here. I think it might be in this clip, but I guess you don't need to hear it. He essentially said, 8 years ago, which, God, I can't believe it was that long ago. 8 years ago, I had a 3-month job interview. And I thought that was a great line for people who thought that this happened in a way that they're uncomfortable with. I know Matt George wasn't super fond of how quickly it happened, and I do like the idea that one, we said this when it happened. They went to someone that they know. They went to someone that they're comfortable with, and I never once thought like, oh, okay, yeah, it wasn't a job interview. It wasn't anything close to a job interview. But you go away for 8 years, they call you. Yeah, I guess in reality, that's what it was. Yeah. And so I love that line. I thought that was a great line that maybe put some people who were either uncomfortable or unhappy, be it fans or media, with the process. I feel like if that doesn't put you at ease, nothing will. They know this man. They know him pretty intimately from his time with the organization. He has gone on to be a general manager of a basketball team. There are people critical. I saw it when he was hired about his time in New York. Remember, his time in New York came to an end essentially because CAA took over. And it was, you're basically the middleman. We don't need you to be the middleman anymore. Yeah. We're just going to do this all ourselves. And that's ultimately what they did.
Right.
It's not an indictment of really Scott Perry's job. It's they just determined, you're not going to find Scott Perry's 25 years in the league are not more powerful than CAA's. God's influence on the NBA might not be as powerful as CAA's. Yeah. That's just, there might not be an entity on earth more powerful than CAA. Yeah. Like it's just how it is. Yeah. So I loved that line from Scott Perry today, and I thought, oh, that could be one that gets, maybe the Matt Georges, we'll talk to him tomorrow, to just kind of, okay, all right, I hear you.
And to that point, there hasn't been a lot of successful coaches, front office people here in Sacramento, so it's not the exact comparison. But if they've been,
sorry about that, was Matt George.
Oh, you good. If they've been talking to Mike Malone since the day he's been fired, Michael Malone, excuse me, Michael. If they've been talking to Michael Malone since the day he was fired,
yeah,
do you need to interview Michael Malone? He's established. You know who he is. You had him in the building. It's not an interview. It's almost, I said, do you want to do this? Are you down to do this? It's to a certain degree, it's as simple as that. Because if he says, yes, I want to be here, I don't need to interview. I know who you are. I know who you are. I know how you go about things. I know we'll have a conversation just because that's what it is. But a formal interview or all this other, it's not needed because I know you. And to that line that you talk about with Scott Perry, I had a 3-month interview. They know Scott Perry. I don't think there's anything that he could have said that they weren't at least familiar with him. They know him. They know who he was. It really came down to, hey, Scott, do you want to do this? If you want to do this, all right, let's make it happen. And it seems to be that's what happened. As you can see, I'm all in on it, man. And I came from a place where I was already kind of all in on it just because of his resume and what he's done in this league. I thought that's a good move, but there was nothing. I believed there was nothing he could say in this press conference that would get me hyped up or excited about what he could do. And I was wrong. He did a great job. He did a great job today. And like I said, I know some people probably looking for direct answers on certain stuff. Some answers you're just not going to get, and they don't really need to be said. But I thought he did a great job. I'm excited to see what he could do with this team.
You made me. I didn't think of this until the second you said it. I really haven't. Do you think he calls Michael Malone? Does he get? Because that's one that you have to clear.
Yeah.
You want me to hire a coach? I have a relationship with my. Do you have a problem if I call him? I don't think Vivek or anyone involved would say, yes, I have a problem. I think they would all be like, go ahead.
I think so too.
The question is, does Michael look down at his phone? Scott Perry, no effing way.
Scott got a call from a different number, psych him out a little bit.
Yeah.
I think he would. I agree with you. I don't think anybody involved in the organization would say, no, don't call him. I don't believe they would. And I think he seems like the type of guy, especially in this situation, where no stone will be unturned. Like we're gonna look everywhere we can to improve this thing. And if it means swallowing your pride a little bit or whatever people look at that as by going back and trying to get Michael Malone, we'll do that. Because we're gonna do anything we can to turn this thing around. So to answer your question, I think at the very least, I can imagine him having a conversation about it, like internally, at the very least. What do you guys think? I'm not sure if I'm even going to do this, but what do you guys think about the prospect of calling Michael Malone? I think, yeah, it's all on the table.
If you get Mike Malone, don't even tell nobody till game one. Just wrestling this whole thing.
That's Michael Malone. That's Michael Malone.
Whose music? No, that's one where that's what Mark Jones he has to. No, it can't be. That's and then Katie Christensen will blow it. It's Michael Malone.
Mike's just standing there center court. What the hell's Mike Malone doing? Someone hands him a clipboard from the King's assistant staff.
Katie the King Christensen just ruining the whole bit. Like, oh no. All right.
But the Michael Cole, one of his he doesn't have these moments all the time. He goes, what the hell is he doing here? Oh my God. You know something's up if Pat McAfee becomes the play-by-play analyst here in Sacramento. If we get that email, then you know something's up. So
yeah,
I'm a believer. I'm a believer in Scott Perry.
Okay. As am I. And many members of the media, including our buddy Matt George, got the opportunity to ask Scott Perry about the boogeyman today.
My question has to do with timelines specifically. Last season there was a bit of like a planned playoff mandate kind of on the organization and the position that they were in. Has it been expressed to you from Vivek, from ownership, about any kind of expectation of winning right away or giving you the time necessary to fix the shit?
The expectation is to build a sustainable winner. And do the things necessary to create an environment that will breed that. And that's the only mandate. And so I'm going to do what's best, what I see is best for that. Obviously, I'm someone who's wired to win. So again, we'll see what unfolds over the next coming months, but I'm going to do my very best to enhance what's here right now and see where it takes us.
With all this, just how closely are you going to be working with Vivek with all of these decisions? Has he given you full control to say, I'm going to hire the coach, I'm going to add these players to the roster, or do you plan to work with him?
Look, obviously Vivek owns the team, and I've worked with Vivek before, and I enjoy a very healthy and positive relationship with him. But make no mistake, he has empowered me to lead this team and make critical decisions. Now, will I talk to him often about different things in this team? Absolutely. It only makes sense. There's a saying that will be prevalent throughout my tenure here and within our office. I want diversity of thought, but with unity of purpose. And that's what we're going to be led by. And so that starts with my relationship with Vivek.
This sound like Brother Perry here for a second. I'm gonna run this one more time.
He was in his bag.
I want diversity of thought, but with unity of purpose.
My question has to do.
Matt, shut up. Diversity of thought, unity in purpose.
Put it on a shirt,
man.
Yeah.
Again, we talk about winning.
Come on now.
Unity of purpose.
That's
a bar.
Not to disrespect anybody else here previously, but an adult has stepped into the room.
That's the name of Drake and Kendrick's song. When they come back together in 5 years, diversity of thought, university of purpose. That's the name of the song.
An adult has stepped into the room. An organizer
Talk about it, yeah.
has stepped into the room.
Well, we need Fred Van Fleet wasn't
He
available.
even said
so
we
got
needed an
stuff.
organizer.
Well, he
That's
did. Yeah, that is. I mean, I don't know if that is good to hear him say that or infuriating. I mean, it's obvious, right? We get it. Like we all know what it is, but it's also like the same at De'Aaron Fox, Tyrese Halliburton. They drafted Davion Mitchell. Like all we did was draft guards,
and you couldn't keep one.
And the universal line was, well, we need a point guard.
You couldn't get one. You couldn't get one.
There was another line he said at the beginning of that. I didn't want to get lost because he said it wasn't a line, it was a phrase. He said it a couple of times. Sustainable winner. He used that phrase at least 2 or 3 times. And it makes me feel like that was not a talking point. That it makes me feel like the term sustainable winner was used in the discussion of what Monty and Wes were doing. In the fact that they couldn't build a sustainable winner. Or in conversations with Scott, he said what you built wasn't sustainable. That phrase is not something Scott said for the first time today. Some version of the term sustainable winner or unsustainable has been discussed over the last, week and some change, 2 weeks, month, however long this process has gone on with Scott Perry.
That's a good call. That's a good call, and I agree with you 100% on that. I do want to say one thing real quick, because Roddy in the chat, he says, adult in the room with a question mark. We really dogging Monty like this. You're right. Adult isn't the right phrase for that. Probably more so what I'm looking for is a leader. A leader has stepped into that organization. I don't think Monty McNair was a leader of men. I don't think he was a guy that could lead this organization.
I think Monty's really smart, and he's going to spend his entire life, that he wants, in this business. He will have a position in any front office he wants to, today or a year from now, because what he does, I think, adds value to a front office. Leading that front office is different. I do not think highly of Wes Wilcox. I do believe his time in the NBA is over. And having Scott Perry here, you feel like Scott is the type of guy where what are you, he even said this, we'll play this clip in a couple of minutes. He was talking about everybody looking in the mirror, including me. What am I good at? What am I not good at? If there's a situation where you have an analytics guy working on something, you used the term closer earlier. Scott's the closer in every sense of the word. Scott's the closer. Deal's done. Cool. I'm like theoretic. Great. Let's nail this. Let's get where we're going. Excellent. Deal's not done. A word. Okay. Get them on the phone.
Yeah. Get out.
Get Mike Dunleavy on the phone for me.
Yeah.
We'll get this done. We're getting this done today. He's that type of closer. You'll hear more from Scott Perry. We'll come back. We want to hear from you as well. TC, hang tight. You're up next. I promise. 916-909-1320. We also want to get into the games last night. One went the way I thought. The other one very much did not. We'll come back. We'll talk about it. Steele and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky is the limit at Sky River Casino.
I couldn't find Rob Nacho, by the way. So, but if you're out there, whatever, man.
If you made it, Nacho,
he should be fine. I think.
Just shoot us. Just shoot us. Just type. I survived Kenny's blocking.
Yeah, if you can hear this, I think Kenny's giving the 5-minute ban.
Yeah,
I thought he got the 5-minute ban. I thought he did, but because I wasn't trying to ban him forever. That wasn't. I said, hey, go back, work on your autocorrect, your spell correct, and then get back into the chat. That was the plan. But
can you imagine, I can't watch this show anymore. Got banned for life because it didn't spell right.
You used the wrong version of there.
No.
I said THEIR instead of THERE.
Well, you did about 4 times. Just bad grammar. It's like, all right, combine that with you talking greasy. Work on yourself real quick. Go work on yourself.
Trying to get out to the park this weekend.
Oh,
I asked our mutual homie if she had anything.
Hey.
I figured it's the worst team in baseball. It can't be that hot of a ticket.
Who's in town?
It's Chicago.
Oh, wow.
I'm just trying to get to the park, and it's not 100 degrees outside. It's a nice day on Sunday.
I think you'll be able to just walk up.
I might be out there on Saturday.
No tickets. Just
Can I come in? Sure, man. Open seating. Open seating, pal. Oh, right on, Soren. Hey, pipe down. Oh boy. I went to look at tickets for that game. I'm pulling up that same section we looked at for like opening night where it was like $100 and it's $30.
Saturday or Sunday?
This is resale prices too. This is $30. Sunday.
Sunday?
Oh man. Yeah, that ain't gonna be a hot ticket. Oh no, we'll see. I'll talk about it a little bit because it's newsworthy.
Bump it or dump it.
It's not even a bump it or dump it.
Oh.
It's a good question. Yeah.
All right, let's get TC in here, man. 916-909-1320 Oak Grove Kia Talk Line. TC, what's happening, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, TC?
Man, you know I'm fired up. Perry, we try to say Perry was a dude, bro. Hey, I hear you now, Kenny. That's what I was talking about with Perry, bro.
Yeah.
Dude is a factor. He finna come in here and make moves. D-Lo, you know what stood out? He said, I talked to all the players already. He said, I still got something to talk to. But he said, I'm talking to him, and I'm finding out if you want to be here or not. And if you don't want to be here, I'm gonna find a place for you, and we're gonna do it accordingly. Listen, I'm all for it, bro. Then he also said, Vivek, what did he say with Uncle V? He said, man, the only mandate is to build a sustained winner. That's the only mandate we got. Me and Vivek already got a good relationship. I'm gonna come to him and tell him, look, hey, bro, this is a move we thinking about doing, and we gonna make it. This is for the better of the team. Perry is the one, like you said, Kenny. We let him go. We got him back in the building, D-Lo. Let's not let him go, King. We up and up.
Let's go.
Sir. I'm with that. The other thing that I think about, I appreciate you, TC, with Scott Perry, and I understand. Like I'm not naive to what we as a fan base have gone through and stories of Vivek's meddling and all this other stuff. So I get it. But I look at this maybe a little different than others. Scott Perry is a respected, certified, verified NBA executive in this league who has won at a high level everywhere he's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Do not disrespect this man and say he's going to take a job where he's a puppet.
There you go. Yep.
Like
there you go. Yep.
If he didn't believe
Mm-hmm.
that he could do this job the right way and the way that he would like to do it while working with others, but the way that he likes to do it, I can almost guarantee you he wouldn't be taking this job.
Mm-hmm.
If he felt like he was going to be hamstrung by Vivek, or Vivek is going to use him as a puppet to make whatever moves he wants to do. And all this ain't no first timer.
Yeah,
this ain't no first timer. And I want to make it clear, no disrespect to Monty McNair, but maybe Monty, it's his first job. Maybe if that was the case, he felt like he had to do something like that. Scott Perry don't have to do this.
What was that line our friend said to us that day? This is not the place for a first-time general manager.
That's right.
This is just not the place for that. You need someone established here.
Yeah. So I understand the concerns. I trust me. I'm not scolding anybody or nothing like that. I get it, but don't disrespect this man, Scott Perry. He doesn't need to do this.
Right.
This is something he wants to do. He's competitive.
Mm-hmm.
He sees it as a good opportunity in a way that he can continue his legacy in this league, doing things the way he's done for 25, 30 years. So that would be maybe me trying to calm the worries of Kings fans about meddling and all this other stuff. Scott Perry, he's not taking no job where he even thinks meddling is going to be an issue.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I believe.
No, I could not agree more. Let's see what Leezy talking about. Leezy, great work this morning, man. What's going on?
Leezy.
Yo, what's up, D-Lo and KC? What's popping, guys?
What's up, Ken Folk?
Leezy got that energy today,
What's up,
boy.
Folk?
Yes, sir.
I got my ear to the streets, guys. I'm reporting live from the Golden One Center. You feel me?
I see you. I see you, big dog.
We out here working. Shout out to Matt George, Tony, Harvey, the homie. We out here working.
Oh, and let's not gloss over the fact that the Kings general manager made a Tony reference at his open press conference. Let's not golf. That means something.
It means something to me, damn it.
I didn't have it on my bingo card, but hey, I didn't mind it. He's for the culture. Hey guys, I just wanted to call in and talk about the Scott Perry press conference, man. Hey, I enjoyed it. Hey, I think Scott Perry's could bring some stability here, which is something much needed. And in comparison to Monty, Scott Perry has the connections. He had his one draft when he was here, and he picked some decent guys. He at least picked some older guys, some younger guys. Let me clarify. And I don't know. It just seems like he's aligned with the front office. So hopefully things go good. But I just wanted to tap in with my homies real quick, you know.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
Leezy.
Yeah.
Why do you sound like Leezy? Leezy sound like he was up to no good right now.
There was someone standing next to him.
There definitely was.
Like he did at the end. Someone was standing there.
It's like Carmichael Dave was walking up to him when he got nervous.
Hey, tell him I'm here. Tell him I'm here.
Yeah.
Maybe Matt George was with him or something. Give a shout out to Matt.
He's about to interview Whitey Gleason for the.
Hey, Whitey Gleason, can I get your thoughts for ESPN 1320 year?
It was so great.
Shout out Leezy, man. Leezy out here grinding.
So great. Yes, he is, man. That was a nice little surprise to see him out there at the Golden One Center, man. Good stuff.
I think you got something for the people that this the one that spoke to your boy. This is the clip that spoke to your boy. This was the statement. This is what I'm talking
about. Okay. You know, I don't know that this is the clip that well, no. I'm not sure what
because you talked about it. You mentioned it before we went to break.
Yeah.
I think this is the one. I think this is the one that I was.
So that's funny. That's funny. As soon as he said that, again, this is my life. The first person I thought about, he used the word, and you were the first person I thought about.
He was talking.
I was like, oh, I know KC heard that. Okay. All right. Here's more from Scott Perry, courtesy of Matt George and ABC 10.
One thing I want all the players here to do, I want to buy each player a mirror, because at first we're going to look at ourselves. And that starts with me each and every day. And so there's going to be an accountability first and foremost that am I doing everything as an individual to make this team successful? And then whoever we have in here to coach, it's going to be their job. And I'm going to be behind the scenes helping to make sure that we maximize what they can do on the court. The teams that I've been a part of, and I spent a long time with the Detroit Pistons, as you well know, and that team was built on accountability, was built on toughness, was built on defense, and was built on a team-first attitude. So when players come in this building, and when staff come in this building, starting with me, when I get out of my car and they get out of their cars, we're leaving our personal agendas and egos inside those cars. When you come inside, it's about the collective.
Talk about it. That's the
Come
one,
on,
right?
man. That's it.
Yeah, it's the one.
That's it. That's what's needed from the top down in this organization. That's what's needed.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Hopefully we can execute it. Maybe we get everybody on the same page. But that's what it's about. It's about, am I doing my job to the best of my abilities? Not, I can't do my job because person X isn't allowing. No, no. Am I doing my job? Are there going to be some pitfalls or some road bumps? For sure. But even then, you still have to come back and look and say, well, how can I be better? How can I do things better? I use the example all the time, man. We pull the curtain back a little bit. This isn't a very big staff here at 1320 compared to other, radio stations across the country. Right.
Or 90 miles from here.
Right. But I think all 7 of us, however many it is, we all say, hey, that doesn't matter. Yeah, we're behind the 8 ball with manpower, but that doesn't matter. We are going to come here every day. We're going to do our job. We're going to go the extra mile and make sure that we're doing what we can to win, period.
That means we got to make graphics when we're not graphic designers. Then I'm going to be KC is dope. If it means I gotta fill in as a host because James is at the press conference, then that's what Jesse's gonna do.
Yeah, we ain't sitting here saying, "Oh, Philadelphia not," and they're handicapping us, so we can't do. No, we're in the game.
They're taking our YouTube money.
They are.
No, yeah, you guys are handicapping us. By the way, we're just making it work.
You're right. You're right. They are. I'm not.
I know.
Not saying they're not, but
you almost went into your shack. No, I don't know. They taking our money.
So I gotta be right back.
Yeah.
Talking too damn much.
Yeah. Well, shut up, D-Lo.
But this is it. This is what happens. And to pat ourselves. That's why we win. That's why we win. Because we don't look for excuses. We don't look for reasons why we can't get things done. We figure out what we got to do to win. And that applies to that organization.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying everybody in that organization is perfect or has handled things right. The right way, no mincing words. Vivek hasn't handled things right the entire time. Like he's been off base a number of different times. We get that, but you still got a job to do, general manager. You still got a job to do, coach. You still got a job to do, player X. You still got a job to do, trainer X. You still got a job to do, security guard.
Media
X.
relations, security guard. Like
you got a job.
Popcorn seller, everybody up.
Yeah, and I love that he's bringing that type of mindset to this organization. And I think that's, I want to say the most, but if it's not the most, it's high up on the list on what needs to change in this organization.
Yeah, I think the way that you preach accountability and the way that you I don't know how to phrase this. The way that you I guess force accountability are really important to the process as well. I see our guy Dirk, who's brought up a couple of times that Mike Brown wasn't his big thing, accountability. I think one of Mike's weakest points as a head coach is the delivering of his message. And it appeared at times his message got lost. Now, you can blame the players for that. That's perfectly okay. You could say that they weren't being accountable. That's perfectly okay. And there's probably some semblance to truth to that. I think Doug witnessed that a couple of times and tried to get it in order. The problem is, you've got to, I think you've got to figure out a way to get everyone on the same page from day one. And the second people start to go to their own page, so to speak, you got to bring them back.
Yes.
And it felt like, what's your boy's album? Too Far Gone? It felt like they had a couple of moments where they were too far gone until they actually were. And that was around Christmas where we started to see some change. And then what did we see immediately? People said, well, it's the high that you get after firing a coach. You had that run with Doug Christie. I kept saying, no, like they look different. But maybe it just was that high because then you started having you had starters meetings. Then you had,
they got dealt another blow. They were playing well, and then The guy
Well,
said he wanted to leave.
Well, there's that too.
So
Yeah.
then they had to
There's that
deal
too.
with that.
Yeah.
There was I was thinking about this today too with this team, and not to absolve them of anything, but it's just the reality. They had a lot going on this year.
They did.
They had a lot
Yeah.
going on. And even to the point of, once again, maybe it's justified, understandable. If we know the whole deal, like I get it, I understand. They had people quitting on them left and right. Left and right, people just quitting on them. You know, and De'Aaron, he's got his reasons for doing it. De'Aaron wanted up out of here in the middle of this winning situation. I think they had lost some games, so I don't want to call it a win streak. But out of 10 out of 11 wins,
Yeah.
he wanted out.
Yeah.
Luke Louch, you know I love Luke Louch as a coach. I believe in him as a coach. I think he's a great coach, and every time I've talked to him, a great human being. But he quit on these guys. He quit. He quit in the middle of what they were doing. He just left these guys. Wes Wilcox, know how you feel? You know how I feel about Wes Wilcox. He quit on these guys. These guys just quit in the middle of the year. And the actual, hey, I'm taking the job might not have been when they mentally checked out and quit on these guys.
Right. Yeah,
That-
for sure.
That's and if they, I don't know if maybe they were surprised by all this, but I would think the day Luke took the Florida State job wasn't the first time everybody in that locker room was like, Luke might leave.
Yeah.
They might have known that for a couple weeks.
It wasn't a Luca trade. Like it hit out of nowhere.
They might have known that for a couple weeks. And here this guy is trying to tell them, hey, play this deep. Bro, what are you
and the
trying to
work you
leave
got to
us?
put in to get a college job. It's tough. And hey, look.
And salute him. That's a personal decision he made, but it doesn't.
But
doesn't
your
hide-
point,
yeah.
Your point was the adversity that this team went through. Some of it was self-inflicted, some of it wasn't. It felt like there was a domino effect with Mike. I don't know if Mike Brown is still here if Luke Louch leaves, but it doesn't matter. He did. Then there's the De'Aaron component to this. Then I don't know what Doug's relationship was with the remaining coaches here. But Doug was pretty defiant a few times about, I'm the head coach. And there were questions about like decisions and things that he was doing. He would hold it. I'm the head coach. I'm the one in charge of all of this. And again, I don't know what his relationship with those guys were, but I don't know that it was perfect,
right,
or even smooth. That was Mike Brown's staff, and I don't imagine, especially, of course, Luke left. From everything we've been told, Luke they were told to fire him. Mike was told to fire him, and yeah, no wonder he left. I don't know what firing Luke Louch would have done, or maybe it wasn't Luke. Yeah, it was Luke. It was Luke or Jay Triano, right?
Yep.
I don't know what that would have done. But the fact that you fired Mike instead and just left those two here, essentially leaving Doug to, hey, sorry, pal, figure it out. Yeah, that's tough.
Absolutely.
That's tough.
Absolutely. And once again, not trying to like say anything bad about Luke or anything, because I understand his position. I understand Wes Wilcox's position of, hey, this thing's falling at the seams.
And it can't get up.
I need to get out of here. You know what I'm saying? I got an opportunity. I'm gone. Like, I understand that. But that doesn't change the fact that that's what happened. You quit on the team. These guys quit on the team while they're in the middle of trying to figure things out, while they're in the middle of trying to win games. Now, if you want to take it all the way back, you could say some of these players quit on Mike, and that's a problem as well. So I just look at that and I was like, man, that was an absolute mess. And I think back, this is the NBA, and it's completely different. And this is where I have empathy a little bit for some of these players, and even to the point where after the Washington game, I was like, man, these guys don't look like they want to play with each other anymore. I talked about it before, but the second year I was at CRC, coach dynamic was crazy. Coaches fighting, not getting along. It was a mess. I like my teammates. Like, I like them as people. I still talk to them to this day. They're cool. But there was so much that went on behind the scenes and drama and all this other stuff. I got to before the playoff game, I was like, man, I'm ready for this to be over. I get it. It's easy for me to sit here and say, as a radio host, hey man, just play for the team, man. You still got a chance to win. It's easy to say that, but I've been there where it's like, man, I'm just done with this season. Like, I want to press the reset button, or I want to leave, or whatever. Like, I'm done. I don't care about this no more. And I get it. It happens. It happens. And it feels like with everything that went on with this group this year, that's where maybe a lot of people got by the time they got to that playing game against Dallas. And it could be a situation where, like, if we're close, like, we're gonna try and win, but the second something goes wrong, like, I ain't got nothing left. I get it. I understand. I've lived it. I get it.
Let's hear more. This is another great clip from Matt George, Scott Perry talking today about this team and what their identity should be.
I'm just learning this roster again. I've watched them from afar. There's some talent here. There's an obvious need. I think everybody in this room probably would agree to it, that there's not a true point guard on the roster. Also, as I assess it from afar, I think we need to add more length and athleticism to this group to enhance some of the talent that's here. So that's from that standpoint, that's kind of what I'm looking at doing right now. And the second part of your question was the identity. Any successful or pro sports organization, or any company for that matter, has to have an identity. And that's one thing that I don't see here yet, but that's what I'm all about, is establishing an identity. What does it mean to be a Sacramento Kings player? To play here, we're going to require toughness. We want a defensive orientation. We got to play extremely hard, and we got to play together on the offensive end. Share the game is what I like to say. We got to be professional.
I want to hit pause right there. I'm gonna let Scott finish. Does any of that sound familiar?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna let this run. I want everybody to think about, and have you heard anyone associated with the Kings? Is it drop a line like that? I just chuckled because I realized Scott's got a Apple Watch on, and he's got his rings up. So Scott's got to make sure he closes his rings today. So sometime that Apple Watch shows a little too much about
that's
our
what I'm saying. Well, you can turn it off. Well, not turn it off, but like, if you're not looking at it, the screen should be off.
Well, his wrist is turning. That might be why it lit up. But let's let Scott finish. If you can't figure out who we're talking about, we'll tell you. Hang on.
Got to be disciplined, and we got to have accountability. And so, if you fit that profile, you'll see guys wearing that Kings jersey. If not, then we'll figure out how to get guys in here that do. And a line that you may hear me say, and you may have heard this before, I am looking for volunteers to that, not hostages.
Man, there's a lot there.
This dude a good talker, boy. I tell you, he's a good talker. Like I said, I believe in him. I think he's going to do well as the GM and kind of turn this whole thing around. But I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen.
I'm waiting
but
for
I know
Scott
he can
to
talk.
lead me to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ the way he was talking today.
I know this dude. He can spit. This dude be having bar after bar after bar.
Who'd he sound like to you?
To me, it sounded like Doug Christie.
Exactly like Doug Christie. Now you can read into that whatever you want to. Maybe it's nothing. But if you're talking about being in alignment, which is one of the key things that has to happen with Scott Perry and his front office, he has to be in alignment with Douglas Dale Christie and his coaching staff, or whoever the coaching staff winds up being. He has to be in alignment with Vivek Ranadive and whoever Vivek's advisors and trusted circle is.
Yeah.
They all have to be in alignment. And if you're just looking for breadcrumbs or you're looking for clues, maybe this is nothing. But we have heard Doug, it feels like, use those same exact words when it comes to talking about what he wants for this basketball team.
And that's why I say their approach and their outlook to the game of basketball and building a team and building a roster, it seems to be in lockstep. That's why one of the reasons why I think Doug will be the coach. But you just don't know. He may. I agree with how you talked about earlier. I think Doug is the leader. I do believe there's guys that want to talk to him about it. And if they can win him over, maybe they, jump over Doug. But once again, the way that they approach the game of basketball and team building and building a locker room and all this other stuff, it seems to be from the same place, from the same exact place.
Let's welcome back Rob Nacho One.
Oh, well, good.
He's back.
Good, Rob.
He's and we'll highlight his question here. He said, problem is if they keep Doug, does he just keep the leftover coaching staff? Absolutely not. I think
spelling was great on that too, by the way. Good job, Nacho. Do better.
It's a cold game to boot somebody for spelling wrong.
Oh,
but
get. If you can't spell get right, then I need you to go work on your game. I'm gonna get Rob Nacho a mirror.
All right, Kenny Perry, relax a little bit. No, Doug absolutely does not keep the quote leftover coaching staff. If Doug is named the head coach, he's given an allotment that allows him to build a coaching staff. James mentioned that a couple of days ago, and I think it might have flown over some people's heads where, James, he had a line, and we'll get James in here pretty soon because I think he's just hanging around the building. Yeah, you give, Doug $4 million and tell him, go build your dream coaching staff. That's for the whole staff. Like assistant coaches probably don't make what you think that they make. That's why you see, I was sad. I was a little frustrated yesterday watching the Lakers game as I saw Lindsay, and I realized I feel like women in the WNBA have to make a lot of lateral moves. I'm sure working for JJ is probably great. Maybe she'd be more comfortable, on JJ's staff, or maybe it was a chance to work with LeBron, which is, just immeasurable. Now, Luka's there and all this, but when she took the job, it's LeBron James, it's Anthony Davis. It's a chance to work with those elite players. I feel like I saw her like on the second, I was like, oh, she made a lateral move. And sometimes that happens, I guess, not just with female assistant coaches. I think that happens with assistant coaches, period, is you're trying to find the coach who will really believe in what you're doing and maybe elevate you a little bit further. Or you join a talented coaching staff where, guys will start to fall off. We joke about it all the time. It's very literally how Joe Mazzola got the job. They lost they lost Will Hardy. Brad moves to the front office. Ime becomes the head coach. He gets elevated pretty quickly. Ime cuts, and all of a sudden you're looking around like all of our guys left. And, well, we're going to keep some continuity here. And now all of a sudden, Joe Mazzola is an NBA Finals winning coach. He joined that staff the same year Kara did. Was that 2020? Same year.
That kind of sounds like a movie. What happened to Joe Mazzola?
Oh, 100%. Yeah,
like
absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It starts with him just watching The Departed. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll get into the NBA as well and things that we saw last night when dealing with KC. Return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Kyle, I caught this. This was pretty funny. Where is it at? It goes, tell those guys. Oh, man. Kyle be having some good ones. I can't find it, but he says, there he goes. Go out there and play like you're in the hood.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That was crazy. That was a crazy line that a fictional character said. Very funny. Go out there and play like you're in the hood. Don't mind me, guys. Don't mind me.
Boom, 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 boom. They be rocking it. Looking up how to make a dirty martini. I've never made one before.
Sounds good.
Let's go, Scooter. Look forward to seeing you this weekend, bro. If y'all need any work done, man, call Scooter. He does a phenomenal job. He's going to wind up building all the fences at my house. Hey, Scooter, build a fence that keeps the fucking turkeys away.
You afraid the turkey might be listening, or?
Yeah, a little bit, Jesse. I'm being targeted. It's harassment. One and a half ounces of olive juice.
Olives are trash.
They're not trash.
Yeah, that's
Jesse.
the worst thing you put on a combination pizza.
They're not trash.
Olives are whack.
Yeah, they are.
Y'all
They're
are
horrible. Like, I'm gonna keep it
excessive.
real. I get the combination pizza. First thing I'm doing is picking the olives off.
Will you stop?
That's a good call. That's a good call.
Like, what are they? Like, disgusting. That's it.
Olives are not disgusting.
They're a waste of time.
You ain't never had a little charcuterie board with some olives on it?
Nobody eats the olives, bro.
Man, that's cap.
I've tried a couple times. I'm like, no, this is a bad decision.
Y'all tastes are not refined.
No, our tastes are fine. The olives just aren't any good.
Yep. Y'all hoes out here talking about like Little Caesars pizza, but complaining about olives.
Olives are
Yeah,
gross.
give me 10 Little Caesars
Olives
pizzas.
are
It's
not
over one olive.
gross.
Olives are no
What's
good.
wild is there's like a lot of different types of olives.
Chris in the chat house says Jesse a baby for not liking olives. Whatever
See?
then.
See?
Fine, I'll be a kid forever.
They're not good. Green or black olives.
They got olives with like, I didn't know this. Not my bag. I think I need to go pick some up with blue cheese stuffed in them. Then they got ones with like garlic stuffed in them.
See, mine, I just stuff in the trash.
You're ridiculous, man.
Max says Kenny hates peas, avocados, and olives. Crazy.
Hating avocados is wild.
Yeah, that's a bad take. Peas are bad too. But
crazy.
Avocados are whack. Those are pretty much the
Hating
only foods.
avocados is crazy.
Those are pretty much the only foods that I don't like. But yeah, I don't like those foods. Not all three of them.
We don't like beans
all,
either, right?
All three of those foods can go to hell.
We don't like what?
So Casey don't like beans either, right?
Ah, you're right. I do not like frijoles.
You love rice, but it's been known to beat your ass a time or two.
Well,
no,
I got over that. I don't know what happened there. I've had Chipotle many a time since, and it was just a bad month.
We made a dinner a couple nights ago that had rice in it. I feel like I haven't had rice in a while, and I think one of the grains of rice was trying to kill me, and I thought this is the rice that was trying to kill Kenny. It's come for me now. I'm like, it's that thing where you. You're walking around. Are you okay? Yep. Just over
Slowly
here trying-
panicking because it's not going away.
Just over here trying not to die. That's all. What's wrong? There is a single grain of rice trying to murder me right now.
A terrible way to be taking out the game.
It's terrible.
I don't think there's a good way. But
Damn shame what happened to. Well, there are ways you could be more proud of. Oh no, he died trying to save, kids out of a building. Oh, he jumped in front of an old lady and saved her from getting in from a car. Whatever. No, he died on a grain of rice. Like you,
lie about how I died.
like your last words in that is you're grabbing your loved ones and you're dying. Just please don't tell anyone.
Can you imagine you do it at Chipotle too in front of everybody?
Oh, how embarrassing!
Oh, how many phones will be in front of you?
This guy didn't know how to eat his rice.
Yeah. No sympathy.
No.
You go viral for dying at Chipotle. No sympathy whatsoever. Oh, this idiot choked on a grain of rice.
Then Chipotle forever has a sign out there. Please be careful when eating your rice, and it's because of you.
The crazy thing is, it's embarrassing both ways. If you survive, how embarrassing is that? Walking out of
rather be out a little grain of rice.
Walking out of that place like that, just embarrassing.
God forbid you show up at dinner time too, so the whole room is packed.
What was the movie where the guy? It wasn't a grain of rice, but was it White Chicks? No, it wasn't White Chicks. It was Mrs. Doubtfire. That's how he got exposed as being the dad, because he saved the boyfriend from whatever he was choking on, and all the mask. And
That's right.
Came off.
Yeah.
Oh,
what a concept of a movie.
White Chicks or Mrs. Doubtfire?
Well, both of them, to be honest with you.
Mrs. Doubtfire is kind of crazy.
Great movie, though.
It was a great movie.
Great movie.
Robin Williams did a fantastic job, man.
R.I.P. Robin Williams.
Yes, indeed.
Went the way of Flipside. In any event, man, I feel like we have. I'm okay. There's probably one more clip we should air. It's the Kyle Kuzma clip. He was asked about his podcast remarks.
The Zach LaVine clip.
Zach LaVine.
Did I say Kyle Kuzma?
Yeah. Yo.
He did.
He would have drafted, or he would have traded for Kyle Kuzma.
He's still trying to get. He is the latest general manager who is trying to get Kyle Kuzma.
So the whole press conference. How would I miss that?
Might be the last general manager after what we've seen in the playoffs.
Man,
damn.
Well, there'll be some Bucks. Well, never mind. We'll get to that in a minute. Yes, the Zach LaVine clip. Let me remind you too. Coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour, we'll have the keyword you need for the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway. Your chance to win a $500 gift card, courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, home of the big guy Vince Bloom, is coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Again, your chance to win a $500 gift card coming your way at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. Here is Scott Perry talking about his podcast clip, which he wanted us to make sure we knew he had a podcast. His podcast clip regarding Zach LaVine.
Absolutely. I've had a chance to speak with Zach. I knew Zach a little bit well before I took this job. When he was a young player at UCLA, when he was coming out, I obviously scouted him and watched him a lot. Terrific talent, athletic, nearly a career 40% three-point shooter. And he and I, like I said, we had a good conversation. So my job now to help put pieces around him and others to enhance his ability to start winning. And that is what you're getting at with the comment that I made, because it was a reflection on him not having won as much. It's nothing personal with me. And the great thing, what I enjoy with my relationship with all players, and that's why so many of them reached out to me, because they know, okay, I might not always agree with him, but he's going to shoot me straight. And they know that I'm going to provide radical candor surrounded by radical.
So there's Scott Perry. I assume everyone is familiar with the clip. Instead of, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think, the clip was a little overblown.
The original, the podcast clip?
Yeah.
Very much so. in my opinion.
Yeah,
very
I
much
thought so too. What he said was, I thought it was fair. I thought it was accurate. I didn't think it was disrespectful. I didn't think it was an indictment on Zach LaVine, the individual. It was an assessment of his career up until that point. I don't know. Like I understand why people like were looking at it like, oh man, when I finally heard it, I was like, that's not that bad.
Here's the clip in question. This is from 2023, I believe. Give me 2 seconds. We'll get you the exact date. It is November 20th, 2023. Scott Perry.
No question that Zach LaVine can score the basketball. He has proven that his 9 years in the NBA. I know this is his 10th season. He has shot the ball well. He's a career 38% three-point shooter, explosive athlete. He has proven that he can score the basketball. Next thing that I look at is, does he impact winning? Zach LaVine has been to one playoff series in 9 years. So he's played a total of 4 basketball games, 4 playoff basketball games. So now I say to myself, I'm looking at paying 40 this year, 43, 46, and 49 million in subsequent years for a guy who, to this point, has not impacted winning to the level that his money says he should impact. So there's not a real match there, in my opinion. Now, as I look at the teams, and you bring up a good point, Mo, when you start talking about him as a third option, which I think is the best fit.
Okay, we'll stop it right there. Actually, I think that's the end of the clip.
He also, like I said, I didn't think what he said was. I didn't think that much about what he said, like it being a bad thing, I guess. He also had a clip where, I think it was the same interview or whatever, where he talked about Zach LaVine joining the Kings. I don't know. It wasn't this past trade deadline. Maybe it was the one before.
Okay.
And he talked about, obviously, Fox and Sabonis are here. And I think he said something to that. Like, I could see that working. That might be a good fit for Zach. Like his, he mentioned how that would be good for the Kings. The only issue would be their depth would be gone to trade him. And like if any one of those guys
for acquiring Zach LaVine.
So if any one of those 3 guys go down, they don't have the depth to be able to deal with that. But he talked, I don't want to say glowingly, but just evaluated Zach like, no, I think that's a good spot for him. That's a good spot for the Kings. Like I could see that working. So, but that doesn't, obviously those guys aren't around anymore, and that clip doesn't circulate as much.
We need something more salacious. That's not salacious enough. I started this tweet. I think it was from Casey Tucker. Where's Casey Tucker at? KC Tucker says Zach LaVine has good games and bad games, but he rarely affects wins and losses. He's a very unique case study. That's kind of, what Scott was talking about right there. Is he a winning player? I'm going to ask everyone a question. Does Domas affect wins and losses? I'm not trying to be a hot take guy. I'm not trying to be an ass. I'm genuinely asking in your observations of professional basketball, do you believe, if you could talk about Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan, it's fine. I'm going to ask you, do you think that Domantas Sabonis affects wins and losses?
I'm going to answer that question, but I chuckled because
I had to glance at the clock because I thought you were going to say on the other side.
Oh, no.
I was like, oh,
Well,
no.
I'll let you know when we come back.
Yeah. Well, 15 minutes early, Kenny. It's fine.
I chuckled because the very first time I saw that clip, I thought, to a certain degree, you could substitute Zach LaVine's name and put Domantas Sabonis' name in there, and you'd have the same conversation.
Yeah.
And mind you, I'm a guy that likes Zach LaVine, so that means I like Domantas Sabonis. But when you're talking about what they've done in this league, I think Sabonis has been to 2 more playoffs because he had the one here out in Sacramento, obviously. And then I I know he got to one other one in Indiana, and I can't remember if he got to another series or it was just a playing game. But he's making that amount of money. He's put up the numbers and rebounded and, assisted and all this other stuff to have those type of, that type of salary. And that's great. But he doesn't have this super deep playoff resume.
Mm-hmm.
And what Scott also said during this press conference about Zach LaVine can be applied to Domantas Sabonis. And it's not even I don't even think it's a knock. I think it's a measured way, an accurate way of looking at the players that you have or you may have on your roster. He talked about Zach LaVine. He said, yeah, I talked to him. We talked about it. I talked about his scoring in that clip. Now my job is to put the right people around him that will elevate his game, that will magnify his scoring without having him, in no exact terms, without having him take on too much of, trying to do everything else.
Mm-hmm.
But basically his thing was put the right pieces around him. And we always talk about that with Domas, and it's the right thing to say, I guess, because Domas doesn't shoot the ball, but we don't ever look at it as putting the right pieces around Zach LaVine because he's just a scorer. So it's just a negative. Like, we can't look at Zach LaVine as, hey, let's put the right players around him so he can be the scorer that he is,
Mm-hmm.
and other people can defend or do whatever, or be the organizer or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That it's just you can't win with him as opposed to building around his talents.
I think it's an interesting discussion. I think maybe it's us locally, maybe it's Kings fans. I feel like we hold, or I feel like Zach LaVine is being held to a different standard than other Kings players are, who, as you just noted, you could say the same exact thing about. But the clip from 2 years ago or a year ago, whatever, isn't about Domantas Sabonis. It's about Zach LaVine.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if Zach LaVine is the first option here, the second option here, or the third option here. I know one thing that was kind of funny, though, was listening to Kyle and James following, when James got back from the press conference and they kind of wrapped up their show. We talk like DeMar DeRozan is gone.
Yeah.
Like, we do not talk like DeMar DeRozan has even the slightest chance to be a part of this team. We talk like he's already not here. As if Scott Perry took over the team and just didn't call DeMar DeRozan. Called everyone else, but didn't talk about him.
Right.
Like, I heard, Domas, Keegan, LaVine, that's not going to be good enough. Okay, like, I get it. DeMar DeRozan is still a Sacramento King. Maybe it's just for now, but he is a Sacramento King. Maybe the approach of Scott Perry is different. Maybe DeMar's feelings, I don't know what DeMar's feelings are in Sacramento, but there certainly was a lot of talk of, I don't have much time left in this league. Maybe you do a little bit of everything. Are you open to being here? We can certainly explore things for you. Are there specific destinations? How do you want to work this? We want to do right by you. And I do believe that Scott Perry and the Sacramento Kings will do right by Domantas Sabonis, by DeMar DeRozan. And I don't know. I just think it's funny. We've moved on. We talk like he's not here.
I'm guilty of it, right? Because I'm thinking he's just gone.
Gone, yeah.
And it's funny you mentioned DeMar DeRozan because I talked about Scott Perry and listening to him, and then it tweeted out like, hey, this is a guy that can communicate with people and can get them to believe to come to Sacramento or in a trade or whatever. And for a quick second, and I guess I just kind of dismissed it after I thought about it, but I was like, I wonder if he can convince DeMar DeRozan to stay, if he wanted him to stay. Like, if Scott Perry was like, no, I think DeMar works here and we can make it work. Can he convince DeMar DeRozan, Aaron Goodwin, his representation, that, hey, I'm here now. Don't worry about all that stuff that happened. That was crazy. I get you, but I'm here now. And I just thought about it and didn't even answer myself, just kind of kept moving. But I wonder.
Do you think that's Do you think that's a tough sell?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I do.
I think so too. I mean, I appreciate the sentiment.
Yeah.
DeMar DeRozan is not an idiot.
I won't be fooled again.
Yeah, fool me can't get fooled again. Yeah, that is 100% it. All right. Is there anything else on Scott Perry? Do we?
He said all the right things, but
It feels like it.
just got to actually do the right things, though.
That's it. That's what it comes down to. Like,
And the first order of business is hiring the head coach.
Yes.
He's got to determine whether it's a week from now or 5 days from now or 10 days from now or
I
whatever.
think that's Doug, or he already knows who it is. If not, I don't see
think-
how you talk to guys
I
and
think
make
that-
a decision in a week.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. I think he, at the very least, I do not think he has more than 2 additional people. Doug, guy 1 that Scott likes for the job, guy 2 Scott likes for the job. I assume maybe girl that Scott likes for the job. But I don't think it's. I know he said my phone has been blown up. And Scott, I believe you. But I think it's also been blown up with people you don't want to talk to.
Luke Walton.
Well, it's like Scott, I'm
Look,
sure knew he was
Alvin, stop calling. You're here for a different reason.
Scott, I'm sure knew he was getting the job before it was announced he was
Absolutely.
getting it. So I'm sure Scott was talking to people, or at least getting ideas.
So that's absolutely my feeling. Is how do you feel about coming back to Sacramento? Good. Am I in charge of hiring the coach? Yes. Okay. Hey, calling someone. I think I'm gonna take this Sacramento Kings job. Do you have any interest in joining me over here?
Yeah.
I want to talk about it. Not offering you the job, but I want to talk to you about it. Like I absolutely think that's exactly
they
how
can
it
have
went.
those talks at that moment.
You could. Yeah, you absolutely
Yeah,
could.
those talks at that moment. And this is the NBA. This is sports. This is how things work.
Yeah.
There's probably deals going on, or have been going on, or some of these NFL draft players have known where they're going for weeks now.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? Free agency in the NBA. Free agent in the NBA is pretty much going on right now.
Facts. 100%.
You know what I
Absolutely.
mean? So
absolutely.
Those things happen. So
Absolutely.
it's definitely, I wouldn't even say it's not out of the realm of possibility. I would say it's probable that all that stuff went down.
Sure. Yeah, sure. And then, we've got draft, we've got free agency, we've got potential trades, we've got stuff involving, DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, what happens with Trey Lyles, what happens with Keon Ellis, what happens with Keegan Murray. It is shout out to Scott, because it is a long list of stuff he's taken over.
Yeah.
It is a long, long list of that honeydew list, so to speak.
Yeah.
That's a long list for our guy, Scott Perry.
Yeah, and he seems to be a guy that is energized and looking forward to it. He talked about he doesn't. What was the word he said? He doesn't run away from conflict. He runs towards it, or something like that. There's a lot of that here.
Oh, hey man, you pick a direction.
See how much you're really about it.
Yeah, pick a direction, buddy. There's going to be conflict everywhere.
I do believe. It's just a belief. There's no way you can prove this, though. But I do believe if he would have never left, the Kings would have been all right. The Kings would have made the playoffs before they did. They would have.
I'm with you. I thought pretty highly of him 8 years ago too.
Yeah.
How much of Scott winning the day-to-day is just due to the guy that left yesterday?
It's got something to do with it.
I don't think
Scott
so.
is just like Scott's talking and saying all these things. The last
got
guy
something to do with it.
just said words for 20 minutes whenever he talked to us.
Sometimes he wouldn't, though.
I think that's got something to do with him winning the day. Like, this is something that we haven't seen in 5 years at least.
Sure.
Or depending, like Scott Perry, we like Vladdy or whatever. I like him, but he didn't speak like Scott Perry.
Yeah.
So this is something we hadn't seen in this organization in decades, almost. Somebody that can speak with that level of charisma and that level of getting you to believe they've got things under control and they know exactly what they need to do and what needs to happen. Going along with the resume that he talks about. He talks about going to Detroit and winning there and going to different places. So I think Monty not being here plays a role in how maybe I feel or others feel about Scott Perry today. I think that, like, just the optics of it all, like, doesn't mean Monty was wrong or awful or anything like that, but just the way this man speaks about this position and speaks to the public compared to how this other one does. Yeah, you weren't inspired ever listening to Monty. You were never inspired. Like, man, we're going about things the right way. It was either okay, I guess, or that was awful.
Most of Monty's press conferences were, oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever went, boy, Monty hit a home run there.
Yeah.
Nailed it. It was more like, he did what we expected him to do, which was nothing. Which is fine. In reality, Scott didn't do anything today.
No, it did not get to the bottom line of what needs to happen.
And no one is going to.
Right.
Rob Pelinka is not going to. Nico should never do another press conference. But in most cases, when general managers sit down to talk following a firing, there's one thing that they got to say. They're not even, it's not like if, we talk about the press conference that never was with Monty McNair following Mike's firing. It's not like Monty was going to sit down and go, man, he sucked. You know how many people in the locker room hated him? He's not going to say that. He's going to say exactly what he said to Mark Jones. We thank Mike for his, contributions. He helped us in the playoff drought. And, now we're moving forward with Doug Christie. That's exactly what he would have said, whether James Ham and Sean Cunningham and Matt George are there or not. And maybe you press him a little bit harder on the questions, but you know what you do? You know what he's going to do when you press him harder on the questions? He's going to say the same exact thing. Or Monty will just flat out not answer you.
Right.
I know I'm paraphrasing. Man, Monty has dropped an occasional, man, I'm not telling you that. Not revealing our straight. It's none of your goddamn business.
Yeah, no.
Or the famous yeah no. The famous yeah no.
Yeah, man. So yeah.
Here's what we'll do, because one thing is obvious. We will be the only show in America who never talks about the NFL draft. We need to talk about the games last night.
Yeah.
We need to talk about that the Bucks are getting punked by the Indiana Pacers.
Wow.
Like Tyrese is making them look foolish. And the Lakers get back on track. But admittedly, I didn't see that game going that way. Even though I'm pretty sure you and Jason predicted it on this show yesterday.
I think I picked the Timberwolves.
Oh, did you? Then Jason said it. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the Timberwolves lost by 20.
Yeah.
I didn't think that would happen. It wound up happening. We'll try to make heads or tails of both of these series, and no one cares about what the Thunder are doing to the Grizzlies.
No.
Just end that series now. We'll come back. We've got much more to talk about. We're going to grab James Ham, too. He's out there working in the common area. We'll get him in here to join us to talk about what happened today at the Golden One Center as well. It's Steelin' with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
So what is the point of, like, what are we doing Monday?
It's essentially team building type stuff. Yeah.
Because I saw like meeting and stuff, so I wasn't sure if we were being talked to or.
Yeah, there's definitely meeting level stuff. He just, if I understand this correctly, it's just programming. So it's just a chance for us to kind of all be together, talk.
God, okay.
But I know I don't know if he sent the itinerary. But
No, yeah, Charlie forwarded that to me today.
there's like food.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, so it's cool. We're not playing tug of war. No one's.
Well, yeah, I wasn't sure if it was one of
wind
those
up. Yeah, no one's
things,
gonna
or-
wind up in a hospital when this is over. We'll be just fine.
Have you seen that Stephanie McMahon show on the ESPN?
I haven't. No. Stephanie's places.
It's I stumbled across. I'm gonna watch it, like, because I stumbled across this episode with Charlotte just now, and obviously I can't hear.
I think she had Dana White episode 1.
No. Come on, man. Really? I thought she only had wrestlers on.
I thought I saw tweets on oh yeah, I'm not gonna have so and so kind of people on my show. I was like, oh, you had Dana White on right now. Maybe it was something else.
Ugh. That's gross. Absolutely disgusting.
Might have been a joke of a tweet, but
He got Chatty House.
all right, it might have been a joke of a tweet. I said it's not Chatty House, by the way. I wasn't reporting anything.
It's Punk, Cody, Rhea, Stone Cold, and now Charlotte.
Stone Cold. Stone Cold.
Speaking
Stone Cold.
of Charlotte, are you guys following?
Charlotte and Nia.
Yeah, what's going on with this roast?
That's pretty crazy.
Did you see any of those clips?
What happened?
From they had some sort of roast at WrestleMania, and I guess it went
sideways.
Yeah, because Nia started talking like shit about Charlotte.
Oh, nice.
Cody. Yeah.
Let me go ahead and find those clips then.
Yeah, there's
It's
like
starting to float around.
there's a couple out there. Like there weren't supposed to be recording devices in there. But obviously that doesn't stop people. So there's a couple of them out there. Nia really does seem like a terrible person. I don't have no music in my ear, so I didn't know if we were back. That's all right. We good?
I was confused as producer.
It's all good, man. We good. We'll talk a lot more about Scott Perry being introduced as the Sacramento Kings general manager when James Ham joins us in a few minutes, or perhaps we'll do it right now when Kenny says something.
Well, no, I just want to trust me because we got to get to some other stuff. So don't. This doesn't have to be a 30-minute thing. But
man, what about Bump It or Dump It?
Well, it's ready. Whenever we do, it's Bump It or Dump.
Okay.
It's always ready.
All right.
But it's not. It's also not time sensitive. Like it can flow.
Okay,
it can flow.
All right. Because it went great yesterday. it went so smooth yesterday.
The Rays one was hilarious.
I still don't know what the story was. This is a shoot. KC comes up with the stories. He does not tell me what they are. He just says the headline. And the second you said the Rays, I was like, not interested. I still don't know what the Rays story is.
We'll never get to it because they were giving away pieces.
Rays could be retiring Barry Bonds' jersey for all I know.
They were giving away pieces of the dome that ripped up, like pieces of cloth from the dome.
That was a great dump it then, because I don't even know what that is. Get that out of here.
I saw a lot of people at the beginning of the press conference, the Scott Perry press conference, talking about Vivek's not there. Vivek's a coward, all this other stuff. And this is what I alluded to the other day when we heard Vivek wasn't going to be there. It's whatever. Like if I was Vivek, I would be front and center. Like I'm the owner. I've got to be there because I'm the owner of the organization. And Scott Perry, basketball ops wise, there's not anyone that's going to be higher than him than me. So I need to introduce him, or I need to be there. If it's a coach, that's hit or miss. Like, because Scott Perry can do that.
Sure.
Because he's in a higher position. He hired essentially the coach. He went out and found him. So I don't necessarily have to be there. I probably still would be there if I was him. But the GM, I can understand people like, hey, you're the one hiring the guy to run basketball. You should be there. But I did check after we had heard like he wasn't going to be there. And he wasn't there for Monty either. And it's just a situation. We've talked about it a couple different times. Vivek is never going to talk to anybody here.
That's facts. Yep.
Good, bad, or indifferent.
That's right.
A lot of people talking about like, oh yeah, when the beam was going on, he was out there. No, he wasn't. Not here. He did like one. I told you that video piece he did when they were talking about the beam. That was for ESPN. That was national. He is never good or bad.
And it wasn't about basketball. It wasn't about the team. It was about
the beam. The beam. And
you got nervous about saying the beam.
Well, I had to be
saw
careful.
No, I saw it. You see what you've done?
What I've done.
No, yeah. Did you see the man right there? He was scared to say the beam. Like he literally paused. He was scared to say it.
I didn't know, man. I racked up fines like Anthony Edwards, man. So I don't know.
You sure have.
But he's just not going to talk here. After we broke down maybe the origins of it, after that happened, he said, for better or for worse, good or bad, I'm never speaking in this town again. Like, I'm just not doing it. I'm not here to say he's right for doing that or not. I'm just telling you, in good times, he doesn't talk either. So,
well, if he was there today, how much is that going to take away from Scott Perry? Like, if
well,
Vivek
it doesn't. Like, so what do we talk? We're talking about just him introducing and leaving.
Yeah,
just him.
I don't think
being
he was
there. Yeah. So if he's not taking questions, it doesn't take anything away from Scott
Well, I mean,
Perry.
if he's all right, so like if we're assuming like he's just introduced him getting up, then that's fine. But like if he's sitting next to Scott Perry, people are gonna ask him questions.
Yeah, he can't do that. Yeah, like if that's not what
But
Vivek.
isn't that what all the owners would do though?
Maybe, but
a majority of them. Like, I don't know if Mickey
you
Harris
have put yourself in a situation, if you're Vivek Ranadive, where if you do that, you've completely taken away from Scott being there. If Vivek feels like he needs to talk, you have to call the press conference by yourself. And it would have had to have taken place before you introduced Scott Perry. I mean, for the scenario to play out the way I think people would have been like okay with. If you want, but I just don't know why people like, oh, it's a bad look. He wasn't there. Okay. One, I'm very confident he was there. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm confident the man was there. So if he's standing in shot of Jake Gayden's camera, do you feel better? Or is this really about him saying, thank you so much for being here. Please welcome the new Sacramento Kings general manager, Scott Perry. You would have been mad at that too. Not you specifically. People would have been upset at that. What people want is Vivek to sit at the podium and go, hi, everyone. I'm Vivek Ranadive. I know most of you think I'm an idiot. Here's why I've done what I've done. And then lay out the reasons Mike's not here, De'Aaron's not here, Monty's not here, Wes is not here. And then go, oh, by the way, welcome our new general manager, Scott Perry. Nothing Vivek would have done today would have appeased Kings fans or media who already dislike him. He was not going to make anyone feel better by doing anything today. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't fault Vivek for not coming around. I really don't. You can say I'm stalling him out. You can do whatever you want. I do not fault him. There is nothing he can say to make anyone feel better. So I'll go a different direction. I'll stay completely out of the way, and I'm going to allow Scott to have his moment. Then when it's time, I'm going to have my general manager, Scott Perry, introduce our new head coach. And you know where I'm going to be then? In the same exact spot I was today. Wherever that may have been, it's out of camera shot.
I'm looking right now. Looks like he did an interview 5 years ago with Lena Washington. And I don't think they got into any, like they're
Vivek did?
Yeah.
Wow.
They're up here talking about like it has nothing to do with the the Kings. And 5 years ago, this all kind of makes sense too, because I think they were going to India. So he's kind of promoting that.
Oh, God.
That's his whole thing.
Oh, man, that India trip, still paying for it.
But they talk about
how come Monty didn't make it? India.
India trip. Yeah, that's right. They're talking about going to India. So talking about that. She asked him a question about Air Drake, about getting on that plane, and that's it. Like, I don't think you're gonna get a Vivek Ranadive press conference or Q&A where he breaks down his decisions with the Sacramento Kings. Like, that's just not happening. And if you're hoping for that or waiting for that, you're probably going to wait a long time. And once again, I'm with you. I would have handled it. I personally would have handled it differently.
Yeah.
But Like we said, there's a couple. All you guys do is talk crap about me anyway. Why am I going to sit down and talk to you guys?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I would say it's part of the job. It's part of being part of it. Like that's.
I don't know that it is.
I feel like it is, especially
for
if,
being an owner of an NBA franchise.
Yeah,
You think that's part of his job?
Yeah, because you're asking.
He's
you're
the one
asking-
guy who doesn't actually have a job.
Yeah, but you're asking people to consume your product or consume your team, buy into what you're trying
I
to
guess.
do. I think that is part of his job. At
Okay,
some point.
I disagree,
Mhm.
but I feel like. And this is what it really boils down to, I think, with Vivek. Why I don't care what he does, because he can't win either way. If he does a press conference or shows up today, bro, get out of the way, man.
This isn't about you.
God, such an attention whore.
Yeah.
And I don't. Or if he goes through the whole interview process, he's gonna slip somewhere or not say something the right way somewhere.
Be all over.
And he's cooked.
Yeah.
Like I genuinely believe, and this is where I think we'll all just have to respectfully disagree together, is I don't, there's nothing he could do that would make it. If you hate Vivek, if you dislike Vivek Ranadive right now, and he spoke today, you're still going to dislike Vivek Ranadive. It's not going to help his PR. It's not going to help his street cred. It's not going to do anything. Your years of frustration with him aren't going to go away with a single press conference. And he's certainly not going to sit down. I don't know how the man feels about Mike Brown, but he's not going to sit down and trash Mike Brown. I don't know how he feels about Monty McNair. He's not going to trash him either. And I think that's what some people want. Oh, you got to be honest. Tell us Monty was bad at his job. Well, he's probably not going to do that. Like he's got to maintain a certain level of respect for the position of general manager and other potential general managers. There aren't reports that Monty McNair and Mike Brown were fighting all season long. That hasn't been written about for 12 months like it was in Denver. In Denver, it was easy for their owner to come out, and he had to face the firing squad too, because he can't hire anyone. Right. They're in the middle of something. But he just came, I think we just needed a spark. These guys it just wasn't working. And the New York Times did all the work for them.
Yeah.
It's hard to look at those stories of Calvin Booth and Michael Malone and go, I just don't understand why they did what they did. You're literally making everybody there uncomfortable. That wasn't the case with Monty. It wasn't the case with Mike. Well, some guys Mike might have been making maybe not uncomfortable, but unhappy. But I don't think anything Vivek could have done today would have made anyone happy.
I agree. I agree with you on that. And that's why I do understand. Like, I understand him not talking. I can't. It's a no-win situation.
This Vivek's just clapping and raising Scott Perry's hand like he's a referee at WrestleMania.
But I understand.
Scott Perry.
I completely understand him not talking ever, because number one, the people who are going to be asking the questions, you guys trash me all the time. You guys trash me all the time. So why am I going to give you content or whatever? Like, why am I going to give you this opportunity? Number two, like you laid out, you can get 10 questions, answer 9 of them perfectly. If you stumble on 10,
gone.
That's all anybody's going to talk about.
Yep.
So I get it. I just do think, and maybe too much time has passed at this point. Like if he was somebody that routine, maybe if he was like Jerry, right? Maybe not that much, but if he was there and he like, they don't ask Jerry about Jimmy Johnson no more because they've talked to him enough. Like there's no need to talk about
Jimmy, and I just want him to take his rightful place in the Ring of Honor.
Wait, no, what'd he say?
I just want him to take his rightful place.
Went to go get food and Jerry sitting in the big boy chair. What's going on?
See that? How about that?
What the hell just happened?
No, it was a bad Jerry Jones impression.
But why? How did we get you happy enough to do a Jerry Jones? Like we usually, I'll do a Jerry Jones impression.
See, well, I don't know. He kept referring to Jerry, so I was like, well, we're here. have this alternate universe where
I'm letting that live. There ain't gonna be no other. I ain't saying nothing else today about Jerry. Or I'm not gonna have no Jerry.
I went to Morton's last night. Now I'm Kenny impersonating Jerry Jones.
That's all the Jerry we need today. I'm not saying you want to give me this stuff doing impressions. You do the impressions, and then I'll stop.
That's all.
That was a good one.
That was an impression of Kenny impersonating Jerry Jones.
That was a good one. But they don't ask him about it because he's talked enough.
Yeah.
There's been so much time that's gone on since we've heard from Vivek. People got a lot of stuff to ask him.
Yeah. Right.
They got a lot of stuff.
So, Vivek, going back to Michael Malone.
Right.
Can you tell us why Chris Mullen left the organization 12 years ago?
So, yeah, I'm with you. I wouldn't talk either. Or excuse me, I shouldn't say that. I understand why he does.
Do you think it would have mattered to people if Vivek had been in front of the just like visible, just off to the side, greeting Scott Perry as he comes down, shaking his hand, getting the photo op, getting the, the camera shot, and literally not introducing him, never speaking a word, just shaking his hand as he comes down and walking out of the press room together?
No, because I think people, you say this a lot with other people. I think people feel how they feel about Vivek.
I think that would have been worse too.
There's
really,
nothing I can
and I guess that's what it boils down to is Jesse thinks that would have been worse. I don't think there's a scenario that would have been good.
Right.
Unless he sits down and gives this no holds barred. And go ahead, guys. We've got, you can't, hey, everyone. Sorry, guys. Come back tomorrow. I'm going to sit down. You ask every question you want to. That's the only thing people will be thrilled about.
It's going to look like Al Pacino on Any Given Sunday, when he leaves and just everybody,
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's going to be like. But the whole
Shimrome character. Did you get that?
Did you get that? The whole point of me bringing it up was they were like, Vivek's account. He didn't show up to Monty's press conference either. Now it was his introductory press conference. It was COVID time, so that was a little different as well. But I looked.
What a time.
At least when I looked at the video, Vivek wasn't.
Yeah, it was on Zoom.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
Yeah. He went and Monty had a mask on and everything. But he wasn't, like I said, maybe I didn't go far enough into the video, but when I saw it, he wasn't on stage.
Well, we probably aired it live. Like, I'm sure he wasn't. I'm looking to see. Let's see. That's draft. I just YouTube searched. I don't know why I phrased it that way. I just searched Vivek. I'm sorry, Vlade Divac press conference. I was looking to see if I could find him introduced as the general manager. I have found a lot of firings in post-trade deadlines, but nothing for an introductory press conference. I assume Vivek didn't introduce him, but I wonder if I search Vivek.
I got it right here. Here's Monty by himself, just walking, just like Scott Perry did.
Well, I was searching Vlade.
Oh, Vlade. Oh, to see if he introduced.
Yeah, I was trying to see if he introduced Vlade. And I searched Vivek press conference, and I've got nothing. Just nothing. I'm getting A's coverage at this point. got Vivek at the Tech Summit 5 years ago.
So here's
boy, owning this basketball team has aged our brother.
Man, I'm telling you.
I just found this Real Sports. He looks like a young man. But of course, it was 11 years ago, so people age.
I see when Dave Yeager was hired in Vlade.
Or Vivek.
Yeah, excuse me. Vlade's there introducing Dave Yeager.
Probably begrudgingly.
When's Luke's contract?
I just interviewed 47 coaches, and now I got to hire this guy.
Here's Vlade on the firing of Dave.
See, I can find a lot of those.
Yeah, like you said, you ain't gonna find Vivek around here. You ain't gonna find Vivek. So yeah, that was the whole point. Like he he doesn't seem to attend a lot of, if any of these.
So that's fine.
Yeah.
It's perfectly fine. We'll talk to James Ham about Scott Perry and the King's orders of business coming up. James will join us shortly. He's here in the building. We'll just go grab him and have him come hang out with us for a little bit. Let's start leaving for a moment, at least, the Sacramento Kings news and touch on what happened in the association last night. The Pacers beat the Bucks ass. It's not just the number of points that they win by. It's the fact that this, at the very least, appears to be a true, like, legit NBA rivalry. Like, there seems to be something either with these two teams or these group of players that they don't like each other.
Yeah.
And the fact that the Bucks have absolutely nothing for them is either embarrassing or, man, we joked yesterday, Casey and I, it might not be the summer of Giannis. It might be the spring of Giannis. Giannis is going to be the first superstar to ask out before Memorial Day. He's going to be like, man, get me out of here.
It looks bad right now.
It's not good.
It looks bad. And I was watching where once again the game was on as I was driving home, like towards the end of it. And they had the little dust up with Dame and Tyrese. Bobby Portis and Siakam got a technical. And to your point, the Bucks look like they just hate the Pacers. Like they hate those guys. That group of Milwaukee Bucks players can't stand that group of Indiana Pacer players. Nembhard gets the ball. Giannis is stuck on him. He gives him a little jab. Nembhard steps back, drains the three. Game over. And I sat there and I was like, they can't do anything about it. That might even piss them off even more, like Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Because they can't stand these guys. They don't think they're that good for as much talking as they probably do. But you guys can't do anything about it. Like they're gonna get their
shut up and like it.
Right. They're gonna get their, when they play the Celtics or whatever, they'll get slapped up and they'll get humbled in that way. But you guys can't do anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, damn, that's got to be tough. That has to be tough. Because like I said, to be able to be in that position, not like a team like that, and want so bad to shut them up, but you can't do anything about it. Tough. Tough.
Poor Doc Rivers and Darvin Ham just.
I forgot about Doc.
Just standing
Doc
there.
is there in this whole situation again. And oh, man, poor Doc.
Oh, what would be the ultimate Doc Rivers redemption moment? Go down 3-1.
Well, nobody's giving us credit for even being in the playoffs.
Oh, wait a minute. Here's my day to do impressions. That's terrible.
Kind of like Doc was about to die right now.
Well, that's Doc.
That's Doc on his last breath.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you.
Just rest, Doc.
It sounds more like Vito Corleone when after he gets shot in The Godfather.
That was hilarious.
I'm just going to start cutting off your impressions with impressions.
It's pretty funny.
I'm going to cut off your impressions with worse impressions.
Now, I want to see you try and cut this one off because I told them the final boss is done.
Is that Barack? That's Barack Obama.
No. This ain't Barack.
No, that's Barack.
The Rock.
No, I know what
This
Barack
is-
Obama sounds
actually-
like. That's Barack Obama.
Actually, this is Dwayne you're talking to. And I told them we had 6 weeks. 6 weeks, guys.
It's not Dwayne. It's DJ.
6 weeks.
It's DJ. I'm DJ.
You're right.
Here. I'm
You're right.
DJ.
I told him, DJ,
Yeah.
you got 6 weeks to get this done. All right? You don't need the final boss anymore. I'm gone. I'm out of the way. I'm not doing anything anymore. I'm here. You guys got everything you need right there for you. Where you at? Where's Dwayne?
Well, see, Dwayne. First of all, that's not Dwayne. Second of all, like I spent years like I don't have the Dwayne. I could hit the how did I'm trying to go. You're out here talking about Vivek Ranadive, that popcorn fart not showing up at a press conference. See, that's the Rock, not
1999.
Yeah, that's well, sadly, that's also 2023. Like
point.
the Rock's promos haven't evolved much. Even as the final boss, he's out here. All of these crack whores out here in, Pensacola, Florida. All right, Rock.
It's the same.
It's all the same. I do love how from one day your Dwayne impression started sounding like Barack Obama.
Well, sometimes it's just direct. When it's Obama like this, I'm not trying to do Obama, but that's what it is. But then sometimes you got to say it like that. And you got to get in there. And you got to say, hey, you got 6 weeks, guys.
And that's Dwayne.
That's Dwayne. You heard it. You heard it. You got 6 weeks.
No,
and you don't need me anymore. You don't need the final boss anymore.
Don't need this.
I'm
impression.
gone. It's up to you guys. We did what we had to do. Triple H couldn't sell tickets. That's why they needed me. I'm here. And now it's up to you guys. The final boss is gone. You heard it, Jesse.
No,
you heard it.
I can't believe people haven't stopped listening to this show by now. This is just absolutely incredible to
Yeah,
me.
Kings new GM gets introduced. It's a new era in Kings basketball.
It's another new era.
Yeah. Meanwhile, these two are like, hey, listen to my impression.
Jesse really is the funniest person on this show. Jesse's dry ass sense of humor is funny.
Just talk.
All right. Look, who's going number 1 in the NFL draft? We only got a limited amount of time, and the draft is tomorrow.
Our draft coverage tomorrow going to be crazy. We've been waiting 6 weeks to cover the draft. I can guarantee you it's not getting talked about today.
It wasn't long ago. We would have did an 8-hour show.
Oh my God.
Wow. Jesus.
Planning for those was crazy. Like, all right, I got to get myself 2 lunches. It's going to be here a long time.
To think there was a time where our brand manager was literally like, I'm going to see if you guys die. You ever hear the phrase work you to death? Why did I give it a shot?
Why did we do an 8-hour show? Like, looking back, we did 8 hours of radio. Nobody else does that. Competing against nobody. Hey, what if you guys just did an 8-hour show? It was a hit, by the way. They were all hits.
Yeah, they're over there doing golf to go. And we're like, no, we're just gonna keep going.
We were
killed it every time.
We did a long show for Keegan.
Yeah.
Davion. We did one for Tyrese too. Did we do 3 NBA drafts?
We did. Because it was late at night when we got done with Tyrese draft.
Yeah,
Talk to his dad.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
The home stretch, about 7:20 hits. All right, guys, we got Keegan Murray's brother's sister on the line.
Oh, that was a shoot.
The NFL one,
the NFL, the Brock Purdy, Trey Lance was crazy.
Yeah.
Because it started with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
And we had Trey on that day, Trey Wingo.
Yeah.
Who had some good intel into this story. And I think that's the one time in this show's history we reran something. We reran the Trey Wingo interview. So we had time to eat. We reran the interview just so we could grab a couple of minutes to, have something to eat before the draft started.
And that one, we didn't go 8 hours. When did we get off?
We might have gone
6:30 or something.
Yeah,
like
we might have gone 6 or 7. Because the thing was, the 49ers draft 3rd. We could probably get out of this a little quicker than we could. And I think maybe one draft was 8 hours. One was 7. Maybe a couple of them were 7.
I forgot. When did we get out of the Keegan draft?
And then just came back the next day.
Tired. Basically barely got sleep.
All talked
back
out.
at it again, guys.
Well, that's like doing the show at Sky River when we did the Veterans Day show.
Oh, man.
And then it's just show up for work the next day. Do a regular show in the studio.
Oh,
we're working on something different, though. Instead of a live broadcast at Sky River,
this too.
That idea actually is already dead. I'll tell you about it. Never mind. I'll tell you about it. We'll get everybody caught up.
It's dead.
We got to so two orders of business, and we're gonna grab James Ham. We've got Lakers, Timberwolves, and I want to do bumper to dump it.
Okay.
I want to do bumper to dump it. So we've got that coming up. If you missed yesterday's show, it's fantastic. Nothing went wrong yesterday when we did this. Stealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Man, I was 13th round today, guys. They had some things go on though. Okay, I'll take this back. I do have a 13th round. We can talk about it. Let me just pull it up real quick. Because this is actually oh, that's what we're doing? Okay. Okay. All right. Then we'll look. Hey, look. Here's the question. Because we already know how this is gonna go. Do we tell Dave? It's already know that's gonna pop off.
John Poles, you need to stop sending messages in the chatty house.
Man,
Alerting us to stuff.
There's gonna be no 13. I can't get to what I'm looking for quick enough. Yeah, I'll talk about it tomorrow. I'll talk about it on Friday. Because I think there's a nice little fight on Saturday. Isn't it Eubanks and I'm gonna be pissed off when I see it too. Yeah, it is. It's Eubanks and Conor Ben. How could I forget? They fight on Saturday. It's a good fight. That's a blood feud. That's last time they were at the press conference. That's when Eubanks hit Conor Ben with the egg. Slapped him in the face with an egg.
That's ultimate disrespect. Appreciate you, John Poles, always looking out.
No, John Poles. Big ups to you, big dog. Big ups. I know, Russ Dog. I know. No, I'm not coaching this weekend. I'm not coaching at all. I'm a spectator, although they're trying to pull me back into coaching, but I might be an advisor. I don't think I'll be a coach. Although I went to practice the other day. I was talking to the homie who I thought was a coach. I was like, well, so you got the 12U, right? He's like, I heard you did. I was like, oh, okay. Wait a minute. I said I'd help out a little bit, but yeah. So they're trying to, it's Kenny Gentry. That's what I am right now. I'm trying to stay there. We'll see though. But to answer your question, Dr. David, not coaching. Leezy, watch your damn mouth. The hell are you talking about? Don't be disrespectful, bro. No, this is certainly not the best team in Chicago.
James Ham going to join us coming up here just a couple of minutes. We'll talk to James about the introductory press conference for Scott Perry, which took place earlier today. Plus, coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour, your chance at a $500 e-Visa gift card, the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway, courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, home of the big guy, Vince Bloom. Your chance to win $500 gift card coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We'll give you a keyword. You enter that keyword over at ESPN1320.com, and just like that, you will have an opportunity to win. So we talked about the Pacers. The Pacers are just absolutely punking the Milwaukee Bucks, and this was always my like question mark with the Bucks and Giannis and the future of that team. If it ends bad, yeah, I don't know how you bring this group back. I don't know how you don't figure out a way to move on from Dame, Giannis, like do whatever you got to do, because losing in the first round is tough. Getting punked by a younger team the way that you are is tough. And the Bucks are staring at all of that. All of it.
And one of the things I thought about yesterday as we were talking about it, it does kind of feel like it's all delaying the inevitable.
It's happening no matter what.
Yeah.
Mm.
Like you might be able to hold it off for a year, maybe even 2. But Giannis is leaving at some point. And I'm not here to say just do it now. Like, I don't necessarily feel that way the way I did when Dame was in Portland, because Milwaukee is still, there's relatively speaking, they're a winning team, right? Portland, when they were trying to hold on to that, they were fighting for 10 seeds and 11. Like, just let's stop.
Waste of time, yeah.
So I don't want to say just make the move now, but I think they should all wrap their brains around what's inevitable.
It feels like it's better to make the move now than before it's too late.
You could get good things from New York if they get bounced in the playoffs early too.
You can get a lot from New York.
Even get a cat, maybe.
You could get a cat. You could get a cat. You could get a cat. You might be able to get an OG. You think they would keep OG or Michael?
OG. Yeah, I think they would keep OG.
I'd keep Michael.
You hate OG Anunoby. What that man do to you?
I don't hate OG. I don't hate OG. I think Michael's better than OG, though.
I'm a Mikal Bridges guy for sure. All right. I guess
they're
fine.
on the same level.
Sure.
You know
like,
what I mean?
I think OG's a little better, but I still look at Mikal. Like, oh man, what's there? What's really there? I don't feel like I know. And maybe I do and just won't accept it. But yeah, maybe that move is there for New York.
Yeah, but it just
be a shame if New York got eliminated early, huh, Jesse?
Yeah, it'd be a shame if it happened in Detroit.
You guys finished? Are you
No.
done?
No, I was talking to my producer.
Disrespect. And
what is disrespectful, actually? All I've ever done is tell the truth about the Knicks.
Nobody was even talking about the Knicks getting eliminated. Why are we even bringing that up?
Because it ties into the Bucks, and like if the Knicks fall flat, like they've done since 1973, then they'd be more inclined to maybe make a big deal.
Says it's going to happen.
Yes.
A lot of people are saying the Titans are locked in at number 1 in Cam Ward.
Why do you take such offense to us making fun of the Knicks?
Because it's just disrespectful. It's just disrespectful.
Well, no, it's just weird that you take it
I've
personally.
never made fun of anybody. Like, the truth is that teams above, like 500 and above, the Knicks are 15 and 23. That is a fact.
I didn't even think the record was that good.
Well, against the top 3 in the league, they're offers.
Oh, wow.
Another fact.
Like none.
Yeah. What the hell's going on?
My producer is providing clarity to the subject that we're discussing.
Well, therefore, if they lose to another over 500 team in the Pistons, maybe they trade Cat for Giannis.
You do that often. You talk just in our ear. You don't talk over there. Do that. All right? Do that when you talk about the Knicks. Why they got to go over there?
I'm just trying to produce, man.
Man, you just take it so personally. It's so weird. Lighten up, pal.
Bing bong.
Come on.
You're hitting us with the
Come on.
You got that it's still real to me energy, damn it.
Yeah, but the Bucks look done. Now, maybe you get one of those things where like, hey, they did what they were supposed to do. They held serve
Sure.
at home.
Mm-hmm.
Going back
It's
to
not what it looked
Milwaukee.
like.
I know.
It's not what it looked like.
Dame's
I
first-
get it. Maybe
Dame's
that's all that
first game
happened.
back.
Yeah.
Grasping
Yep.
at straws. I don't
Yep,
think the
you are.
Bucks can beat these guys.
They look the thing that's killing me. The thing that I just keep looking at the books. The Pacers don't even look phased. It's like the Pacers look like a boxer who their opponent lands a shot and they go,
They just walk right through it.
That's cute. You really just hit me with your best shot. That's what the Pacers looked like last night. The Bucks would get within like 7, 8, 9, whatever it was, and the Pacers would come down and hit it. They would laugh at them. That's Giannis Antetokounmpo and Dame Lillard. They're laughing at you. That's tough. That is tough. It's not just losing. It's the way you're losing. That makes me think this isn't holding serve. They are not afraid of you. They are going into that locker room yesterday going, we are going to sweep their bum asses. Do not let up one single game. Get their sorry asses out of here. And hell, I watch enough TV. I listen to enough podcasts. In this version of the Milwaukee Bucks forever.
Now, here's what I do think is going to happen. Once again, could be completely wrong.
Never.
I think this is a 7-game series.
The Pacers and Bucks?
Yeah. I see how this
you see something I don't.
Well, let's just see how this plays out. Indiana looks incredible for 2 games at home. They go to Milwaukee. Giannis goes crazy. Dame starts hitting shots. Pfizer form going crazy. Dame time, all this other stuff. They even it at 2. And then we get back to Indiana. Same thing happens again. And then with everything on the line, Milwaukee shows up and we got a game 7. I think the Pacers will win a game 7 in Indiana.
I don't think.
I think he's
any
coming
of
back
that
3-1.
happens. That's what I was thinking. Your little Dame time thing is going to happen in game 4. No, then they won't, because if they're down 0-3, they're going to quit. If they win,
Giannis
I'm
takes
with
this.
you. It's 3-1.
Yeah, I don't see it. I think the series is done in 5.
It's 3-1, but they'd have to win game 3, because if they're down 0-3, I think they tap out.
You guys might be right, but once again, we saw these 2 teams last year in the playoffs, and I think Indiana won the 2 games in Indiana.
But like this,
one of the games was like double
they're
overtime.
looking at them sideways.
One of the game was a double overtime. The other one, I think, was a relatively easy win. And they had a chance to put them away in Milwaukee. Milwaukee beat the snot out of them. They went to Milwaukee and beat the snot out of them. No Dame. I don't think one of them guys, and no Giannis, didn't play. Patrick
They
Beverly
didn't
was
even
talking
play in
crazy.
the same game in the playoffs, did they? Dame and Giannis?
I don't think Giannis played at all.
Giannis didn't play at all in the
Yeah, I don't
postseason.
think
Because
so.
didn't Dame miss games last year too?
Yeah. So it's just Indiana's a really good team. Like I think they're really good. I'm on a train with Jesse with them. But I don't think they can just destroy somebody on the road like that. I don't think that's them.
Okay, we'll see.
3 first-round losses would be tough for those fans in Cream City.
See,
Well, what'd I do?
all right. Technically, he's not wrong.
He could have said Milwaukee.
He could have. He chose not to. He knew what he was doing. Which version of the Los Angeles Lakers is the real version of the Los Angeles Lakers? The one we saw last night. In fact, I'll flip this. Which version of the Minnesota Timberwolves is the real version? The one we saw last night or the one we saw in game 1?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, can I meet you in the middle?
Yeah, no, because that's what they are.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they are.
They are a better version of the Kings. Like you just don't know what you're getting from night to night. And they're obviously a better team.
Yeah.
So they're doing this in the playoffs and not in February, even though they did it in February. But Yeah, you just don't know what you're gonna get. I was so frustrated last night, and I tried not to tweet it. I think I ended up tweeting it. I'm not trying to be like a bully or be mean to this guy, but why was Rudy in the game in the fourth quarter?
Luka Doncic hates that man. Luka lives to destroy Rudy Gobert's life.
Why was he out there? What was Finch doing? That was their game plan to isolate. Sorry, I got distracted because literally on my iPad, I'm watching the EuroLeague playoffs, and Sasha just got presented first team all league at half court. Right here. So sorry. I got
Sasha Vezenkov, the player the entire world knows can play basketball except for Mike Brown.
He just went back to EuroLeague and started killing again. But yeah, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to isolate Gobert and get switches on him, whether it's obviously Luka or LeBron or Austin Reeves even. And then you get into a situation where I got so frustrated so many times. Rudy fumbling the ball all over the place, gets offensive rebound, can't be strong and put it back up, gets pinned up against the glass. There was one time last night, I don't know if you saw this, when the shot went up and Rudy, I'm sure he got hit, but the ball was there. He gets hit in the eye and he just, starts holding his eye. Lakers offensive rebound. Oh, you can't see. Oh, no. Then somebody gets the ball and then he's back defending. Well, if it hurt that damn bad, you would be on the ground somewhere.
Like LeBron.
Well, the clips are out there.
They're out there. Got him with the Terry Funk. My
clips are out there. That was a crazy call. There was two crazy calls in that one, both for Julius Randle.
Yep.
If Julius, it was called a charge on Julius. Luka Doncic was there. They called it a charge on the floor. Julius takes the shot, makes the shot. Offensive foul going the other way. They review it. They change the call. Why wasn't that an and one? So that was bizarre. And then later in the game, Julius goes up for a floater. He brings his hand down, and somehow that's an offensive foul on LeBron. His hand makes contact with LeBron damn near when the ball's in the net. How are we wiping away the score? Oh, come on, man.
LeBron a wild dude.
Come on, man.
LeBron a wild dude.
That's your GOAT, man.
It is the GOAT right there.
That's your GOAT, Jesse. That's your GOAT. This is how we behave.
Facts.
Oh, my neck, my back.
This is how we behave.
My back.
I guess this is how this generation of players is.
Mike would never. I'll say
Jason Tatum, I hope your bone bruise heals up. Stay safe.
Well, another shot at Jason Tatum.
I just said I hope his bone bruise heals up. He's gonna miss the game today. We got a playoff game, but he's gonna miss because it's damaged. So, I hope
he's out for real.
He's doubtful, but
he's doubtful.
I mean,
streak continues. Another shot at my boy Tatum.
It's not a shot. Tell him to get well. It's a bone bruise.
Mike would never. Kobe would never.
Kobe definitely wouldn't. Kobe absolutely wouldn't.
Mike would try to punch somebody.
Well, Mike has punched somebody.
Remember when he attacked Reggie Miller for no reason?
Yes. Yeah.
Reggie used to get under people's skin, boy.
Reggie used to get under Mike's skin.
Well, he got John Starks tossed out of a playoff game.
I don't think that's that difficult, for being honest with you. I think I could get John Starks tossed out of a playoff game today. Let's get Mitch in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Mitch?
Hey, Damon, Casey.
What's up, man? How you doing?
What's correct? I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, I just came back from vacation in Virginia.
Oh, nice,
very nice.
Retired people don't have vacations. This is visiting family. My brother and my sister. I went to that game on Sunday in Baltimore, Cincinnati. That guy, De La Cruz. My daughters have to get this guy.
Okay, settle down.
He can run. He can hit.
Yeah, no, they don't, bro. He needs to stay in Cincinnati. That was the 24-2 game, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'll tell you. I called 2 runs, 2 home runs. I called it. I'm not saying I'm going to make a career of this, but great guy. I've never been to a game like that. 24 hits, 24 runs. The catcher for the Orioles, Adley Ruction, I believe his name is. He's good. I mean, I think he hit that ball to. I think he hit the warehouse out there in right field.
He wasn't good on Sunday.
It was a great game. So a lot of talent around here. Even the Giants there. Well, I'll get back to basketball. The Lakers. You know what? They're getting a little tired there. This guy Jackson Hayes plays 9 minutes, 11 minutes, and he's the youngster. Come on, you have to give more. No points. Pathetic. and I want to make a point. I saw the Miami game. I think it was in the I forgot what you call it to get into playing games.
Yeah.
Davion Mitchell. Wasn't he a king?
He was.
He was, Mitch.
That was some game. I know he's above 6'2", so that might not meet our criteria. But he played in overtime in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
We could have used him in our playing game.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's a good take by you, Mitch.
Boy.
It's a good take.
The amount of rope that you gave him on that one.
No, I was fading him, but it was like kind of entertaining.
It's kind of cooking.
I was like, I let
What
it cook
was
right
he
there.
talking about the first 5 minutes? Baseball?
He visited
went to
his
the Orioles game.
Yeah, he visited his family. His brother and sister, I believe, live in Virginia.
Was he talking about one single game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said the Dodgers need to get De La Cruz.
Okay. Love you, Mitch.
That was his
And then what was
close.
the basketball? Oh, Jackson Hayes. Yeah.
Jackson Hayes, of course. He's the reason that things are the way.
He had a tough night.
Well,
what did he do that was
I
stupid?
don't know what he did that got under Mitch's skin.
Oh yeah, that was a big pathetic by Mitch.
Pathetic. You see when Luka, they just let Luka do whatever. The referees. He cursed all 3 refs out. They just
I saw that.
kept it moving.
He got full Draymond Green levels of authority over those guys. James is going to join us in a minute. You want to do bump it or dump it real quick?
Let's do bump it or
We
dump
definitely
it.
need music.
Yeah.
Definitely need music.
We're gonna figure it out. All right, here we go. Headline.
Yep.
Michael Jordan, Tiger Woods lead all-time highest paid athlete.
Bump it. Let's go.
Despite retiring from play in 2003, Michael Jordan is still untouchable when it comes to athlete earnings. A new list from Sportico places MJ at the top of the highest earning athletes of all time, having brought in an inflation-adjusted return of $4.15 billion in his lifetime. Tiger second with $2.79 billion. Ronaldo at 2.3 is third. LeBron 1.8 billion is fourth, and Messi at 1.85, rounding out the top 5. Now, real quick, I want to ask you a question because I do have this up. Who do you think is? I'm just going to take a number here.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think is number 10 all time?
Number 10 all time.
I'll do this real quick. I'll help you out.
Okay.
6 is Arnold Palmer. 7 is Jack Nicklaus. 8 is David Beckham. 9 is Roger Federer. Number 10 is.
Oh, I was going to say Roger Federer. Soccer player?
No.
No.
Floyd?
No, Floyd's money's not real. No way.
Floyd at 1.52 billion.
Look at that one.
Okay. You can, yeah. I want an audit. I want a full-on audit for Floyd's money. What's Jordan's number?
Jordan was 4. Lost it. I got you. It's 4.15.
And Tiger?
Tiger's 2.79.
All right. Okay, I'm calling cap on number 10.
Oh, wow.
Respect the game, man. Respect the game.
No, I'm throwing a flag. Go ahead.
The next one. Lions president wants draft back in Detroit. Takes shots at the Packers.
Dump it. Don't care. Do not care.
Thank you for that one.
Congrats. You're the worst franchise in the NBA.
Okay, bump it. Bump it. Who are we talking?
The franchise that was voted the worst in this was an Athletic article.
Uh-huh.
The league's worst organization
Uh-huh.
was the Charlotte Hornets, according to an anonymous NBA player survey conducted by The Athletic. Of 113 players surveyed, 38.1% voted for Charlotte.
That's a lot higher than the percentage that voted for Tyrese Halliburton.
It's a lot higher.
There are people who clearly feel a certain way about the Charlotte Hornets.
That is
Yeah,
a lot
I ain't
higher.
mad at it. I ain't
All
mad at it.
Here we go. Well, I'm interested to see what you do here. The Texas Rangers are introducing the Golden Chicket.
Chicket?
Chicket.
Just out of curiosity, bump it.
Good call.
This is pretty fire. Have you seen this?
No clue what this
To be
is.
clear, you're saying
Chicken, like a chicken, but chicken.
Okay.
Yeah.
A chicken and a ticket mixed together.
I think part of that is the sponsor is like Chicken Barbecue or something like that.
Okay.
So this is actually pretty fire. Fans who buy a mezzanine ticket for the team's April 28th game against the A's will get a free ticket to the next home game if the Rangers win.
Okay.
The streak continues until the Rangers lose a home game. So if you buy a ticket to that April 28th game and they win, and say they just win 16 straight games at home, you got a free ticket to all.
I don't hate it. I like it.
That's
good
fire.
stuff.
That is fire.
That's good stuff right there.
Yeah.
I like that.
Shout out to the Rangers. All right, I got one more for you.
Okay.
Fire Festival gets into music streaming.
You got 2.5 minutes to kill, because if not, you better bump it, pal.
I was gonna say dump it, and I looked at the clock and it was like, well, go ahead.
Well, if you want to dump it, I got another one.
No, go ahead. We're here.
Okay. A Deadline exclusive reveals that Fire Festival, the days-long music event that never was, is now being rebranded as a music.
I changed my mind. Dump it. Just go to the next one. I can't with these people. I can't with Ja Rule.
2024-2025, awful announcing local NBA
Saw
announcer
this.
ratings.
Yeah, go
are
ahead. Bump this. I saw this. Who's number 30?
The Dubs.
Who's number 30? And then I think for the second straight year, number 10.
Number 10 is your Sacramento Kings with Mark Jones, Katie Christensen, and Kyle Draper. Their most common grade was a C, and their percentage of ABC grades, I don't know what that means. Oh, they didn't get they did, but the percentage of ABC grades are 79%. So most of the time they were getting A, B, or C, not D's or F's. So one of the
and number one was I think for the second straight year.
Hold on.
It was the Knicks.
Yes.
It was the Knicks were number one.
And they deserve it.
I can't remember who number 2 was. I think Chicago was number 3. Stacey King and them boys was number 3.
Give me a second. I got y'all pull this up because I wrote down just the King stuff.
Yeah, Kings were 10. I think it's the second straight year they were number 10. Fitz was 30, and I think that is just known as the warrior spot moving forward.
Boston was 22 with Scal.
That's pretty high. I was assuming 29, actually.
Yeah, that's exactly where they should have been. 29.
Yeah, man. Kings get 10. Hold on, let me see. I can get to 2 in just a second. 11 was Atlanta. 8 was Minnesota. OKC was 7. That's a little high for them.
Nobody's ever watched an OKC game.
Charlotte was 5. Portland that does a really good job.
Portland does do a great job.
They were 4.
Oh, I know. Iron Eagle. Is it Brooklyn?
Yeah,
that's
Brooklyn,
2.
Brooklyn is 2.
Yeah, that's right.
And they do a good job too.
They do. Very good job. I mean, Iron Eagle's very good.
He's
very, very good.
One of the young goats, but yeah. And of course, New York was number 1.
Well, Iron's the dad, right? Isn't Noah the young?
Noah.
He's not in Brooklyn. Isn't it? Where's Noah? L.A.
Noah,
Clippers, I think.
Yeah,
he's the Clippers, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
he's going to be NBC, I believe.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
Clippers was 6 too. Jim Jackson does a good job. He's on the Clippers broadcast.
King's Legend.
That is King's Legend. Yeah.
We'll come back. James is going to join us. Plus, at the top of the hour, we will have your opportunity at a $500 e-Visa gift card. The Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway, courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, home of the big guy, Vince Bloom. Your chance to win that $500 e-Visa gift card coming up next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Well, yeah. What day? Today's Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, cut and paste that draft segment over till tomorrow. The very literal last day we could do it. We got a couple of cut and paste here for tomorrow.
What question, John Paul, do you want me to answer?
Man, tomorrow's show damn near written already. Hammer.
Hello.
What's up, man?
Long day.
So what time is the game again?
What?
Don't you have a game? That's why you're still hung out. You got a game to go to?
He plays at 5, but in Wheatland. So I didn't want to
right. Didn't you got you?
Yeah.
Gotcha,
I couldn't make it there and back.
Understood.
Yeah, last game of the season.
Kyle and John Paul's. I looked it up. The Hornets are 5th.
5th in what?
Their broadcast.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that's one people really like.
They're okay, but sometimes it gets a little too much.
It can be a lot. It's really a lot when you're that bad. But
make the most out of it.
Entertaining nonetheless. Boy, cut and paste was extraordinary today. Oh, man.
What's happening, everybody?
It's all good, man. That's why I'm the people's producer.
Man, Casey just kicking it.
Yes, a lot of times.
Got that keyword you need coming up for your chance to win a $500 e-Visa gift card. The Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. That keyword coming up at the very top of the hour as we welcome in our insider from the Insiders, James Ham. James, you were at the press conference today. Scott Perry introduced as the newest general manager of the Sacramento Kings. Your takeaways, or let's start your first impressions of Scott Perry and the press conference. Of course, it's not your first impressions of Scott Perry. He was here before. You covered him, as that was acknowledged during the press conference. But your first impressions of him now as the general manager.
Yeah, you know what? Like, look, I think that when you look at when Vivek brings in somebody new, and, this is, I don't know, was it the 4th front office we've had, right? Pete D'Alessandro, followed by Vlade, followed by Monty and Wes, and now, of course, where we're at with Scott. I think that there's always like a year or two where Vivek does his best to be hands off. I'm like, he's gonna be in Scott's ear all the time. Like I know, like calling Monty McNair 2-3 times a day, every day, right? Like he's gonna have to Scott's gonna have to deal with the same thing. But at the same time, I've always felt like early on with whether it's a GM or it's a coach, that Vivek does actually like give someone an opportunity to put their stamp on something. You know, whether it's again, you know, Monty McNair getting to choose which head coach he wanted to hire last time around, whether it was Mike Brown or Mark Jackson or one of the other coaches that they brought in. I've always felt that there's always that opportunity for someone to really make a big impact early on. And if you can build positive momentum, I think it keeps Vivek at bay a little bit. And so I'm hoping that that's what we're going to see from Scott. I really like him. I've said this before, and I think he's a great communicator. I think people saw in the press conference today what I've seen of him is just his like command of the room, his ability to almost like lull you in a little bit with his charm. His Southern accent and everything. He's just like a very nice dude, a cool dude. And I think everybody gets that right away. He's also a guy who's had a lot of success in the league. And so I'm excited to see where he goes from here because he's got a lot of work to do.
And I know a lot of the talk around here, and understandably so, because the team isn't winning and he's the owner and all this other stuff is, do all this stuff, so Vivek leaves you alone. But how about do all this stuff so you win? Like, there's too much emphasis on that. Like, make the right decisions, get this team going in a positive way, whether that's making the playoffs or whether that's acquiring young talent and all this other stuff. Get them going in a positive way because that's what's best for the team, not in the organization, not because we don't want Vivek involved. Like, Vivek, if I could be wrong, but if Vivek wouldn't have been involved, if Monty was doing a better job, and maybe he would have, I don't know, but that seems to be like kind of what you talk about. Like, it gives you an opportunity to do a good job and show some results. And if you don't, that's where his downfall becomes, is he wants to incorporate him stuff. But if you're doing a good job and things are working and they're winning basketball games, seems like everything might be cool. So make the right moves, do what you got to do just so you win, like just so you're doing what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, I think that, Vivek becomes more and more visible as things go further and further south. And maybe that's because some of the people that he's hired become less and less visible as things go south. And so it just makes it seem like he's more part of it. But I would tell people like straight up, like Vivek has his like hands on every single thing that's going on. Like he is like in it all the time. We just hear more about the negative of it when things start to go really south. And that's not to say like, that he's going to give Scott Perry a blank check to go do whatever he wants. I don't think that that's going to be the case. But I do think that Scott is going to have some leeway that even like guys like Monty and Wes probably didn't. Even a guy like Vlade, because, while everyone likes Vlade, he didn't have the overall experience. Like Scott walks in with cachet. Like he's a guy that it's not just, you have to look at like the ties that we've seen with Joe Dumars, like the Joe Dumars like arrival in Sacramento. It's part of the Scott Perry situation. Scott Perry and Joe Dumars worked together with the Pistons. Like that's how all of a sudden Joe Dumars is part of the Sacramento story. And so like, look, I think this is a guy who has a vision. He knows exactly what his goal is to build a sustainable winner here. And I think if we go back to 2017 and just look at that small snippet, you saw a plan. And, it's easy to pick it apart afterwards and say, well, two or three of your draft picks didn't work out. The free agent signings that you went out and got really didn't have the impact that you thought they might, whether George Hill lived up to his end of the bargain or, year two of Zebo where they just told Zebo, go ahead and leave. We don't need you here. That's one thing. But I think there's something to like when you're trying to build something, you have to be there long enough to see through like step 1, step 2, step 3. And unfortunately, Scott wasn't here for that. So, like, again, I live in a lake community where everything is done in like weird ways. And we had a guy who came in who's a general manager of the lake, and he set up a contract where every year like all the main roads would get repaved or whatever. And then every year, every like 3 years, every side street would get redone, right? Well, then he had to leave and went to go do a military commitment. He came back, they broke the contract, all the roads look like hell, and everyone's like, well, what happened to that contract? It's like, well, you didn't see it through. And that's exactly what I kind of feel like what we saw from Scott Perry's first time around, is that you just didn't he wasn't here long enough to see it through, but also the people who were left there to sort of continue what he was building just did not continue the build that they should have built. Because, we get to the second year, and that's when you see that team take off, the young team that wins 39 games under Dave Yeager. Well, that team is set up to find some success because George Hill and Vince Carter and Zach Randolph were in the locker room the year before teaching 10 first and second year players how to be adults, how to be NBA basketball players, and how to handle yourself. So we see the success the next year, but again, then the whole Brandon Williams thing happens, and Dave Yeager gets fired, and everything changes direction again.
So Scott has a chance to see this through. He said something today that I really liked. He talked about his 3-month job interview that he had 8 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And there were people who had an issue with the process. They had an issue with the way that this all came about for Sacramento. The very quick firing of Monty McNair following the loss to the Dallas Mavericks, and then the very, very quick hiring of Scott Perry essentially the next day. Did that idea of, yeah, he's been here. Yeah, I guess maybe in a roundabout way, he did interview for this job for 3 months. Like, did that give, and I don't feel like you were one of the people who were really critical of the decision to do it this way, but do you think that gave anyone any comfort? Like, they didn't just draw a name out of a hat. Like, they know this guy and they know what he can do. That's why they picked him. That's why they moved on to him so quickly.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll say this, like, Scott Perry's name's been floating around in Sacramento for like 6 weeks.
Sure.
Monty McNair potentially going back to the Houston Rockets to work, where he came from. He spent 13 years with the Rockets. His family's there, wife's family, all that stuff. Like, that's been around for weeks and weeks. So while we see this weird moment where, again, I'm in the locker room when Monty McNair gets fired, and then the next morning you wake up and, on the way to work, I'm confirming while I'm driving that Scott Perry is a new general manager. All of this stuff happened so quickly. Realistically, it didn't. This was the plan. So there was no, they lost that game, and so Monty's out. No, Monty was out the whole time.
He was just fired really quickly because of the way they lost the game. You don't even get to sleep on it. We just lost by 20. You're fired.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they were just waiting for the final bell.
Sure.
And, I think everyone knew, like, even if they made the playoffs and just got worked over, like what we're seeing from Memphis right now.
Yeah.
Like, if that was the case, still Monty, I believe, would have been out.
I think so too.
Now, part of this is that, they needed a new change, and, there's a reason why Wes Wilcox left early.
Mm-hmm.
But I think part of it is also, too, that I don't know that Monty wanted to continue doing this. Like, I think he felt handcuffed by, like, what happened here at the end. Like, I do not believe that firing Mike Brown was ultimately his decision. I don't believe that trading De'Aaron Fox was his decision 100%. I don't believe that Zach LaVine arriving in Sacramento was Monty McNair's decision 100%. And so when you get to that point where it's like, hey, you keep tacking things on my resume that I don't think I want on my resume, it gets a little dark. And so, I mean, I don't think Monty didn't take like the early exit like Wes did, but I certainly think he felt like he probably could have, like just the way this thing was unwinding quickly.
Do you think Vivek looks at Scott Perry as the one that got away and now he's back? Because I feel like Scott Perry is the right person for this job, for this franchise, for this owner. Maybe, it's different in other places, but in this situation, I think Scott Perry is perfect for that. And I thought he was on the fast track to being perfect for it the first time he came through Sacramento. Do you think one of the reasons why they zeroed in on him relatively quickly when they realized they were going to move on from Monty McNair is because Vivek and maybe even Vlade look at Scott as the one that got away, and they got an opportunity to get him back now?
Yeah, I think that's part of it. I mean, you had Scott here for such a short period of time, but in that time period, what he did was he showed everybody what a functional front office is supposed to look like. And how, again, this isn't a knock on Vlade. They hired Vlade, who had zero experience working in a front office. And then he brought in Peja, and then they brought in Ken Catanella. And again, Ken is like the numbers guy. He's the guy who's working these contracts and fine-tuning the salary cap and all that stuff. Peja is like the sounding board for Vlade. And then Vlade is supposed to run this thing. But what you don't understand is that the workings of an NBA front office are very much like running an office like this. There are like 6 different departments that you as a general manager need to control, or as a head of basketball operations need to control. And that's why we saw like this division of labor over the last couple of years between Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox. Wes would do all the business side, and Monty would do all the analytics side and run the analytics team and run some of the scouts and stuff like that. But they would talk about basketball while Wes is realistically running like a gigantic business, because under the heading of this is like your strength and conditioning coach. It's your full medical staff. It's your coaching staff. It's your media relations staff. It's the cook, the chef that works for the team. It's the masseuses that work for it's a fully functioning business, that not just the business of owning the Kings or, like selling tickets and stuff. That has nothing to do with this. What I'm talking about is like a giant practice facility filled with like 6 different departments of people, just like what we have here, where we have different shows and we have a sales team and we have a marketing team, and then we have all these bosses and stuff. Everybody has their role. But the problem the Kings had under Vlade is that Vlade is not really a business guy. He's not someone who's running all this stuff. So they used guys like Mike Bratz to do that originally. And then they brought in Brandon Williams, which ended up being a disaster. But that's what Scott can do. But he's also a basketball mind on top of that. And so I think he's going to have a couple of roles here. But I feel like he's going to be the guy who's in charge of everything. And the guy who's underneath him, whoever he hires to be his assistant GMs, whether it's 1 or 2, or they bring in a director of player personnel or whatever, all of those pieces are going to be attached to Scott in some way. They're going to be people that he trusts, that he believes in, that have been in the business. And that's not to say that one of the guys or 2 of the guys that are here right now won't, make the cut. But like the inner workings of that franchise need to be on the basketball side. Scott Perry has to be the one who hires those people and has trust in those people, just like Doug Christie should be the guy, if he's going to be the head coach, who hires his assistants and has trust in what's happening there.
The Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway is courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Head over to ESPN 1320 right now and enter the keyword Kings. Enter the keyword Kings right now over at ESPN1320.com for your chance to win a $500 e-Visa gift card. Again, enter the keyword Kings over at ESPN1320.com. It's the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, home of the big guy, Vince Bloom. Big deal that Vivek wasn't front and center today, Hammer?
What's that?
Big deal that Vivek wasn't front and center today?
I thought it was interesting that he wasn't there at all. To be honest, I think it would have been a distraction, but I kind of feel like this was Scott Perry's moment. And if you're going to empower him and put him out in front of everybody, that's it. But, I don't miss the days of Vivek having his own nameplate up there and being part of, because I think, especially at this point, it would have been a distraction. It kind of would have felt like, if we had Vivek there, it would have really felt like that weird press conference we had before they announced, before we got like Zach LaVine and Jonas Valanciunas for a press conference. We had that other Monty McNair press conference where he explained the firing of Mike Brown 6 weeks earlier. I feel like it would have like completely derailed the press conference today, because if Vivek's up there, then anything is fair game, and there's plenty that you could hit him with, and all of a sudden Scott becomes a secondary person in a very, very weird and potentially ugly, like, sort of discussion with an owner.
Yeah, Dane brought that up. You're talking about it too. Yeah, there's no way he should have been there in this setting. You want to have a separate one, even later. I don't know if I'd even want that before Scott gets involved. But if he ever decided to talk to the local media again, which I don't think he will anytime soon, that's something that you do separately or randomly.
The time to do it is when you fired Monty. Is the next morning, instead of having it break already that Scott Perry's getting hired. Is if you're going to have a Vivek Ranadive press conference, you have to do it that morning.
But does that serve any positive purpose at this point with Vivek?
I don't think so. Like, again, like, holding someone accountable is one thing, but like, what are you going to do? He's not stepping down. Like, I know so many people, we got to move. We got to get a new owner. You got to sell. Like, I don't live in the world where, the Kings are going to acquire Kevin Durant tomorrow. I live in a world of reality. And one of the realities that I live in is Vivek Ranadive is going to own this team until he decides he doesn't want to own it anymore, or he hands it to one of his kids, or something else happens. Like, that's the reality we live in, and that's how I move forward. And I know a lot of fans want to be angry and stuff about that, but again, I don't know when we'll talk to him, because anyone watching the Phoenix Suns and Matt Ishbia go out and talk to the media, that's a bona fide disaster every time he opens his mouth.
Yeah. And it's just also one of those things where it's like, because Dirk is back in the chat and he says, and I understand people who feel this way. They want Vivek to come out and say, here was the mistake and here's what we're going to do to fix it. That's fine. And if that makes you feel better, that's cool. But if they're 30-52 next year, nobody's going to care that he said, here was the mistake and here's what we're going to do to fix it. Just like him not speaking and they go 52-30, nobody going to care that he didn't speak. Like, it's, and it's just, maybe it's just me. I don't want to project my feelings on the others, but it is about whether they win or lose, not all the fluff on the side.
I think another thing fans sometimes forget is sometimes reality isn't as fun as the fantasy you created. You know what I mean? Like, the reality of it. Look, I hired a general manager. It didn't work. Oh, he's not taking accountability. What you want him to say is, okay, guys, I meddled in everything. I literally did everything wrong. I had puppets all over the place. If he's not saying what you think Vivek Ranadive is, you're not going to be happy. There is literally nothing this man could do, good or bad, to change your mind. So there's no point. James, there's no point in him being out there. And at this point, I wholeheartedly agree with James. It just would have been a distraction if he's there. Now, if he's, on the side and Scott comes walking down, the four little stairs and shakes Vivek's hand and they walk off into a room together.
A couple of pictures and then he walks off.
Maybe there's a little something for Sean and Jake and Matt, and you get your, get the shot for the Kings beat and you keep it moving. But I don't know if people would even be happy. Oh, why didn't he talk? Like, he couldn't win.
Well,
so why bother?
That, and I think everybody knows, like, when he has talked, it usually does not work out the way that anyone hoped that it would.
Which is why he stopped talking. That goddamn Sam Amick.
Well, maybe that, but even
Sam Amick, to his text, he pissed off a lot of people with that article.
Yeah, years ago, I wrote for ESPN. I wrote he wants a jazz band leader, not a Sousa marching band leader. I sat in like his it was at old Arco 2. It was in the owner's lounge that they had built, and it's like all white couches. I felt like I was at Damien's house again, and except for the all white leather couches. It was like you're just sitting there like, oh, this is pretty cool. And he just sat there, and I tried to like maneuver him around to like move away from what he was saying, because I thought that there was more there, and I thought he also didn't realize how badly it was coming across, and there was no moving him, and like he has a very, very interesting way about him. He's very, very intelligent, but he also like he ends up like sort of getting himself in a little bit of trouble. And we've talked about this before. Years ago, we had this moment where I was standing watching summer league basketball, and it was me and John Santiago, my old partner at Cowbell Kingdom, and Vivek and Mark Masteroff came up and stood behind us, and we're like, "Hey, how's it going, guys?" And they're good, good. And Vivek said, "Hey," he tapped us on the shoulder and was like, "What did you guys think of the Darren Collison signing?" And I'm like, I kind of look down. I'm like, how should we approach this? And John turns around and goes, "Oh, that was horrible." And he goes, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Well, you should have just signed Isaiah Thomas." He goes, "Oh, well, Isaiah is not a starting point guard in the NBA." And I turned around and said, "Well, he was for your team." Like, what do you mean he's not a starting point guard? He goes, "Well, we were worried we were going to spend all that money on a guy who'd be a bench player." And it was like, okay, well, what about last season when you signed Carl Landry, a bench player, to a 3-year, $24 million deal to come off the bench? And then he's got nothing. But he was so caught off guard that we were not on board with the signing that he was like shook. And it was just this realization that a lot of people around him just like feed him a bunch of stuff that they want him to believe, but then also like there is not maybe someone keeping a reality check happening behind the scenes, where not everyone will view every transaction that you do as something that's positive. And it was just, he was like blown away. You could see like the confusion, like, no, like I did something good. It's like, I think I even said, well, realistically, you had enough salary cap space. You could have just signed them both and let them compete and show you who's a starting point guard. How about that? And it was like this really, really strange moment where it was like, okay, first of all, you're being led astray by people who don't know basketball well enough at all to be making these decisions. Like I don't have enough disdain for, the levels of disdain for Pete D'Alessandro that I have.
Yeah. And it's funny you say that, because you tell that story and all that I hear is this is everything Pete told him.
Yep.
Vivek isn't sitting there saying, you know what, I don't know that much about basketball to be like, Isaiah's not a starting point guard. He's a damn pizza guy. He's averaging 20 points per game in your arena.
20 and 7.
He probably thinks he's great. And this guy, Pete D'Alessandro, the basketball guy, comes in there and says, yeah, it's all cute. That's not a starting point guard.
You know what the most amazing, this is what people think about Sacramento. The most amazing thing about Pete D'Alessandro to me, he got another job.
He got 2 more jobs. He's with the Orlando Magic right now.
And he was with who's he
No,
with?
he was with Denver when they hired Mike.
Denver, that's right. Denver to Orlando.
Yeah.
This man he kept getting employed. That's how lowly people think of Sacramento and this franchise and Vivek Ranadive. Well, it can't be Pete's fault. It can't be Pete's fault. So we'll hire him to run our Denver Nuggets team or our Orlando Magic team or whoever.
Well, I'll also tell you that, I mean, that was his first, after his first year on the job, Vivek. He had just bought the team the year before. So again, he's gotten better about either not espousing those types of like ideas in front of people, or he's just never, like, nobody puts a camera in his face anymore because we're kind of, like there's always someone with him to make sure that doesn't happen. So yeah, again, like, you're going to make mistakes, especially as like a young owner when you're first taking over a team. And I think that was the first one that was just like, holy cow, you made a colossal mistake. And then like, you don't know how to get out of it sometimes.
That guy did everything wrong.
Feels like it.
What did Pete do right?
Oh man.
He even didn't he hold a
I could
didn't
be
he
wrong.
hold a town hall after the Mike Malone firing?
He went on the radio and did a town hall with hand-picked questionnaire with fans to ask questions.
didn't he? I mean, I'm pretty sure he was calling fans.
Come on.
Oh no, he got on
Come
the bus. The Kings used to run a bus where they would load up a bunch of season ticket holders and drive them to the games at Golden State.
That's what we're working on here.
He got on that bus with the fans and then started talking trash about Isaiah Thomas while he was still on the team to the fans on the bus. So yeah,
This guy was a bum.
The
He
levels
was a
of
certified bum.
the levels of like I can be a hothead. You guys know that. I don't know when someone is lying to you and they know that you know what they're saying is a lie, but they keep telling it to you, even though they know that you know. Like there's no question. And you're just looking at them like, yeah, go ahead.
All right, pal.
I'm about to put you in a headlock. I'm literally about to put you in a headlock and like noogie your Gru looking head. Like he really found ways to like new levels to get under your skin. Yeah.
That's crazy. That is
Absolutely
crazy.
incredible.
Stop listening to those people.
Please. The other, I think another key moment that I think a lot of people were trying to decipher, and everyone was deciphering it differently, was his discussions about the hiring process for the head coach. He did not commit to Doug Christie. He did not commit to a coaching search. He said there's a couple of guys that he's talked to there. He said his phone's been ringing.
Yep.
And there are people who want this job. But he also said he expects to make a decision within the next week or so, which to me eliminates the idea of a long coaching search. What was your first thought when he dropped those particular lines?
It's tough because like you have to go back and like look at who's been a coach with him before at whatever stop. Is there a coach that he's fully connected with that he would just go, hey, I'm going to bring him in? There's also, again, you hear murmurs and stuff like that. There's been at least some mention in around Sacramento about potential Dave Yeager return, whether that would be as an assistant or as a head coach. But again, Dave was here in Sacramento with Scott during that 2017-18 season. And, there are a lot of people you can love or hate Dave Yeager. But Dave Yeager is an excellent X's and O's guy, which I think is, a coach. Like, I think we all know, like, if Doug Christie's a head coach, he needs at least one and probably two coaches, lead assistants that are on his staff that have head coaching experience. And this isn't to disparage Doug at all. It's just support Doug. So like Jay Triano can be one of those, whether Jay's back or not, I have no idea. Like, again, we're not to a point where you know who the head coach is, let alone who the assistants are going to be.
Sure.
But I do believe that like having head coaching experience, because it's the one thing that I know that Doug really struggled with down the stretch was, number one, he was getting any sleep at all. And a lot of that was because he didn't have 100% trust in everyone around him because they weren't his people. They were Mike's people that were still left. And even that, he was down two lead assistants, himself and Luke Laux. So he took on a tremendous amount on himself, and that's not sustainable. Like Doug Christie can't hold up. No one can hold up under that kind of pressure in the modern NBA. Like it used to be, you had a head coach and an assistant, and then you had a trainer, and the trainer like literally planned all your travel, and like there's only three of you doing all of it, like coaching, taping up people, like making sure bags got on a flight, what hotel you're staying at, everything. It was just like three people. Now it's like there's so many people involved, but I don't think you can go back. I mean, like the running an offense, running a defense is so intricate. Having your offensive coordinator still there, but your defensive coordinator gone, your previous defensive coordinator, your defensive-minded head coach all gone. And, Doug is a defensive guy, but at the same time, he's got to run all this other stuff. There's too many things going on. So one way or another, I really hope that if Doug does get the job, that they open up the purse strings and say, okay, like you're going to need like a $2 million lead assistant, and you're going to need like a $1.5 million second assistant.
It's an expensive staff.
Yeah, but not when you look at what the Los Angeles Clippers do. And you got Stan Van Gundy on the staff. You got like all of these guys who are great coaches.
Right.
Yeah, Jeff.
Stan's calling the game.
Oh, yeah. My bad. Jeff
No,
Van Gundy.
I got you. Yeah.
Yeah, but look at the rest of the coaching staff that they have. Not only is Ty Lue making $15 million a year, which Doug Christie's not going to make, but on top of that, they're all of these really high-priced assistant coaches. And, Terry Stotts is Steve Kerr's lead assistant in Golden State. I mean, that's what it takes. You have to put your money where your mouth is. And, I get, if you don't want to go over the luxury tax, that's one thing. But like, if you want to skimp on your coaching staff and stuff like that, it's just not a good way to do it.
I wonder what Adrian Griffin said to Terry Stotts.
It's a great question.
Wonder what the hell happened there.
Terry said, I'm out. I am out. This sucks. And later on, Milwaukee was like, yeah, pal, you're out.
That's why I'm looking at Adrian Griffin, because like everybody was like out on that guy.
Yeah.
But no, you're right. You look at the Lakers. You mentioned the Clippers. That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
As well with Jeff Van Gundy. But the Lakers have a Scott Brooks on JJ Redick's coaching staff, and whoever that guy is,
having that veteran. No, you're on a young, JJ first year head coach. That's a big deal.
Yes,
and it's way more than that. He has Nate McMillan on that staff, head coaching, all kinds of head coaching.
Yeah.
He's got Bob Byer on that staff, who's been elevated a couple of times. He's got Greg St. Jean on that staff. Like and Lindsey Harding on that staff. That's like a really, really good staff. That's what they need to do for him.
And here's the deal with that. I know that's going to be, I would hope that's Doug's decision, right? Who he wants to bring on if he's the head coach.
Yeah.
But now you have a guy that can help you out with that, with his own relationships he has in this league. I'm just throwing out a Nate McMillan. If Doug wanted Nate McMillan, but wasn't sure or didn't have contact, hey, Nate, you want? I'm gonna talk to Nate right now. We're gonna talk right now. You've got that guy there to help you along with that process as well, and that has those relationships. Once again, no disrespect to the man, but Monty McNair's not calling up Nate McMillan and being like, Nate, hey, you're my guy. We got something cooking over here.
Yeah,
come on down to Sacramento. Scott Perry is that type of guy that if it's needed, maybe Doug doesn't need it at all. Or whoever the coach is doesn't need it at all. But if it's needed, you have that type of support system around you.
Yeah, and I think, we don't know if Alvin's going to be back either. But
I sure hope so.
If Alvin's another guy who has like a Rolodex of names.
Yeah.
And again, we're talking about
he talks to all of them before the games.
Oh yeah.
Every single one of them.
I want Alvin back, and I don't want his role to change at all.
None. Just be the guy who walks around courtside before games
and looks cool.
Yeah, every time.
He's the coolest cat ever. Yeah. So the Clippers coaching staff as Jay Larinaga, it's got Larry Drew, Jeff Van Gundy, Brendan O'Connor, Brian Shaw. That's what we're talking about. Like a bunch of head coaching experience, whether it's at the G League level or the NBA level, guys with like tons and tons of experience. That's why that would really help Doug in this process. I think there are two different ways you build staffs. We've talked about this before. Like I always thought that like George Karl had a bunch of dudes who none of which were going to be head coaches, but they were all George Karl disciples, right? That's one way. Then
like Yeager had a bunch of guys who weren't head coaches either.
Yeah, Dave.
Good coaches.
Yes,
great guys, but not.
They were all of his the coaches he coached against in the minor leagues. So like they were all very, very close. They all had a very like really tight bond with all of them. And that was really nice because they were all in lockstep. So if you wanted to go talk to Big Bob Thornton, you could just walk over and talk.
Those guys were great. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the one, I guess Elston was on his staff.
And Dwayne Tickner.
Yeah.
Yep. But again, there was a trust level that Dave had with those guys that he was okay with you talking to them because he knew you weren't going to go, behind your back and say something
Dwayne
weird.
Tickner's going to tell you a story from 20 years ago for 40 minutes. He's
And-
not going to give you any trade secrets.
And off the charts.
Oh, it's incredible.
Oh, yeah.
There's
yeah.
so many twists and turns in a Dwayne Tickner story. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah, totally. But then we get to Luke
Somebody's
Walton.
dying by the end of the story. Trust me. Somebody's dead.
Yeah. But when we got to Luke Walton, Luke had done that exact same thing in LA and got torched
Killed
by
for it,
LA
yeah.
media for bringing in his friends. So when he got to Sacramento, he didn't want to do
Bunch
it.
of randos.
Yeah, he brought what was his name? Jesse Mermes with him, but that was it. And everyone else was new, and they were so awkward and out of sync with each other from the beginning.
Luke. Did Lindsay join Luke?
Yeah.
Luke had his agent, when he was putting together his staff, call a friend of mine at Wasserman who handles.
Well, he was at Wasserman.
So, okay. So that checks out. Handles the top women's athletes, broadcasters, all this stuff. He wanted a woman on his staff, but he didn't know who. Like, he had no idea who to put on that staff. So he was asking people, which it just shows you the level that he was going through to put together his staff. He was literally trying to add people he didn't know.
Yeah.
He's like, I want a woman on the staff, but I don't know one. I don't know who it could be. Like, can you help? And it's not at all to suggest that Lindsay's not, it's just that's how she wound up here, is she was recommended by someone. Luke didn't know her. Luke had no idea who to hire for that position.
Well, remember they brought in Igor Kokoskov.
I remember that first season, right?
And then he left. And just like that whole entire staff was just odd.
And is he back? Kokoskov's back in the NBA, right?
Yeah, he came back. Like, he took a year off and then came back. They had Stacey Ogman on that staff, I forgot, and Bob Byer was on that staff as well. But then the next year, his staff is totally different. And again, that's where like continuity of staff actually matters. And that's where, again, like having Doug Christie take over a team mid-season, but a team filled with Mike Brown's coaches was very difficult. Like, Leandro Barbosa being there, and, Doug makes friends and all that stuff. But
I was going to say, if I thought there was one guy he was close to, I would have thought it would have been Barbosa.
I think him and Barbosa got really close because they were on the road with Sabonis all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
and when Doug was out working out Sabonis, it was Barbosa was always the other coach out there with him.
Yep. And then even when Doug took the job, Leandro had quad surgery. He tore his quad and missed a bunch of time. And then on top of that, he had a personal issue that took him out of the country for a little bit. So even down the stretch, there were times where Leandro wasn't available, or even if he was available, he had like a full length leg brace. Like, he was like immobilized. So, so just like, it's very difficult as a new coach to step into in mid-season, especially a first-time head coach. But then you add in all these other pieces, like, again, Luke Lauk's leaving. You add in the fact that, this was Mike's staff, and Doug was a holdover from a different staff. So there's always going to be a little awkwardness there. Like, there were too many things stacked up against him. So I kind of want to see what Doug looks like with like a full summer and a full training staff and a full coaching staff, and helping make some of the decisions on, what players you might go after. And, we hear these things like, oh, Mike Brown didn't want player X or player Y. And you're like, okay, well, Doug Christie should have some of the same small amount of input. And it's not like, hey, Mike doesn't want player X, so we're not going to go get that player. It was like, hey, Mike says he would prefer not that player, but if you go get that player, he's still going to coach him. So I think a lot of that is like a misconception.
We'll come back. We've got a lot more to talk about with our insider from the Insiders, our man James Ham here. Busy day. Sacramento Kings basketball. Scott Perry introduced as the new general manager of the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk more about that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
We'll be back in like 2 seconds. And pull up who the next year's staff was. With Luke. That was such a mess. Oh, that's when Rico came in. That's when Alvin, they brought Alvin in, Rex Kalamian. Like, his whole entire staff is different. Here's
What the hell's going on now? The local guy says Kings fans are turning on Sam Amick.
Oh no. What's Sam do?
I have no idea. Don't do that, guys. Don't do that. Like Pat, don't say Jack.
Did Sam write something? Got the Athletic right here. I see Sam was writing about Luca. Oh, you know what? This might be old. Stand by. Roddy, what's going on? What's Sam do?
We have all these new people with the new office opening up.
Oh
next door.
yeah, it's trash.
I totally agree. Every
Your
time you
stupid ass out of
Barely
here.
parking here. I damn near got to park at Kaiser.
that was the other thing. You pull in the parking lot. It was like that at early this morning. I'm like, what in the world?
Absolutely ridiculous.
Now there's always someone in the bathroom or
Yeah, there really is.
Oh, and I'm not here next Friday.
Okay.
I'm in Disney.
Nice.
Yeah.
Sweet. Michael Irvin meme.
Is there an Odyssey spot in the Thomas?
An Odyssey spot like what? What do we have at the Odyssey spot in the Tome? I don't even know what that means.
I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
I don't either.
Try again, Manny.
Have no idea. No, Derek. Jordan McLaughlin wasn't part of the plan. He's on a 1-year veteran minimum deal, and then when he got to Sacramento, they were like, "Holy cow, you're not very big."
The hell did that? Like, what did they just meet?
Yeah.
That was an eventful commercial break for a variety of reasons.
Sorry about that.
No, but it's fine.
No, it wasn't your fault.
It wasn't your fault. It wasn't your fault. James, you've been through
Oh,
it.
hold on. Sasha, breakaway. Throw it down, big man. Sasha's on fire. Olympiacos up by 19.
Wow. Watching Sasha Vezenkov over here?
He's up to 18 points here in the third quarter.
He just got named all Europe. What is it?
Oh, he's probably going to be EuroLeague MVP or one of them. Let's do it.
Did Sasha fail in the NBA or did the NBA fail Sasha? And the NBA means Mike Brown.
Yeah. No, because the Kings have a lot of people who work on training things, and it was just very apparent, very quickly, that he was not up to NBA athleticism. And I think he could play, but it was always going to be spot minutes, and it always have to be situational, and it always have to be along the right guy next to him. And it's just really tough when, your backup centers just aren't good enough at that point, and you don't have a small forward to bring off the bench, 6'8", 6'9", is long and athletic, to put alongside him to hide some of his deficiencies. I don't think he was in the right position to succeed, but I just don't think he was quick enough laterally or anything else to stick in the league. I think he made the right decision for himself to take the $6 million to come over here to check it out and to go, okay, I'll walk away and go back over there and be a superstar again.
And maybe he wasn't, but I don't want to say there's people like Sasha all over the league on winning teams right now, but not everybody is Jaden McDaniels, right?
Yeah.
Like there are guys out there that, use their IQ and use their ability to think the game to survive. And I just feel like we never got an opportunity to see if Sasha was one of those guys.
Yeah, and I know he was listed at 6'9". He was 6'6.5". That's what I was told. Like in actuality, he was 6'6.5". What I would compare, like, if anyone watches European soccer, like there are players who get to the EPL league that were superstars in a previous league and cannot do anything at all at the EPL level. They're just not good enough. And you're like, wow, how come he can score 25 goals for his previous team and then he gets here and he has a tough time scoring 2 on the season?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, well, because he only has a left foot, he can't go to his right at all. And at the EPL level, you've got to have at least, some skill with both feet. And you're like, oh, wow, that I don't understand how he could have made it to this level. So I think with Sasha, again, I don't think he was ever going to be a 25-minute per game guy in the league. He's not like a Mirotic or name that European guy, or even a Davis Bertans. Bertans at least was 6'9" and shoot over the top of people. So,
James, I was going to say, as we're coming back, you've been through a number of these, be it front office, coaching, whatever, shadowy figure lurking in the darkness. Could it be different this time? Could Scott Perry be the one to maybe not I know some people want a complete tear down, blow this whole thing up. Could Scott be the one who just finds a way to fine tune this thing, clean it up a little bit, put a cohesive roster out there? And he said all of the buzzwords when talking about what the roster needs. He said point guard. He said athleticism on the wings. He said all of the things that make Kings fans get goosebumps. Could he be the one?
I think so. Look, I think every step of the way you have to learn from, the previous experience. And I don't think that the Wes and Monty, the way that Monty and Wes left this team right now, it feels like super top heavy because you have a couple of $40 million players, and it feels like it's a bunch of bad fits. Right. And that's why I think basketball people should make basketball decisions, because basketball people should be able to see how a player fits without having to put them next to each other. Or they could just go back and watch clips of the Chicago Bulls for 3 years and figure out whether something would work or not. Just saying. That's why basketball people should be making basketball decisions. And those decisions, when it comes to whether you're trading a star player or not, should be made by people who are going to be there long term to deal with the ramifications of that, and that have an idea of how to clear up the mess that was made by that. And so when we hear Scott Perry say, yeah, we need a point guard, you need a point guard because somebody allowed guys that were short-termers who are literally leaving in 8 weeks. You let them trade your best player and your star point guard, And so these are things where he's up against it a little bit when it comes to the roster construction and whether he can move pieces or not. But I would say the one good thing is if you give him enough leeway, this next year he might be setting up what will be next. Because, you're going to start having all of your picks. You're going to start having all of this draft capital that you can play with, that you can go out and try to acquire players with, or that you can draft players with. And you're in a better position, again, when Zach LaVine has 1 year and $49 million left on his contract than you are when he's got 2 years and $95 million. And so we're going to see this thing move along pretty quickly. where if there is a problem with the roster construction, two of those pieces, the big pieces, fall off the board within 2 years in DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine. And then you got to figure out what's next, right? So I think that it feels like a weird position to be in, but it's also not the worst starting point. You have a team that all of us here thought would win 50 games this year or would come close to 50. We all thought it. So sure, you have the Fox and LaVine swap out, but outside of that, I think it's, there are some tweaks that could be made that make this team really good again. It's just, can you pull those off?
Those basketball people probably would have traded for Luke Kennard and had draft provisions on him for 5 years.
Yeah.
They didn't do a lot right. And those are the basketball guys. Did Scott Perry say anything that we haven't touched on that kind of stuck out to you? And I was like, oh, that's an interesting. You didn't have to feel good or bad about it, but that's interesting. Is the way he said that.
But no, I think him saying that he's going to have like that Vivek has put his power behind him. I think that, like he will have the whatever resources he needs to make decisions, right? I think that's big. I think, like, if anything that I take away from today is that Scott Perry is still the same dude that I met 8 years ago who, like, quickly made an impression. And I think today was a day where he allowed everyone else who didn't get, like, really up close and personal conversations with him before, everyone in Kingsland just goes, huh, this guy's different. Like, he's on top of things. He knows what he's talking about. He's got ties everywhere in the league. Yeah, but besides that, I think, he was as honest as he could be about the roster. He was as honest. I mean, the Zach LaVine situation where he basically said Zach LaVine is probably a third option. Okay, that's fine. You can say that, but he's your second option or he's your first option. So how do you work around that? If you're the GM, how do you change that? And so that puts a weird dynamic, but he said he talked to Zach already and that he stands behind everything he says. And
we played the clip like he did. It's not like he called him a bitch. Like,
no,
like it's not like he even said he's a bad basketball player. He said he hadn't done a lot of winning. Now, whether that's fair to Zach LaVine or not, it's going to be part of Zach LaVine's story. Again, that might not be entirely fair, but it is. And then he said, he's probably better served as a third option or something like that.
Yeah.
And again, it's not that egregious. It's not something you can't. I don't want to say something you can't walk back. It's not like it's something you can't explain. Like you could. I feel like if I said that about Zach LaVine on this show, and he said, "Hey, what the hell was that you told KC the other day?" I feel like I could explain it, and it wouldn't be a big deal.
No,
I don't have the respect that Scott Perry has, so I still think I could pull it off.
I think it sounds similar to things that I've said about Zach LaVine as well.
Well, future general manager James Ham.
No, I mean, there's a point in like you can't hide from an 11-year career, like, and we can say, well, he have the team or any of that stuff. You can say all that, but at the same time, did he or did he not make the playoffs multiple times? How many playoff appearances does he have?
So I'm going to get you back with something I don't think you're going to like.
Okay.
The focal point of that, I think the main thing in that was like, how does Zach LaVine affect winning? Can't you ask the same question about Domantas Sabonis?
Well, Domantas Sabonis has been in the playoffs 4 times. Like, yeah, you can ask the same question about Domas, but again, he just had a 7-game series with the Golden State
his
Warriors
best
2 years
numbers
ago.
have been in Sacramento, no?
Well, I mean, his
It's
numbers
better than Indiana.
Well, yeah,
which isn't saying much.
But his numbers are consistent, like across the board.
You mean regular season?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, his numbers are good. I'm not suggesting his numbers are bad. What I'm saying is, I think he's put up his best numbers as a Sacramento King, and he went to the playoffs one time.
Well, no, he went to the playoffs one time in Sacramento.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but he also went to the playoffs once in OKC. Went to the playoffs twice in Indiana.
I'm not giving him
Oh
credit
yeah,
for
okay.
Oklahoma
See, ain't
City.
got nothing. I
I'm
ain't
not
gonna say
giving
nothing
him.
to do with him. But it's not like.
But is it because like
But wait,
did they
the-
go to the playoffs because Domantas Sabonis was on the team?
I don't know. I mean, we can ask the same exact question about Zach LaVine. The one year he made the playoffs with
No,
Minnesota.
absolutely. That's my point.
Yeah.
I feel like you could have a similar
like 8 years
conversation
ago.
with both players.
Well, yeah, but I mean, there's a big difference between an 11-year career where you made the playoffs once and an 8-year career where you made the playoffs 4 times, or 9-year career where you made the playoffs 4 times. Now, did Domas perform well in the play-in game? No, he was absolutely horrible. I'm not going to say Domas had a good playoff game, but I think that might be one of those pieces that Scott Perry kind of slipped in there today, where he said very specifically, it's his job to put the pieces, and it was part of the Zach LaVine discussion.
Mm-hmm.
It's his job to put the pieces around the players that they have to support them the right way. That's like basketball basics 101. You can't go into a trade deadline knowing that you cannot compete you don't have enough depth at the 3 and the 4, and come out of a trade deadline with Kessler Edwards where a team gave you a second round pick so they could save on the luxury tax dollar to give you Kessler Edwards. That can't be your only move. And that's where, for me, like the holes and the problems with this roster, they just seem so simple to fix that the fact that they were not able to fix them, I don't understand it. You know,
They ain't had the right guy for the job.
Well, no, at the end of the day, that's what it appeared. But he was also the guy who was able to turn a team around that hadn't made the playoffs for 16 consecutive years and make them into a playoff team. Like the moves that he made to build Beam Team 1, spectacular. You're just sitting back going, why did you not continue your build? It's like you built like this really cool thing, and then you just left it outside for it to get oxidized and fall apart and get rained on and sun beat down on it and get all cracked and stuff. You're like, what exactly just happened?
You're not wrong. I'm not picking a fight. I refuse. I'm a lover, not a fighter.
That's right.
You see the same thing I see, probably.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. No,
Let's say
No,
this.
you go.
Let's say this. What if
OKC? Come on, man.
what if you put in a pool, but then you never put any chemicals in the pool, and the cool furniture that you bought to put around the pool, Damien, the cool furniture that you put around the pool, you don't cover up, you leave it out in the rain, and then 2 years in, you're like, hey, why does that look so bad? How come my cool pool doesn't look nearly as good as it did before? Because you didn't do the basic maintenance to take care of the stuff that you did.
That's fine. Did Chicago do that for Zach LaVine?
What, like put things around?
Well,
it?
yeah. So the whole point was, I feel like you can make similar arguments about both guys. My frustration level with Domas is extremely high. Clearly, you pulled up the playoff stats too. I am of the belief that Domas, I lived through the Warriors series. We said in real time, Domas is not playing as bad as you're making it out to be. Of course, the offensive rebounding thing happened. That game 7 happened. That's tough. You can't. This is a 16-11 series. When you look at the rest of this man's playoff series, they're not good at all. And he completely different position in Oklahoma City. He played pretty well his first playoff appearance with the Pacers. Just the point is, isn't that the case with any, top tier basketball player? When you're talking about being a 1 or even a 2, you have to have the right guys around him or them.
Well, yeah, I think you do have to have the right.
And I'm not trying to
players
argue
around
your
him.
point that they didn't do enough for Domas and build this team out right. That's not the point I'm trying to argue. I'm just, like I said, my frustration level with Domas is high.
I think the thing that I got caught up on a little bit earlier is Scott Perry said in that statement about Zach LaVine about putting the right people around him so his strengths can be magnified. And That's perfectly fair. And that's the same thing that we say about Domas, but we look at Domas and all these rose-colored glasses when we say we got to put stuff around him. But when we talk about putting things around Zach LaVine, it's, well, you got to make up for, his deficiencies all the time. And I think they're closer to the same. Like, just like Zach LaVine's strengths is scoring. All right, put some guys that defend around him, or put some guys that pass around him. Domantas Sabonis' strength is not scoring, but he can pass. He can do all this other stuff. Put some scorers around him. I think it's all about team building, and it's not that one guy is just this big problem that you got to work around, and this other guy is somebody that you should build around. That's how it comes off.
Well, yeah, I think that there's also a problem that you can't have too many guys in your starting lineup or on your roster that have to have like coverage in a specific way. So like when we talk about Domas and we talk about Zach LaVine, the players that fit alongside those guys realistically aren't different. You need long and athletic defenders because Zach isn't a great on-ball defender and team defender at the shooting guard position, and Domas doesn't have the length and athleticism to block shots, right? So if you're going to have Zach LaVine get blown by, what you don't need is for a center that can't block a shot backing him up. That's where, like, again, I think there are plenty of ways in which Zach LaVine works in the NBA, one of which is to have a shot blocking center. Now, the problem is that's not who your center is. So that means you have to go find guys at the 3 and the 4 that can provide that same depth. And it's just like when you look at Domas, in order to maximize Domas, you have to have a 4 or a 5 or even a 3 next to him that can block shots, that can be an eraser, that are defensive specialists. Like people could argue with me on this, but like OKC with Domas would be incredible. Like, because Chet Holmgren can disguise so many of the issues that Domas might have. And the same thing for Domas. Domas is a much better passer, much more physical player. He can bully people around where Chet can't and get shoved around. Like, there's a way in which you can just add a complementary piece, whether it's a 5-star complementary piece or a 3-star complementary piece. Like, when we talk about like how would James fix the Kings, I'm not sitting here saying, hey, the best way to fix the Kings is to go get Kevin Durant and then get Paul George. Like, I'm not saying go get these elite spectacular. Well, not anymore, but you know what I mean? It's not to go get, a 5-star recruit. I say weird things like, go get me Bobby Portis.
Mason Plumlee.
Well, Mason Plumlee to back up Domantas because he can pass. But, again, Bobby Portis, we watched him the other night. What, he hit 6 threes? You need a mean dude who can rebound, who can hit a 3, and who can block a shot.
6 threes, 4 potential fist fights.
Yeah.
And who doesn't mind mixing it up.
But I think that's the point. You talked about it. They both need like 2 or 3 better people around them to be effective. Well, one is looked at as a problem, and one is looked at as just you build around them.
Yeah.
That's the perception of the two is where I don't.
I understand what you're saying.
I love Domas. He's very, very good. I think he's capable of so much more than what he does. And I get cussed out when I told him to do it.
I don't know.
No,
you don't think he's capable of doing more? He's capable of being a 20+ point per game scorer. He just doesn't.
Yeah.
He just won't. To me, what was it? He was like 20 this year. He was like 19.
Yeah.
So it's not really taking a step to say he could be 22.
Yeah.
But like he could be even more than he is, in my opinion. He just doesn't. He likes to play basketball differently. And there are times with the Kings where it feels like that's brilliant. And then there's time for the Kings. Man, score. Like, you do it. Stop waiting for someone else. You do it. And he doesn't. He's going to make that extra pass to Keegan so Keegan can miss another 3. Sorry, Keegan. That was uncalled for. I apologize.
I get what you're saying. Wrong. I also think part of his job is to do that.
No, it is. It is.
Yeah.
It is. He is a facilitator. Like, I get that. But he's a facilitator. Like, we wondered, is Tyrese capable of scoring? We wondered that. And I mean, obviously he can. It's never going to be his number one priority ever. Domas can do it. He does it every game. He does it and the crazy thing is he'll score 19 on what? 9 of 11? You can't shoot 4 more times and get to like 24, 25?
No.
And maybe it wouldn't matter. Maybe it wouldn't matter. I just feel like you got a 25 and 13.
He's got to come from that jump shot.
I also look. I don't think that they've built that team for him to be that player.
And that's the other thing.
Go back.
Is that how Scott Perry will build this team?
Well, yeah, but even go back early in the season when Domas was averaging 21, 22 a game, that changed dramatically throughout the season. As again, you lost more and more shots to guys like DeMar, and then you bring in a guy like Zach, and you start losing shots. So I don't know. It's tough.
I don't either.
We always talk about there's only one ball, and you put Domas in the starting lineup with 4 other offensive players, and his offensive production goes down. You can't question that. You know exactly why it's going down. It's going down because there's so many guys shooting the ball in the starting lineup.
Work on his game.
Yeah,
you got to expose in that Dallas game.
James and Kyle have the next keyword you need for the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway coming up at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Also, a special edition of the Insiders tomorrow at 4 o'clock.
Yeah,
that's
4 to
live
5.
on the radio.
There we go.
Cache Creek.
Yeah, live from Cache Creek. NFL draft coverage. Who knew? There's an NFL draft tomorrow.
There's rumblings too. Rumblings.
Oh,
49ers rumblings.
Can't wait to cover that tomorrow. Beginning with the Insiders, 10 a.m. right here, Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Scott Perry.
Great stuff, team.
Oh, boy, Olympiacos. They're running away with things now. Up 17
Oh,
on
my.
Real Madrid in,
You don't like that?
Serge Ibaka.
Serge.
This is only
like a
game 1.
detergent.
They do a best of 5 in the first round, and then everything else is win or go home.
Oh, you jackasses. Send and run your game.
I got you guys tomorrow. Be listening. Be ready. Be prepared.
All right, y'all. You know what it is. We headed over.
All right.
We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Adios.
End stream.